Employees Committee on February 22nd. And I will start with the following announcement. In the interest of safety, I would ask you to note the location of and access to the exits in this hearing room. The two doors through which you entered the room are emergency exits and are marked with exit signs. In an emergency, the two doors behind the legislators can also be used. In the event of an emergency, please walk quickly to the nearest exit. After exiting the room, go to your left and exit the building by the main entrance, or follow the exit signs to one of the other exits. Please quickly exit the building and follow any instructions from the Capitol Police. Do not delay and do not return unless and until you are advised that it is safe to do so. In the event of a lockdown announcement, please remain in the hearing room, stay away from the exit doors, and seek concealment behind desks and chairs until an all-clear announcement is heard. So I'm going to suggest that someone close the door because we're hearing some outside noise. That should help. Great, thank you. So we're going to begin our hearing with the comments from our chairs. It's good to see a packed room. We have a full agenda with a lot of people signed up to testify, so we'll get started right away. Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you everyone for being here today and being with us. I look forward to hearing testimony.
Great, and I know we have our ranking Senate member on the Zoom link here, Senator Sampson. I don't know if you're able to make comments now. Not, I'm sure you'll have an opportunity later during the day. So we will begin the public hearing with the first person on our list, and I would ask that you come forward. It's Representative Kate Farrar. And I recognize Representative Turco is with her.
Thank you all. Good morning. So nice
morning.
to see you. As you said, Senator, I am joined by my colleague, Representative Turco. It's nice to see the chairs and vice chairs as well as the ranking members today. And we're pleased to both be here on behalf of submitted testimony amongst ourselves, included in 25 members of the House, representing every county and representing urban and rural and suburban districts today in support of Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 12, and House Bill 5166. And I would say, you know, we're both here, and in reference to our colleagues, it was very important to submit testimony today because in our state today, too many of our dedicated workers who are working today and every day in this state are not protected under our current paid sick days law. I think it's striking that we can say as a state that 88% of our workers are not guaranteed the right to a single paid sick day. And I really see it, and I know our colleagues do as well, as Connecticut falling behind our neighboring states in regards to these protections to our workers. And for Representative Turco and myself and our colleagues, it really is about that everyone, every worker in our state deserves the ability to take short-term days off to care for themselves or a loved one, because we don't want anyone in our state having to choose between their health and their economic survival. And that's the situation that we're placing our workers in today. I would also just speak as we look closely at the workers most affected, it is the women and women of color in our state who are most likely to not have access to paid sick days. And it really affects our equality in our state, our economic security in our state when we are the primary caregivers for so many folks of all ages. And I'm sure I'm not alone in hearing from constituents that without this protection, folks are really making a difficult choice for themselves as they're living paycheck to paycheck. And that's why we're here today, and I'll pass the microphone to Representative Turco to share more.
And I'll just quickly add, I mean, not only does expanding the paid sick leave law help the workers, but it helps our businesses. It helps our entire economy. We need to, as we saw during the pandemic, if you don't have, a healthy workforce, if you have sick people going to work, the diseases spread. For instance, with the flu, it's been shown that the spread of seasonal flu goes up by 40% during a major wave. And when having paid sick time leave, that could be reduced. And other states' studies have shown this to be true, who have already expanded their paid sick leave law. So that's just one important point that I want to make is this is a business-friendly bill as well. It also protects consumers. It protects patrons. Think about go to a restaurant. You don't want somebody that's sick to be serving you. You want that person to be able to stay home, take care of themselves, take care of their family. And studies have shown too that when you have a paid sick leave law that allows all workers to participate, not only do they take care of their own health, but they take care of their children's health as well, taking them to well visits, making sure their children are immunized, which is so important. Again, this will help strengthen our local economies, which studies have shown. It will also protect workers, our public health system, and our entire economy. And we recognize there's a lot of work ahead before this legislation is finally passed out of the committee. I mean, you have 3 bills that we're supporting here today, so this has to come together. We support the work of this committee in, hearing the debate and coming up with the best possible solution for an expansion of our current law. And we look forward to voting along with our colleagues on the House floor for the best possible, largest paid sick leave law in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask if there's any comments or questions from the one question you mentioned about people who, the evidence you had during the pandemic that illness spread through people going to work when they were sick. I wondered if you had any thoughts about this, particularly in the area of schools and childcare centers where we so often see, a cold or a flu spread so quickly in those environments. And I would think that in many of these cases, these are precisely many of those workers, many of the people who do not have this benefit have children in these centers. So I wondered if you could talk about that a little.
Thank you, Senator. Just to comment on that and bringing us back to the pandemic, which we all lived through and we all governed through, we saw the benefit of having access, especially for our frontline workers who are day in and day out, caring for folks, as you said, not just in schools and in childcare centers, but in our healthcare centers as well, to have access to paid sick days. That was a part of really the protections that we offered through the pandemic. And we saw the benefits of how we were able to control the spread of such, contagious disease. And I think for many of us, we have to keep recognizing the lessons from the pandemic that we learned when we governed together to protect our workers and so many of our families. And I think it really demonstrates how essential it is to make sure that everyone who is especially caring for folks, being schools, childcare, in our healthcare system, we need them to be well. We expect them to be well as we're being cared by them as well.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Next up, we have Ashley Zane from CBIA.
Good morning, Chairs Kushner and Sanchez, Ranking Members Sampson and Weir, and distinguished members of the Labor Committee. My name is Ashley Zane. I'm a Senior Public Policy Associate with the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. We represent thousands of companies across the state, both large and small, and in pretty much every sector of the economy. I'm here in opposition to SB 712 and HB 5166. I've also submitted written testimony on a few other bills, including SB 5164. While these bills are very well intentioned, expanding mandatory paid sick time to every employer will have a disproportionate impact on some of our smallest businesses on Main Street, women and minority owned businesses, and our nonprofit sector. Requiring employees to provide 40 hours a year is a one-size-fits-all policy that isn't feasible for some of our businesses, especially our startup industries. Essentially, what this bill does is it treats the diner down the street that's small, family-owned, local, the same as multi-billion-dollar corporations like Amazon and Walmart. We are also currently in a workforce crisis with 94,000 openings, and as a result, many of our companies have had to reevaluate their benefits. 27% have offered flexible work schedule, 16% have offered flexible paid time off, and 92% of our companies have offered health insurance as part of their benefit package. Simply because a state statute doesn't require them to do this doesn't mean that they aren't currently doing it. We also surveyed our members with 50 or fewer employees, and the vast majority of them do offer paid time off to their employees. But whether or not that's 40 hours, that's a different question. It's based off of what they can afford. They're really looking to recruit and retain talented employees, and if they aren't offering these benefits, they're not going to be competitive. CBIA also has concerns regarding the exemptions for certain industries, especially our manufacturers. In a report that was actually issued last week, we are ranked 3rd for patent production, but we ranked 27th in introducing new or improved products to market. And the study showed that this is attributed to the cost of doing business, which in other rankings, we still rank 8th costliest in the nation. Additionally, wage costs are 6.3 to 34.6% higher than other benchmark states. Essentially, Connecticut is innovating, but not producing here. Finally, for our smallest businesses, this presents an administrative challenge. The smaller the business, the harder it is to manage these admin costs because they're either going to need to add another responsibility on to someone wearing multiple hats within their business, or they're going to need to invest in new technologies to be able to manage the accrual rates and the actual usage of the time. The other thing we're concerned about is in some of the bills, the effective date is very early and Department of Labor is required to provide notice and model posters to these companies, which may not be done in time by the effective date, leaving some of our member companies to guess and hope that they're in compliance. We strongly urge the committee to think carefully about how this is going to impact our smallest businesses, our main streets, our nonprofits, and we look forward to working with the committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Representative Acker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ashley, for that. It was intriguing, the piece that you mentioned regarding the innovation that Connecticut has, and we know that. I mean, we have innovation corridors, essentially in Connecticut, UConn being one of them. The fact that we then send that innovation to be made someplace else, and we've been pushing for manufacturing for a substantial amount of time in Connecticut and give good credits to stay here, work here, and whether it's equipment purchases and things like that. So that is a staggering number. And do you have manufacturers that are part of your organization?
We do. The vast majority of our membership are manufacturers who have 50 or fewer employees. The average manufacturer actually has about 25. And they contribute about $14.7 billion in wages with an average salary of $92,633 per year.
Thank you for that backup information. I appreciate your testimony today.
Any other comments or questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Ashley. I wondered if you could just reflect a little bit more. You said many of your companies already are offering some sort of paid sick days. I would assume that's because we have now realized, listening to the testimony of our colleagues, that this pandemic makes paid sick days absolutely essential. And we've already normalized that. What we're trying to do is get the outliers to also understand that there is a new economy that has to create some essential paid time off. Otherwise, you're infecting your public, you're infecting your coworkers, and there is an economic cost to that as well as a real human toll.
You are 100% correct. We do not want employees going to work sick. That does lead to lost productivity, but there also currently are no concrete statistics out there saying that even if we do offer paid sick leave, employees are going to take it. a Pew Research study actually showed that 46% of US workers who receive paid time off leave some on the table every year. So we do have concerns about that. And again, a lot of our small businesses really do value their employees. You know, they're their neighbor, they're their friend down the street, they're their childhood friend. They're operating in these small diners, they're small businesses, and they want to make sure that they're paying them appropriately and fairly, and also giving them the time off to take advantage of, being able to care for a sick one, take care of themselves. The other thing we've also found is the paid family medical leave is a little undersubscribed. And so we do have that as an option for people who need to take longer term care of a loved one or themselves as well.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I just want to clarify this. I believe none of the bills mandate that you take your paid sick days. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So really, and paid, as you know, paid family medical leave is for long-term planned absences. And it's super important. We had 90,000 members already take that, and that's great. But this is for, as we know, if you listen to NPR on the way home to work today, there was lots and lots of respiratory viruses. It's very contagious, flu, and a lot of our folks that I care for are very immunocompromised. And I really, again, see this as a way of normalizing a new economy with protections against just minimum protections across the board, especially for those workers most vulnerable dealing with the public. And we think it's a good policy, and I appreciate your feedback. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have David Weidlich. Good morning.
How are you all today? Well, I appreciate the chairs, the ranking members, and the distinguished members of this committee for hearing this issue today. I'm here to testify on HB 5164. I have submitted the written testimony. So my name is David Weidlich. I am the president of CWA Local 1298, Communication Workers of America. Represent over 2,000 members who deliver high-speed internet services and wireless services to families across Connecticut. And I don't think that's going so well today at AT&T. I suggest you talk to the lobbyists that work for AT&T. So no one makes a decision to take a strike and be out of work lightly. This bill will incentivize employers to stay at the table and negotiate in good faith with the bargaining unit to avoid a strike, because nobody wins in a strike. This bill doesn't enrich workers. It just helps through the process to bargain fairly and achieve a good collective bargaining agreement that's fair to both parties. It's an economic lifeline, not a lucrative bonus. We see when a unionized workforce achieves good collective bargaining agreements, it raises standards for all workers. When workers strike, they fight for protections that benefit everybody. We saw that with UAW last year against Ford and GM. And the UAW won significant wage increases. And non-union automakers were forced to increase their pay and benefits to compete. This helps all workers and strengthens our economy. Our neighbors in New York and New Jersey have this benefit available to their citizens and residents, and I encourage us to do the same here in Connecticut. We did really good work last year through this committee and through the Senate, and we worked really hard on the House and the governor to make sure that this year is the year for unemployment insurance for striking workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from? Thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot.
Next up, we have James Case.
Good morning. A little earlier this time than last year. We were here at 12:45 at night. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is James Case. I live in Weathersfield. I'm here on behalf of the proud members of CWA Local 1298, as Dave also represents. And we represent workers for Frontier and ATT in the state of Connecticut. Not our fault. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. The state of Connecticut is a fantastic place to live. Beautiful towns, great cities, even better schools, history, culture, entertainment. Connecticut has it all and more. I've been to all 50 states. Took a long time. And I would put Connecticut up against any other and be confident that our state is superior. That said, Connecticut's greatest asset is not those things. Its greatest asset is its people. HB 5164 is a bill about the people. Connecticut workers that go on strike are currently unable to collect unemployment benefits. In my 28 years working for the former SNET, SBC, AT&T, and currently Frontier, we've had a month-long strike in 1998 and a few smaller informational strikes. Striking is an extremely difficult choice because people risk a loss of income, potentially the loss of their jobs, and an incredibly disruptive family life and their financial stability. Loss of wages, loss of health care, loss of choices. Not one person wakes up today and says, today would be a marvelous day to go on strike. It's an ultimate crapshoot, a chance taken when absolutely no other option exists. These workers are us, they're you, they're your parents, they're your children, they're your spouses, brothers, sisters, siblings, neighbors, educators, and friends. They are literally us. When the other party isn't bargaining in good faith, or not even coming to the table at all, a strike may ultimately become the workers' only recourse. Not their first option, but their last option. Losing pay with no alternative financial avenues, especially with a family at home, utility bills, car payments, and endless other monetary obligations, is a frightening experience, as I can tell you personally. I would never wish on anyone. This is about helping people. And that's what this is about. HB 5164 is not a measure designed to enrich workers. It is a measure designed to avoid labor disputes. And if an employer understands that striking workers will be eligible to collect unemployment benefits after 2 weeks of waiting period, likely resulting in a small increase to their unemployment insurance rates, they will be more than likely to bargain in good faith to avoid a work stoppage altogether. Enabling striking workers to access unemployment benefits empowers them to advocate for protections that benefit all workers and ultimately creates a better working environment in the state of Connecticut. These are our family, our people. This bill is designed to help our people. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thanks for being here.
Actually, could I add one thing real quick?
Go ahead. You didn't even
I
get
think it was
value.
SB 7, which is the sick
paid-
days. So I was potentially the first person in the state of Connecticut, within our company, to get COVID in 2020. Very, very early on, the OG COVID that was really nasty. I was essentially locked in a room for 5 weeks because nobody knew much about COVID. There was days where I would sit there for like 12 hours, just breathing in really deeply and holding my breath just to make sure that I could breathe. I'm fortunate that I have very well negotiated sick time and short-term disability, and not everyone has that, right? So it's really important that people get those benefits, right? I work in downtown Hartford. I've worked in every single building, including this one, during my normal day job. And I deal with hundreds of other technicians and customers. If I was not able to have stayed home at that time, that original COVID could have been spread very wide just by me. Giving people the ability to stay home when they're sick and not have the choice of being financially disadvantaged by that is super important. So, like I said, I think it's SB 7 that's at. Please consider voting for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much
Okay.
for those additional comments.
Yeah.
Well appreciated.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Next up is Kimberly Edwards.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me. I am the trifecta of CWA here today. So once again, good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and all the other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Kimberly Edwards. I live in New Haven. I am an employee at Frontier Communications, but I'm a member, steward, and coordinator at CWA Local 1298 based in Hampton, Connecticut. Thank you for having me here today and letting me testify on HB 5164, which I hope everyone will end up supporting today. As we all know, and you've probably heard it 20 times in testimony, or will hear it, Connecticut law currently favors employers in labor disputes. As workers who go on strike, we're often denied access to unemployment benefits, presumed to have left our jobs voluntarily. However, if we're locked out of work, then we can access the benefits. HB 5164 aims to rectify this. Typically, we don't want to go on strike. As everyone said, no one wakes up today and goes, we're going on strike today. It's going to be a great day here in Connecticut. I started working for SNET in 1996. That was my very first union job. I am still here many years later. And quickly, I had to become acquainted with deciding to go on strike. There's both a struggle and power to make that decision. When I voted to strike in 1998, it wasn't a decision that was taken lightly at all. Who can afford to not get paid, especially with living in Connecticut? That year, 6,300 members of Southern New England Telephone went on strike across Connecticut due to disparity and inequity in pay and benefits, as well as other factors like unlimited mandatory overtime mandates. For 26 days total, which almost a month, 4 weeks, we, the members, we were on the picket line. We weren't climbing poles. We weren't at our desk. We were picketing. Many of us had families. I was a single parent at the time, and it was a struggle. We didn't have our normal wages. We couldn't go collect unemployment, but we did it, and we did it in solidarity. And we opted to be on that picket line to gain benefits to be able to care for our families. So it's things that people have to do to survive, and that's what we were here to do. What I will say is when we were on the picket line, when we were striking, we did not have, as you know, and that's why we're trying to get HB 5164 passed. We had to rely on others. No one wants to have to rely on someone else. But there was a point where some people, we had community organizations, they would come out and support us. They would give a gift card to a store. I remember the New Haven Firebirds organization. They actually came out and did baskets for us, food baskets for the people that were on strike. And even holiday time, Thanksgiving, they made sure they came by to supplement, to help people that were affected by the strike. So that's my story of being on strike. And as a union member, community advocate, as well as an elected official in my city, I've walked many picket lines, I've attended many rallies, and I will continue to do it over and over to support those on the line that are fighting for their families, that are fighting for survival, that are fighting for wages and benefits. We will continue to do that. Passing HB 5164 will be wonderful. These benefits, they're not a handout to us. They're not a handout at all. So we do need to pass this. It's the right thing to do. Making striking workers eligible for this is therefore both good economics, and it's also consistent with the program's mandate. It would mitigate some of the immediate economic risks to our workers, their families, and it also keeps dollars flowing in our communities where we support stores and businesses, we pay our bills. So where a strike is taking place, it would ensure that these workers can negotiate a fair contract with our employers. And as previously stated, it's being done in New York and New Jersey. So we need to get in line and we need to pass this. We need to follow their example. And thank you for this opportunity to testify, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments, Representative Hughes?
Hey, thank you, Kim. You said something about the power is tilted towards the companies and the employers. And that's why we need this protection if you happen to go on strike, which is, by the way, after 2 weeks of striking. Can you say more about why you believe that in Connecticut, the power is tilted in favor of the employers?
I believe it is tilted from the research I did, simply because these corporations, they can dangle a carrot. And it's a perception as well throughout our community and different people that think when a worker decides to go on strike, they're being greedy. They just want more and more and more. But when we went on strike, we had an issue with benefits, what 2-tier benefit levels. And a lot of times when you're on strike, I may be on the better tier, the better end of that health benefit, for instance. And I'm fighting for my fellow worker right here, who we need to bring up to par. So we don't have to go looking for assistance. We are not working full-time jobs, but we're applying for state assistance like other major corporations. Corporate greed is part of the issue, and we're not here to hurt the corporations. We're here to be able to survive, just like they're surviving.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Elizabeth Guerra. Is she in the room? I don't see her, so we will come back to her. Next, we have Kimberly Glassman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kushner, Chairman Sanchez, members of the Labor Committee. For those who don't know me, my name is Kimberly Glassman. I'm the director of the Foundation for Fair Contracting here in Connecticut, and I am here this morning testifying in support of Senate Bill 137, which is an act concerning gas, electric, sewer, and water delivery work. This bill just does two things. It requires that any contractors performing this public utility work, public utility construction work, be enrolled in a state registered apprenticeship or pre-apprenticeship program with the Connecticut Department of Labor. And it also requires that those contractors pay the state's prevailing wage under General Statute Section 3153. Those are just two very common sense proposals that we're looking for this committee and the legislature to adopt. This is very complex work. It's very dangerous work. There are issues always with gas delivery. It's very dangerous. Just ensuring that companies are paying the right wage, area standard wages to our residents, ensuring that they're training their workforce appropriately. These are both about safety and also about a good investment in our state. Making sure that any of these companies, if they receive federal or state subsidies, that they are making a correct investment in the state and in our state's workforce. So with that, I wanted to just make sure that I was here today to voice support for this proposal and answer any questions that you have about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question. Are you aware, has any other state enacted legislation like this?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Just last year, 2 states enacted legislation. Both the state of New York and the state of Maryland expanded prevailing wage protections to underground utility delivery work. And there are other states too. New Jersey has had this on the books for over a decade already. The District of Columbia, numerous other jurisdictions across the country. So we're not reinventing the wheel. We're just trying to remain competitive in this region.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Representative Ackert.
Thank you. And Kimberly, thank you for your testimony. A couple things. So currently, if a contractor goes out and bids a public job now, and it's over the threshold of prevailing wage, doesn't it already isn't it already in prevailing wage now requirement?
For utility work?
Yeah.
It depends. Sometimes, yes, a lot of work, if there's a public or federal subsidy attached, uh, a vast majority of MDC work, for example, already goes out prevailing wage. I don't know the exact number, so I don't want to be held to it, but around probably I would venture to say about half of all utility work already is subject to prevailing wage, but not all of it is.
Okay, so this would be the company, whatever utility company
Mhm.
that is doing this work for a community, let's say their pay scale is whatever their pay scale is. This would require them to pay their employees the prevailing wage rate for that work.
Yes.
Does it differ much from what they currently get paid? Are you aware?
I don't know the pay scales of every company that has ever performed or does perform underground utility work in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. And one final question, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Now, does the Department of Apprenticeship, the Department of Labor, the apprenticeship program, have an apprenticeship program already developed for this class of work?
Yeah, yes, through there are a number, I can't say off the top of my head, but there are dozens of companies that perform this work that are already enrolled in an apprenticeship program, that have an apprenticeship program and offering training specifically for this work
With the Department of Labor?
with the Department of Labor. Yes.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you,
Yep.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kimberly, for your testimony today. Just two quick questions. Could you give us a sense of what the industry or the market looks like now? Some of the risks you alluded to that the workers are taking, and also with this licensing and prevailing wage increases, how you think that would impact the workforce?
Yeah. Look, I'm not here, I don't really want to debate the merits of the prevailing wage law. I know that you're going to hear from some folks today likely who do want to debate the merits of the prevailing wage law, but that's not what this bill does. This bill isn't calling into question a law that's been on the books in Connecticut since the 1930s. This is the law of the land. It's a good law. It has had bipartisan support in this legislature, including from Representative Ackert. Thank you for your strong support of prevailing wage over the years. And we believe that this is a good law, right? And it should apply to workers who are performing construction projects in Connecticut. It maintains a good standard of living. It just creates a floor for ensuring that workers can afford to live in one of the most expensive states and one of the most expensive nations in the country. It ensures that they have access to health insurance, secure retirement, and job training. Everybody likes to talk about how we need to build a skilled workforce. Apprenticeship is skilled workforce 101. And the construction industry created the modern day apprenticeship program, really. It's a system, right? Making sure that we're training the next generation of workers in a very highly skilled industry so that they can continue to do that work. And we can continue to make investments in our infrastructure, which we desperately need to do here in Connecticut. There was a study, and I don't have it directly in front of me right now, so I apologize, but I'm certainly happy to send it. A report that was done by the Illinois Economic Policy Institute with a number of economists around the country. And they studied the states that repealed their state's prevailing wage law in the mid-2000s. And the study found that there were no cost savings for the state. The state didn't realize any cost savings at all from these repeals. The projects continued to be bid out around the same rates as they were bid out when the prevailing wage law existed. But the workers suffered. In some cases, their wages were cut in half. Many of them lost their health insurance. Many of them lost retirement. The state actually suffered economically from not having this wage standard in place. So this isn't about is prevailing wage a good thing or a bad thing for the state? That's been decided. We know this law works. We know it's good for our workforce. We know it's good for the construction industry, whether it's union or non-union, doesn't matter. It's good for the whole industry. What we're saying is, right now, there is very complex work, and we're doing a lot more of it. Underground utility delivery work on gas, on water, on sewer, with the Clean Water Fund, with looking at the amount of federal dollars that are coming into Connecticut. We want to make sure that all workers who are performing this work, union, non-union, as long as it meets the prevailing wage threshold, that they are earning that wage rate. I don't know if that answered your question, so I'm sorry.
You did, you did. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you expounding on your earlier comments. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Next up, we have Joe Toner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Ware, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Joseph Toner. I have the honor and privilege to represent over 30,000 unionized construction workers in the state of Connecticut. I am proud to submit testimony in strong support of SB 137, an act concerning gas, electric, sewer, and water delivery work. This bill is a crucial step forward, ensuring that our state's workforce is adequately prepared to meet the growing demands of our energy and infrastructure sectors. By ensuring all contractors and subcontractors engaged in construction work on public utility projects will be enrolled in state certified apprenticeship programs. SB 137 will not only enhance the skills of our workers, but also ensure the safety and quality of our infrastructure projects. Workforce development is the cornerstone of economic growth and stability, and the bill recognizes the importance of investing in our workforce and maintain our state's competitive edge. By providing access to apprenticeship programs, we are not only creating pathways and rewarding careers, but our residents will also be addressing the looming skills gaps in the construction industry by creating these opportunities. Additionally, SB 137 seeks to expand prevailing wage protections to include construction work performed on public utility projects. Prevailing wage protections are essential in ensuring that workers are fairly compensated for their labor and the contractors compete in a level playing field. By extending these protections, we are upholding the dignity and work and ensuring that our workers can support themselves and their families. So I think Kimberly did a great job before me, Glassman, with the FFC. I think one of the things that is important to note here are two things, I think, for us in the unionized construction industry is anytime that we're creating more and more opportunities for folks to have a career, not a job, but a career through a registered apprenticeship program in the state of Connecticut, those are life-changing events for our residents. And that's very important. You can't take the skill, you can't take it away from them. And when you're registered with the state of Connecticut, there's progressions that they go through, there's laws that they abide to make sure that these folks are protected in a registered apprenticeship program. And secondly, just as important is making sure that people are receiving a livable wage in the state of Connecticut. In the day when a bag of groceries costs you $200 and rents are up to $2,000, our residents deserve to make a livable wage. 41% of the construction workers in the state of Connecticut rely on a subsidy. That's terrible. 41% of the construction workers in the state of Connecticut rely on some type of subsidy, whether it's a SNAP benefit, whether it's part of the Husky program, a federal benefit, or any type of subsidy in childcare. In providing livable wages on these jobs and making sure they're bid out correctly once, that actually helps the taxpayer in Connecticut. That means the contractor's not going to come and grab the money, take advantage of the construction worker, and in return, we're going to continue to subsidize the poor worker that's being taken advantage of. So this is an important bill for us in the building trades, and it's an important bill also for the folks that aren't represented under collective bargaining agreement. See, in the building trades, we have the voice for those folks. Those folks every day that aren't our members that are out there working, they rely on the building trades and the representatives in the unionized construction industry to uphold standards. So today I'm proudly here on behalf of the 30,000 members that I represent, but also everybody in the construction industry to make sure that they can live and sustain in the state of Connecticut. So I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I think it would be helpful if you could describe a little more about the workforce development and the training programs. You mentioned the apprenticeship, but it would be helpful if you could give us a little more information about, I know a question came up about these being DOL, registered with DOL. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So for us in the building trades, we have traditionally, it was mentioned earlier that we are the architects of the modern day apprenticeship program, correct? So one of the things that we do in our industry, in the unionized construction industry, we spend over $30 million of our own money to train our own folks. It's incredible. So, when our folks do come in and they're enrolled and they're indentured into our apprenticeship programs, it doesn't cost them a dime. It's funded by the union in a partnership with the contractors. They're joint apprenticeship training committees, JATCs. It's a union and management ran fund that makes sure that the folks coming into our industry are being trained properly, making proper wages, and they're advancing through the progression to become journey people. Secondly, what we have in the Connecticut State Building Trades, and I'll say it's fairly new, it's been around for 2 years, is the Connecticut State Building Trades Training Institute, which is an apprentice readiness program, which goes in to disadvantaged communities. It helps unemployed, underemployed, veterans, folks that are coming to this country, immigrants that are coming over to this country, and providing them access to our apprenticeship programs. So we were one of the 18 recipients to receive a grant from OWS last year. And we've outperformed, not that we're competitive in the building trades, but we've outperformed every single recipient that's got the same grant. We've placed over 300 new people in the unionized construction industry through this grant. So we're happy to keep doing what we're doing. We're going to continue to fund our own programs, but I think it's vital to make sure that we're going to have a level playing field for everybody in this industry, not just us in the unionized side. I think, Representative Ackert's here, and we've had great conversations with Representative Ackert, and he has a construction company. And in discussions that we had, it's frustrating when people come in and they undermine the area standard and wages, and it's hard to compete when they come in and they stack up and they stay for 4 or 5 months and they leave. And it does not create an economic, it doesn't create economic opportunities for our residents. So I think making sure that folks are enrolled in a state certified apprenticeship program is vital to this bill also.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you another question because I have one other. I mean, we've been hearing a lot about infrastructure dollars coming from the federal government. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about whether we expect to see those in these fields that you're, describing here. And additionally, I know there's been talk at the federal level that very specifically that these should be monies that are used to support prevailing wage in states as they go out to support the work in the states. I wonder if you could comment on that, if you have any knowledge of that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so there's going to be a large influx of federal money coming in, which does have Davis-Bacon attachments, which automatically makes this work prevailing wage work. So that's good. And that's going to come across many sectors in the utility world. Also, thanks to the leadership of our President Biden, a lot of that money also has stipulations into it for workforce development and registered apprenticeship programs. So, for the hard work that our federal delegation's doing and the President Biden himself, it's actually making it easier for the folks in Connecticut to access jobs in the construction industry at a livable wage, but also having careers. So this money will come into Connecticut. I think a lot of it will be on the DOT side, but much of it will be in water, wastewater, and also underground utilities. And as we build out the utilities to transition from fossil fuels to renewable energies, there's going to be a lot of work there involved also for our licensed trades. And a lot of it will be federally funded. So much of this work it was discussed earlier, much of this work is already prevailing wage rate work. We just want to make sure that we tie it up so everyone has an opportunity on all the work to receive these benefits.
Thank you for that answer. I would like to comment that I had the good fortune with other members of this committee to visit one of the training programs for the linesmen. And one of the things that was emphasized there, I think that we all learned about and appreciated. I mean, Representative Acker, you know this from your own experience, but we learned a lot about the safety issues and how important it is that people go through an apprenticeship program and understand the risks that are involved when you're working with electricity or with gas. In all of these trades, it's not, it was mentioned it was complex. I would say it's not only complex, but dangerous work. And so appreciate your elaborating on those on those apprenticeship programs.
Thank you. And as an iron worker, I like to say, because I am an iron worker by trade, but the ironworking industry is one of the most dangerous also. So it's vital that we also have it in that industry, but I have to put that in there, being an iron worker.
I don't mind at all. I don't want to leave anybody out. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you for your testimony
Thank you,
today.
Evan.
Next up, we have Elizabeth Guerra.
Thank you, Senator. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm doing this from my car. But my name is Elizabeth. Great.
Right ahead.
My name is Elizabeth Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Waterworks Association, and we represent the municipal, regional, and private water utilities that serve customers throughout Connecticut. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 137, which extends certain prevailing wage requirements and apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship requirements to investor-owned utilities or the private water utilities. And I did just want to clarify, because there's some confusion for us as we review the bill in terms of what the implications are. Currently, as you know, municipal and regional water utilities are subject to prevailing wage requirements, and there's certain positions that would be subject to apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship requirements. However, investor owned or not, but under the money that's coming from the federal government, that funding is administered through the Department of Public Health's Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. As a condition of receiving a low interest loan, there are some grant funds as well. You need to comply with the state's prevailing wage requirements, and you're also subject to the federal Davis-Bacon requirements. So it's unclear to me what the intent of the bill is with respect to water utilities. We are concerned that the definition of public utility project is fairly open-ended. It is not limited to construction projects, but could apply to a whole variety of projects that water utilities enter into, whether it's for lawn maintenance or legal requirements or things like that. Again, it's very open-ended definition. And clearly there are no apprenticeship or pre-apprenticeship programs in some of those areas. In addition, it doesn't seem as though, as drafted, the bill is linked to the existing thresholds that are in place in Connecticut for prevailing wage work, such as the $1 million for new construction and the 100,000 for renovations. So we are concerned about that. And again, I don't think the intent of the bill is to extend prevailing wage requirements and other requirements to the kind of work that isn't traditionally covered. But as we read it, we are concerned that that's exactly what it does. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I know that when we discussed this bill, we were talking about the existing prevailing wage requirements would still be in place with regard to this coverage that we're talking about today. So we can take a look at that and make sure that that's the way the language reads in the bill. I appreciate your testimony and bringing that to our attention. Any other comments?
Thank you.
Representative Acker has a question.
Can you hear me okay, Elizabeth?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so going back, because this was my question, I'm actually on the apprenticeship training website right now, looking for apprenticeship opportunities for those in the utility work. So is it your understanding that in some of these areas, we don't already have a Department of Labor apprenticeship program set up?
Correct. As drafted, the bill applies to, again, any contract that is entered into by a water utility, private water utility. So it isn't limited to the definition that would be applicable to the apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship program. There are a number of positions within a water utility that they contract out for that aren't necessarily apprenticeship positions. So, for example, we do hire we are required to hire certified water system operators. Those training requirements and certifications are governed by the Department of Public Health, but are not subject to the Department of Labor's apprenticeship requirements. In addition, there are a lot of other positions that they either have within their utility or that they contract out for that are not subject to apprenticeship or pre-apprenticeship training. Engineers, for example, environmental consultants and things of that nature.
Yeah, because I don't see them listed. And then just a quick follow-up. Is my understanding also that the majority of the work that we're talking about typically already falls under the prevailing wage requirements? Is that not correct?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So again, the funding for drinking water flows through the state's drinking water state revolving fund. And again, as a condition of receiving any low interest loan or grant subsidy, they need to comply fully with the state's and federal prevailing wage requirements.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would like to note, and we could talk, as I mentioned, we can certainly get in touch with you. We can have a conversation, but I do believe that right now it is the way the language is drafted is that it's linked to Public Act 3153. So I believe that it is covered, specifically recognizes those thresholds that are currently in statute, but we can certainly have more conversation about it. And if we need to clean up the definition of public utility projects, I'm certain we can work on that as well. So any other comments or questions? Thank you very much. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Next up, I see that we have our Senate President here. I hate to interrupt you all, but you are next on the list, Senator Martin Looney.
Thank you,
morning.
Madam Chair. Thank you, co-chairs of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, one of which I was proud to serve on many years ago as a House member. And was one of the pieces of legislation that we worked on then was way back then. It was plant closing notification legislation back in the 1980s. So good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm Martin Looney, State Senator from the 11th District, representing New Haven and Hamden, here to testify today on Senate Bill number 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days, and raised House Bill number 5164, an act concerning unemployment benefits. So first of all, on Senate Bill 7, this bill aims to expand the state's paid sick days law in numerous ways so that almost all of Connecticut residents can benefit from paid sick days. We were actually a leader a number of years ago, back in 2011, when we passed a bill that created the right to paid sick days, but only for employees who were employed by employers with 50 or more employees. And that was putting down a marker at that time in a way that recognized workers' needs, but it was, of course, very limited. It applied to only about 12% of our workforce at the time. Many other states have since then have provided much broader coverage to workers at much smaller employers, down to employers of one employee, and that's what we intend to do with this bill. Because unfortunately, federal law doesn't guarantee workers a single paid day off, and so it's left to states to do this. It is a matter of simple humanity and public health. We don't want workers to be in a position where they are having to choose between going to work and losing pay. For those who are moderate income or higher than moderate income or wealthy, it's probably hard to envision that there are many people with a loss of 1 or 2 days' pay in the course of a month could make the difference between being able to make their rent at the start of the next month or make a car payment when it's due, or some other pressing obligation. So it is, there are that many people in our state, lower income people who are living on that tight a margin that an unpaid day or two could put them close to the brink of a crisis. And nobody who is employed in Connecticut, working hard to support their family, should be, in a sense, walking that tightrope without any kind of a net. So this would provide that, and we need to make sure that we do it to join the other states that have, because Connecticut has always enjoyed a progressive pro-worker reputation, and we need to reestablish our leadership by passing Senate Bill 7 this year. In addition, would also draw your attention to the House Bill 5164, which is also important legislation that provides for unemployment benefits for those who are engaged, workers who are engaged in strikes of duration of more than 2 weeks. Again, other states have taken the lead on this as well, although we proposed, I believe we passed it in the state Senate a few years ago, but other states have gotten it all the way through the process. Again, this is a situation where workers are grappling with a very difficult decision as to whether to take a strike vote. No one does this lightly. Because everyone knows that there will be a diminution in income during the duration of the strike, even with this benefit. Very few strikes go beyond 2 weeks. Strike funds, even if they exist, are very often only a very small portion of the earnings that people have. I remember as a boy accompanying my father, taking the bus to the union office for at the Olin Winchester plant to pick up his strike fund check. And walk with him on the picket line there for a while because he had to put in a certain number of hours in order to get the check from the strike fund, which was a real small one, but very important. And I remember the difficult and painful discussions that he had with my mother prior to the strike vote as to what it would likely mean and what degree of privation it might cause our family if the strike went on for a length of time. And he felt it was necessary to do at the time. And ultimately, after the strike, the next contract, it was better. The so-called final offer of the company before the strike turned out not to be so final, and there was a much better offer after a strike of a certain duration, which is often the case. So again, would urge both of those measures on this committee this year, urge passage of them, and hope that they will pass both the Senate and the House this year as a strong indicator of our recognition of the struggles of working people in the state.
Thank you, Senator Looney. I don't see any questions, but I would like to say it's always helpful to have your perspective since you can give us the historical references from your own experience. So I appreciate it. Oh, I see Representative Weir has a question.
Thank you, Senator, for your testimony, and nice to see you. As I was reading through the bill that was presented to us, it occurred to me that it's been reported that the paid family medical leave is expected to have a surplus of 700 million. And so I wanted to, I know that we have 3 bills before us. There's a lot of great consideration that's gone into this. Has any consideration been given to, recognizing that surplus is there, it's not fully utilized, that we work towards making it fully utilized so that people would have access for sick days before adding another layer and another regulation? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I know several years ago, opponents of the paid family and medical leave bill said that it would be actuarially unsound at the level that we had established it at. It now has at least temporarily a surplus. So I would be reluctant to tamper with that because we don't have much experience with it yet. It's a relatively new program, and the balance is currently quite healthy. But obviously, it would be within the purview of this committee to grapple with that question. But I would be reluctant to tamper with a fund that needs to be robust in order to meet the benefits promised.
Thank you, Senator Looney. And I would just like to suggest that I strongly agree with you on this. In fact, we had a number of people who came to us, both some looking to reduce the contribution rate, but others who wanted to improve the benefits. And we said to all parties this year would be a bad time to do that, given that we haven't seen full utilization yet. And I do think that we're working on that. When my good colleague here, Representative Sanchez, was in the hospital recently expecting his new little one, he noticed that a lot of the fathers were not aware that they could utilize that benefit. And it's something that he undertook to really change. And so I appreciate your work on that, Representative Sanchez, and hopefully everyone will become aware of the benefits that are available to them. But I do appreciate your answer on that, Senator Looney. Thank you very much. Any
Thank you,
other
Madam Chair.
comments or questions? Seeing none.
Right.
Thank you very
It's
much.
always a pleasure to appear before this committee that works on so many critical issues and reports out so much important legislation. Thank you so much.
Take care. Thank you. Next, we have Tim Ryan. Tim? And I see John Erlinghouse is coming up, and you were numbers 11 and 12 on the list, so it's nice.
some time.
Save some time calling you up. Thank you for being here. Go right ahead.
Yes. Good morning. I'm Tim Ryan from Trumbull. My background includes being a CPA with an MBA in finance. And I was fortunate enough to have been able to retire early because of the retirement savings that I was able to accrue throughout my career. This has enabled me to spend time volunteering for many fine organizations like AARP, where I've worked on programs like MyCT Savings. AARP is a strong supporter of Senate Bill 136 and has submitted a more detailed written response. Saving for retirement is one of the most important things people can do for their future. And for small businesses, being able to access retirement savings options helps them hire and keep valuable employees in today's competitive job market. That's why AARP championed the MyCT Savings program, which provides an easy, low-cost retirement savings option to help small businesses provide their employees with a way to save. Thanks to MyCT Savings, 600,000 private sector employees in Connecticut now have the option to save for retirement through automatic payroll contributions to their own Roth IRA account. Currently, over 25,000 workers who previously had no retirement coverage at work are now participating in MyCT Savings, resulting in almost $17 million in assets so far. This program is a win-win and just the kind of innovative solution Connecticut needs for today's workforce. AARP supports all the changes to the program, but wants to highlight just a few of the most important ones. Section 1, subsection 2 changes the default savings rate from 3% to 5%. This brings the program into alignment with the other programs around the country and would also help participants save more. Section 1, subsection 3, which redefines a covered employee to mean an individual that has been employed by a qualified employer for a period of not less than 30 days instead of the 120 days currently. This gives them quicker access to the program. Section 3, subsection 8 adopts an annual automated increase in the contribution level for participants of not more than 1% of their current contribution level up to a maximum of 10%. Again, this would help participants save more. Section 7 deals with business compliance. All businesses who do not offer a qualified plan to their employees are currently required to participate in the MyCT Savings program. The compliance feature will encourage businesses required to participate to go ahead and get registered. And again, the program is offered at no cost to the employer. These improvements will help covered employees enjoy a more secure retirement and save taxpayers money in the long run. Thanks for your consideration.
And Senator Kushner and members of the committee, just to add, I'm going to address a couple of things that have come up last year through the public hearing and the floor debate in the House. This Connecticut MyCT Savings program is one of the most successful in the country. In fact, once the operation of this program was moved into the comptroller's office and Comptroller Scanlon took a hold of the program, the rollout was very accelerated and very successful as compared to other programs at that stage of the game in other states that have successful programs. No other program, when they started out, started with a compliance component. So all of them found the need to do a compliance component. But having said that, we were further along in terms of the number of businesses that participated in the program prior to enacting a compliance component. All of those changes are meant to bring us in alignment with other states' programs because we want to encourage states to cooperate and get more scale rather than having a number of administrative bodies, not because Connecticut's program is not up to par, but it will benefit Connecticut workers if other states' workers participate in the program, bringing costs down for them. So that's a critical component. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention, we have the lowest opt-out rate of employees of any program in the country. 80+% of workers who are auto-enrolled in this program stay with this program. And, you know, that's very, very highly successful. So states are looking to our program, and we just want to get the pieces of the program that are not in compliance with, or not in, comparatively not the same as the other states, and get them to be the same. So, you know, this is just a highly, highly successful program. We've been working on it at ARP, and we have our volunteers that can tell you, you know, all the way back to the study component, well over a dozen years ago, passed in 2016. But I will just say in 22 and 23, when Comptroller Scanlon really put the gas on this, it took off and in a big way. And now it's time to kind of bring it in alignment with the other states. And so we encourage you to do that. I just also want to mention too, that we're here additionally with our volunteers supporting Senate Bill 7, and specifically in section 1, the expansion of the definition of caregivers. We worked on this bill when it was originally passed. We believe that we should expand the definition of a family member and use the definition that exists in the paid family medical leave law. We do think that's something that should be more aligned because there are all types of family caregivers. We know that it's a big, huge issue for us. Our members care about it. And, you know, we have members here who today are family caregivers, have been cared for. And, you know, people shouldn't have to lose a paycheck in order to be able to care for a loved one. So we encourage support for that piece of Senate Bill 7. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I do want to thank Tim, who's been our lead volunteer on this for years, and Jess Murhead from the MyCT Savings Program, who's done a yeoman's job with limited I have to stress that, limited resources that have gone into the promotion of this program. And yet at this stage of our rollout, we're further along ahead than any other state in the country. So things that were looked at as a negative last year in the House debate were actually positives. And I was kind of coming out of my skin watching that debate, because it was, you know, we're in a really good place. We want to be in a better place, and it'll only help our workers in Connecticut in the long run, and the state.
Thank you so much for your testimony on this program. I agree with you. It is a tremendous value to us to have people save money. Especially young people don't always think about what it's going to be like when they're up in age and need to have that nest egg so that they can retire with security. And so I do appreciate your testimony on it. You did mention the opt-out provision, and I'm glad you talked about that. I'm not sure everybody understands that. So if you might elaborate on that.
Well, so currently right now, if you're a business that's in compliance and following the law and participating in the program, you're automatically enrolled as an employee in the program. And you have a period of time in with which you can decide not to participate in the program. So it's voluntary in the sense that employees can opt out, and opt out, frankly, at any time. But we have plus 80% of employees who are enrolled who decide, hey, you know, this is a good thing. And to me, with just 25,000 low to moderate wage employees participating in the program, we've amassed in that time $17 million in savings. So, you know, it's very critical for us to maintain that structure. And it's also critical for people to, you know, for us to encourage people to participate when the opportunity becomes available, and to encourage businesses to comply with the law and participate, because, you know, it benefits them, because, you know, there could be a like business that offers this program and another business doesn't. And one will be more valuable to a prospective worker than the other. And, you know, as I say, the compounding effect is amazing in terms of saving. And I, you know, Tim touched upon it. In the long run, it saves, we did research at ARP that shows the amount of money the state of Connecticut will save on social service programs because people will be in a more secure retirement. We don't think this is the be all and end all, but compared to what the opportunities they currently have are, this is a darn good start. It doesn't cost the state of Connecticut anything, and it doesn't cost the business anything. And, you know, frankly, it's a Roth IRA, so we don't encourage it, but you do have the flexibility of accessing that money at any time. You have your own accounts. You can see what your balances are, just like any account, because it's a private account. The state doesn't get the money, doesn't touch the money, doesn't manage the money. It's not mixed in with pensions. It's, all these things that you kind of hear are just not true. And, the proof is in the pudding. It's working, and the people love it.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you all.
Next up, we have Amy Traub.
Yes, hello. Good day, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Amy Traub, and I'm senior researcher with the National Employment Law Project, NELP. NELP is a national nonprofit research and policy organization that for more than 50 years has sought to strengthen protections and build power for workers in the U.S., including workers who are unemployed. I'm speaking today in favor of HB 5164, which would extend unemployment benefits to workers after they've been on strike for 14 days. This legislation is consistent with the longstanding core purposes of the unemployment insurance program and would have powerful benefits for workers, families, and communities across Connecticut with little impact on Connecticut's UI trust fund. Unemployment insurance, UI, was established in the midst of the Great Depression to protect workers and their families against loss of income due to unemployment and to bolster the overall economy during economic downturns by sustaining consumer demand. Striking workers are temporarily disconnected from their employers and their paychecks, and that's exactly the type of worker UI was designed to support. Many workers in similar situations are currently supported by the UI system in Connecticut, including workers on temporary layoff and workers participating in the Connecticut Department of Labor's Shared Work Program. Striking workers and their families deserve the same financial support and should not be pushed into poverty for exercising their legally protected right to strike. Providing striking workers with limited economic support through Connecticut's UI system, which pays just 36% of prior wages on average, will help workers and their families continue to afford necessities and spend money in their communities, sustaining support for the local economy and small businesses. In New York and New Jersey, which already offer UI benefits to striking workers, there is no evidence that access to UI benefits makes workers more likely to go on strike. Going on strike is a momentous event for workers involved, but it would have little impact on Connecticut's unemployment insurance system or its trust fund. A recent analysis by Daniel Perez at the Economic Policy Institute finds that if Connecticut provided UI benefits to workers after 14 days on strike, striking workers would account for just 2% of initial monthly UI claims and 0.3% of continuing monthly claims, and would increase monthly benefit costs by less than 0.5%, even if every single striking worker applied for and received UI benefits. That's not something that happens. Providing a degree of economic security to striking workers also helps level the playing field that currently tilts far in favor of employers and big business, a dynamic that has fueled dramatic increases in inequality. So the National Employment Law Project urges legislators to support HB 5164. Thanks so much for your time, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Weir has a question.
Thank you for your testimony. Can you just repeat something that I thought I heard, and I'll paraphrase, so feel free to correct me if I heard this wrong, that you stated that unemployment benefits would not make workers more likely to strike?
That's right. There's no evidence of that in New York and New Jersey, which already have already offer UI benefits to workers. There's no evidence of that. It's a huge deal for workers to upend their lives by going on strike. They go on strike when they really feel that they need to. It's not something that anyone takes lightly.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here with us today.
Thanks so much.
Next up, we have Bob Bradley. Is Bob in the room? I don't see him, so we'll skip over him and go next to Carmen Lanche. Carmen is online. And there you are. We see you now.
Estimados miembros de la Comisión de Trabajo y Empleados Públicos, mi nombre es Carmen Lanche y vivo en Norwalk. Soy director ejecutivo de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras y tenemos 300 miembros en el estado de Connecticut. Nuestra organización lucha por los derechos de los trabajadores. Pertenecemos a Connecticut for All, una coalición estatal que lucha por un futuro mejor para Connecticut y que reúne a más de 60 organizaciones comunitarias, religiosas y sindicales. Estoy aquí testificando en apoyo de SB7, una ley referente a los días de licencia por enfermedad pagados en Connecticut. Como organización atendemos a muchas personas con diferentes necesidades, entre las cuales las trabajadoras del hogar no tienen los mismos derechos que cualquier trabajador. Trabajan diariamente sin faltar al trabajo, incluso estando enfermas porque no tienen otra opción. Antes de la pandemia, los trabajadores con salarios bajos y los trabajadores de color ya tenían menos probabilidades que los trabajadores con salarios más altos y los trabajadores blancos de tener acceso a una licencia por enfermedad remunerada. En el 2019, más de 32 millones de personas en el país no tenían acceso a una sola licencia por enfermedad remunerada. La desigualdad en el acceso a los días de enfermedad pagados no hace sino agravar los daños y la injusticia económica. Todos los trabajadores tienen derecho a un empleo bueno y estable, que se les pague un salario digno y se les trate con respeto. El trabajo debe ser una fuente de orgullo y oportunidades, no de ansiedad, miedo o explotación. Los trabajadores de color están sobrerepresentados en industrias que no ofrecen licencia por enfermedad remunerada y es mucho más probable que no tengan acceso a un beneficio que los trabajadores blancos. Amplíe el acceso de los días de seguros para que los trabajadores puedan tener a un familiar que sufre violencia familiar, violencia de pareja o agresión sexual. Cubrir a todos los trabajadores, exigiendo a los empleadores que proporcionen licencia por enfermedad remunerada a todos los empleados, independientemente del tamaño del empleador o de la industria.
Thank you. I believe now we'll have translation. And I do have a question. I see Roger Sensorich is logged in. And Roger, did you have, are you able to translate that?
I'll have a hard time translating 3 minutes from memory. I'm sorry.
And you could explain the following to our.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, she spoke at length about how
Yes.
basic
Roger,
days.
1 second. We actually have someone in the room who has the translation available, so we're not
Okay.
going to call on you right
Thank
now.
you.
But if you would, before you translate, could you please provide us with your name?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Perez Caraballo.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Dear members of Labor and Public Employees Commission, my name is Carmen Lanche and I live in Norwalk. I am the Executive Director of Comunidades Sin Fronteras, and we have 300 members in the state of Connecticut. Our organization fights for workers' rights. We belong to Connecticut for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut that brings together more than 60 community faith-based and union organizations. I am testifying in support of SB 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. As an organization, we serve many people with different needs, among which domestic workers do not have the same rights as any worker. They work daily without missing work, and even when sick, because they have no other option. Pre-pandemic, low-wage workers and workers of color were already less likely than high-wage and white workers to have access to paid sick leave. In 2019, more than 32 million people in the country did not have access to a single paid sick day. Workers of color are overrepresented in industries that do not offer paid sick leave and are much more likely to lack access to this benefit than their white coworkers. Unequal access to paid sick days only compounds harm and economic injustice. All workers have the right to a good, stable job that pays them a living wage and treats them with respect. Work should be a source of pride and opportunity, not anxiety, fear, and exploitation. Expand access to safe days so workers can care for a family member experiencing family violence. dating violence, or sexual assault. Cover all workers by requiring all employers to provide paid sick time to all employees, regardless of employer size or industry. Bring our eligibility and accrual rate in line with what businesses in our neighboring states provide their workers, so workers will become eligible to use their paid sick time 100 days after they start working and can accrue a minimum of 40 hours per year. Domestic workers have been significantly left out of vital protections and benefits in the workplace and were not included in basic labor protections for 60 years. Expanding paid sick days will eliminate the employer size thresholds to cover all employees, regardless of where they work. This will ensure domestic workers are included in legislation so that they are not forced to choose between taking care of themselves and providing for our families. The uncertainty of COVID-19 heightened the existing threats to the economic security of domestic workers, since many, especially those who provide home care or elder care, were considered essential workers and continued working through the pandemic at risk of facing high rates of unemployment. I strongly support the expansion of paid sick days in our state. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote favorably this year to strengthen Connecticut's paid sick leave laws. Thank you for your time. Carmen Lanche, Norwalk, Connecticut.
Thank you, Carmen. I'll ask if anyone has questions for you, not at this time, but thank you for being with us, and you can translate that for me.
Carmen, no hay preguntas. Gracias por estar aquí. Se te aprecia mucho. Gracias. And thank you so much, members of the Labor and Public Employees Commission.
Thank you. And next we have Bob Bradley. Is Bob in the room? Okay, I think I asked before, so once again, I'll skip over him. Kylie McCarthy. Good morning again. I saw you earlier.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kylie McCarthy. I live in Middletown. I work as an inspector at Pratt & Whitney in Middletown, and I am a shop steward and activist for the International Association of Machinists Union, Local 700. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. As a shop steward, I take very seriously my responsibility to represent my union brothers and sisters, both on and off the shop floor, which is why I'm here today. Providing workers with unemployment benefits while striking allows us to have more control of our working conditions. No one deserves to be underpaid, work in unsafe conditions, go without health care, or be without a retirement plan. In December of 2001, Pratt & Whitney's workers went on strike. At 4 years old, my entire world felt like it came crashing down. How long will it be before my dad can work again? What happens if he never returns to work? How will we eat? Where will we live? I was filled with so much anxiety because a massive corporation was more interested in padding their bottom line than taking care of their employees. After 10 days, an agreement was reached, which included raises, increased retirement contributions, and an agreement to keep certain work within the state. Thankfully, union members stayed strong to ensure a better future for themselves and their families. Despite agreeing to keep jobs within the state, in the summer of 2009, it was announced that Pratt & Whitney would be closing its Cheshire facility. This news came as my family and I were on our way to New York for our family vacation. This led to us delaying our plans to attend a press conference where my father, Wayne McCarthy, then president of Local 1746A in Cheshire, explained he and the union would hold Pratt & Whitney accountable for the agreement they'd made in their previous contracts. With the help of politicians like Senator Richard Blumenthal and the support of former Governor Jody Rell, workers were able to come together and fight. Pratt & Whitney had been found guilty of violating their agreement not once but twice as they attempted to appeal the results of the original federal ruling. Though the Cheshire plant did still close, hundreds of jobs remained in Connecticut as affected workers were able to transfer to East Hartford and Middletown. This exemplifies exactly why it's so important for workers to be able to strike, so we are able to hold corporations accountable for our existing agreements and protect our futures. Unemployment benefits being available to striking workers will ensure financial hardship will not impede workers' ability to get a fair contract when a company has not bargained in good faith. Thank you all for your time, and I am open to any questions you have.
Representative Ackert.
Thank you. And you brought up a memory. My dad worked for a company and I was a young person and went on strike and I had no clue what was going on at that time. And piggy banks were broke into and things like that to help the families. But my question is more about structure now. How has the employment level since the years that your dad was there until now? You talked about plants closing and things like that. What is has the employment level at Pratt & Whitney been over the decades?
I'm not sure about exact numbers. I know we have about 1,400 or so union members across East Hartford and Middletown, and I know that in beginning in 2019 they had ended their hiring freeze, so things have been improving steadily.
At one time, I think Pratt & Whitney had the largest footprint of employment in the state, and I think it's changed over the years. But I appreciate your testimony and the work that you do. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's good to see that the legacy of your father is carrying on in you. I'm
Thank
sure
you.
everyone is very proud of you and your family. Thank you. Next up, Heather Howlett. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Ware, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Heather Howlett. I live in Columbia, and I'm a clinical assistant in the sleep center at Wyndham Hospital. And I am also a member of the AFT Connecticut Local 5099 and a union steward. My local is the Wyndham Community Memorial Hospital United Employees, and we represent approximately 200 members that are allied health, technical, environmental services, dietary, plant operations, registration, financial services, paramedics. I'm looking because I have lots of members of different careers. We also have radiology techs that are all at Wyndham Hospital and at a couple of sites that are off. We are all under Hartford Healthcare owned Wyndham Community Memorial Hospital. And we did have the experience of going on strike in October of 2022. As you hear, it is not an easy decision for anyone to make. We only did a 2-day strike. At the time, I was the president of the local, and our executive board took it to a vote. It was a very difficult decision, but our members were urging us after 11 months of negotiations with Hartford Healthcare leadership. It was a resounding yes to go out on strike. I voted yes myself because I felt that we needed to fight for our rights. That was not only for what was right for us as workers to keep Wyndham Hospital running, but also for our community. We went on strike for unfair labor practices. The employer continuously broke labor law throughout our contract negotiations. While we were in negotiations for over 11 months, our local believed that the employer was not bargaining in good faith. We have seen time and time again that in the private sector, employers using bad faith tactics to scare workers to agree to contract terms that are far less than what they deserve. The Wyndham Hospital executives did just that. Upper management basically dared our hospital's workers to go out on strike. As Hartford Healthcare, Wyndham Hospital's parent company, has nearly unlimited resources and could wait us out, target our wallets, and try to create cracks in our solidarity. Going out on strike was not a decision our members made lightly. Many were scared and worried about how they would make ends meet. But we all came together and voted overwhelmingly to go out and walk the picket line. The loss of 2 days of pay was quite significant for some of our members as they hold 2 or 3 jobs just to make their ends meet and pay their bills. And no worker should have to worry about making their ends meet or stand for illegal and bullying tactics from their employer. What HB 5164 would do would make it not so that I don't think it would push members to go out on strike, but I think it would force employers to stay at the bargaining table and bargain fairly.
Ms. Howlett, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
So again, I don't think it would force us to go out. I think it would force them to stay at the table, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I have to say, though, seeing you here, I only was in Wyndham Hospital once when my son was a student and had an emergency appendectomy. But I have fond memories of how nice that hospital was and how well he was cared for by the staff there. So thank you for what you do for our communities. Any comments or questions? Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Heather, thank you. Unfortunately, I have to visit. That's my hospital to go to. Unfortunately, I've been there. But you mentioned they broke labor laws. Can you during your testimony, you said they broke labor laws. First, was there any action taken by the state on those labor laws that they broke?
So we did file suit against them for it. It did not end that way because we did end up signing a contract in the end. So we did drop our suit against them. So there was not an end conclusion for it.
Okay, because when I know that we have laws in the book for a reason, and want them enforced, people blame us,
Right.
legislators. We put the words in the book that someone's supposed to do the job,
Yes.
and we want them to do that job. And if there's laws that are broken, they should be held accountable. And that would stop the next opportunity for that same client possibly, or same business, to break that in another location. So I thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. And I do thank you for all that Wyndham Hospital does for our community.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Before you leave, I do have one, just to follow up on Representative Ackert's question. I believe Wyndham Hospital is not a state-owned or state-run hospital. It's a private hospital. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I believe they would fall under the federal law, not state law, which is the National Labor Relations Act. And I don't know how long your case was, but I know in my experience, when you file an unfair labor practice, it can take years to work its way through the system, literally years and years, given appeals that employers have to local decision-making, which also can take a long time. So I understand that it's great that you were able to file those charges, but at the same time, it probably doesn't, in fact, help bring the employer back to the table.
Right.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Next, we have Lucille Scarietto. Did I say your name correctly?
Sharetto.
Sharetto, see? I knew it was probably different than what I said. Thank you, Lucille.
Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Acker, and Representative Ware, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Lucy Sharetto. I live in Waterbury. I work as a seafood manager at Stop and Shop in Southbury. I am a union steward and executive board member for Local 371 UFCW. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5164. When I went on strike with 31,000 other employees of Stop and Shop in March of 2019, our company had not been on strike in over 30 years. We went on strike because our employer wanted to eliminate healthcare benefits for spouses, gut our pensions, and not give wage increases to many of their employees. Our defined benefit pension and affordable healthcare insurance are the reasons most of us work for the company. The day of the strike vote was scary, but we had no choice. Stop and Shop just wanted to keep taking from us. My husband and I both work for Stop and Shop, so our entire financial world was about to change. I had to keep strong for my employees, but this wasn't an easy task when I was so nervous on the inside. going on strike for 2 weeks, not knowing what was going to happen to us financially as a family was frightening. If I had the opportunity to collect unemployment, I would have been able to rest a little easier. I had each and every employee apply for unemployment at the time, hoping they would receive it and that the state would see that we were forced to stop working because the deal from the company was so terrible. It was scary to have to strike, but being a union steward, I had to keep all the Southbury Stop and Shop employees as positive as I could. I recall having employees crying and being so scared and angry. My coworkers showed up day after day to walk the line, many with their young children in tow, as they could no longer afford childcare. And the weather, it went from sunny to rainy, windy and cold. When someone melted down in fear or sadness, I would just hug them. It was all that I could do. I hope and pray we never have to do this again, but we will if we are forced to. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony and for reminding us. I think everyone in the state of Connecticut remembers that strike so well. And there was tremendous community support for what you were standing up for. I know I personally found it very rewarding to be with strikers in my Stop and Shop that I still have shopped there for 30 years. And I really appreciate everything that you all did to protect workers and protect your health care.
Thank you for your support.
Next up, I see Comptroller Scanlon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is my pleasure to be here this morning, and Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, ranking members, my name is Sean Scanlon. I have the honor of being the Comptroller of the state of Connecticut, and I am here to testify on behalf of two bills. Let me just quickly say, before I get to the bill that's germane to me, echo my strong support for paid sick leave. I was not in the legislature when that bill first passed in 2011, but I do believe strongly that every single person deserves access to sick leave, and it's such an important resource for our state and a business-friendly thing, in my opinion, for folks to be able to accrue sick leave as they work in our industries here in Connecticut. Obviously, that law was a landmark law, but it's time to renew it and to readjust it and to make sure that it works for everybody. And I commend the committee for raising that bill today and want to echo my strong support for it. But I am here also to testify for something that's deeply important to me and my agency, which is in SB 136, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program statutes. I am a recovering legislator, so I'm not going to read my 3 pages of testimony here, nor will I, spare, everybody for that. But let me just say that similar to what's happening with paid sick leave, I do believe that every worker in the state deserves access to a safe and secure retirement after the work that they put in for decades. And thanks to this program, which is formally known as the Connecticut Retirement Security Program, but colloquially known as My CD Savings, every Connecticut worker now does have access to a retirement plan. And it's important, I think, for the committee to know that this program is very successful. To date, we've had over 6,300 companies in our state sign up for this program. 25,000 workers are currently enrolled in it in 161 of our 169 towns, and they have saved $18 million so far in this program. So that's $18 million that is directly going to help make sure that those folks have that secure retirement that all of us want for our friends, our neighbors, and our loved ones. But similar to the paid sick leave law, this bill was passed all the way back in 2016. And while it is finally getting off the ground and we are in the implementation stage of it, We've learned a lot since then. And as a result of that, we are before the committee today asking for the committee to make 10 mostly technical, but some substantive changes to the program that will help us continue to help the small businesses of Connecticut help their employees save for retirement. Last thing I'd say is this, before opening up to questions, Madam Chair, is that I have traveled around the state of Connecticut in my first year and change in this job. And I have had the chance to meet hundreds of people who have signed up for this plan, hundreds of small businesses that I have toured that were never able to afford giving this retirement to their employees. I was raised by a single mom who ran a small business. Every single dollar that my mom ever made went to keeping the lights on and keeping food on our table. And like her, half of the employees that work in Connecticut companies don't get offered retirement, not because the business doesn't want to, it's because most of the time the business can't afford to. Thanks to my CT Savings, they don't have to worry about that. This is a free retirement program that costs the business nothing. And as a result of that, I think that's why you're seeing so many, 6,300 so far and counting, businesses that have signed up for this to help their employees through our office. I'm very proud to run this program. I'm proud of our team that's running it. And I thank you for your consideration of this bill.
Thank you, Comptroller Scanlon. It's good to see you here. I will call on Representative Ackert, and then I have a question as well.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Sean, always good to see you.
Likewise.
A couple questions. As an employer that provides, and I look at this as the benefit that they deserve as a worker for me, we don't start our benefits till 90 days. That would not change. So if I check the box, I already provide benefits for them because you want to move it to 30 days. But a company that's already checked the box, I already provide that benefit that doesn't affect that company. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So similar. And then next question is.
Well, I should clarify myself, Representative. I'm going to look over here to make sure I'm right. If a new employee is hired in that company that is enrolled in the plan, it would then be 30 days. So if there's a company that's already enrolled in this law changes, the effective date of this is July 1 of whatever the year is. After that point, that company would then have to enroll them within 30 days, even if they previously were doing it in 120 because the law had changed. So it will be for both new employers and for existing employers with new employees.
Oh, I'm going to get a little bit more clarification, but thank you for that. I offer it. My benefit starts at 90 days in my company. So I've already said I provide benefits. I would have to still enroll that employee. Okay, that's what I want you to answer.
If you offer your employees a retirement plan, you are exempt from the law.
Perfect.
Whether it's 30 or 90 days.
That's what I want to make sure.
I'm sorry for not understanding.
Yeah, I know that if they did, they might have enrolled their other employee at 120. They're now doing it at 30. That I get. That's the new moving them up. And then similar question. You're now bumping this up in percentage wise to 5%. First, the rationale for that. And then again, I've checked the box. I provide benefits. It may be slightly less than that. Could be more. Doesn't still no effect on that company that provides benefits.
Yes. So great question. So many states and the industry has moved to 5%. Right now, we have a minimum automatic default of 3% savings. We are trying to follow the industry standard here, both the private sector and plans like this in the public sector of going up to 5%. That does not mean that somebody can't go back down to 3%. That just means that the default setting is at 5%, again, in accordance with industry standards.
Yep. And then I see that further in the legislation, you actually even bump it up even further automatically. So that individual that may be on the retirement plan, the next cycle goes up continually up to 10%. But again, that person, that individual, that employee could say, I'll stay at the 3%. They can opt to stay, either opt out totally, or they can opt down to just a minimum of say 3%.
Absolutely. And again, that auto escalation is another industry standard that is actually the direct result of a federal law passed called Secure 2.0, in which all 401ks in America that start after this federal law passed have to include that auto escalation. We're simply just including that in our plan to confer with those, national standards. But anytime anybody wants to, they can stop that. But we do find that that auto escalation is a good thing for these plans and helps them save more money, which ultimately is a good thing for all of us.
But again, employee has a lot of flexibility and ability to say, that's too much for me right now or whatever. Even in my own plan, I have young people that just opt out. They don't want retirement, even though I match. I go, but you're giving away money.
Yeah.
And I try to, you're giving away money. You should do it now while you're 22,
And that's the beauty, Representative, in my mind, of this plan is we create a tool for people. If they do not want to use it, it's a free country. They do not have to, but this allows them to be given that tool. There are set default rates. And if they want to change that to go up or down, they can do that anytime on their own by themselves, just using their app.
And thank you. I'm still not in favor of the penalties, but thank you for your time to be here and always the work that you do.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Comptroller Scanlon. I do have a question that actually is left over from last year's debate. I think there's been some really good testimony, not just this morning from you, but also from people from AARP that really helped clarify some of the questions that were raised last year during the debate. But one question that came up, it's been said that this does not cost the state of Connecticut anything. There has been a question about fiduciary responsibilities and who's the fiduciary, and would there be a cause for alarm should there be a problem with the savings account? Could you address that?
Well, that is addressed in here in terms of proposal number 5, which is sort of an indemnification of the state, and then in 6, which deals with the liability of the employers, that they are not liable for example, poor performance of the plan, or if something goes wrong, that they are exempt from that too. So again, we view some of this bill as correcting things that were perhaps oversights or that we've learned from, given that this bill passed almost 8 years ago at this point, that we do believe are time for a refresh to protect both the taxpayers of the state and the businesses that we serve.
Thank you so much. It gives us, I think, peace of mind to know that young people will be saving. Sometimes, as you pointed out, people don't realize how much they would need that. I know that my kid, when he was in his late teens and early 20s, he worked as a unionized carpenter, and he didn't do it for very long, but I get the statements because they still come to my house. But I see that he has a pension with the Carpenters Union that I think he never anticipated at that age he would need. So thank you so much for leading on this. And I know there's been a lot of credit given to your office and to you for speeding up and accelerating the ability of this program to be stood up and to start working. So we really appreciate that. I see Representative Weir has a question.
Thank you, Comptroller Scanlon. So just to follow on my colleague's question, the state through this action is relieved of some liability, and the employer is relieved of some liability. So then in terms of the fiduciary, who is responsible if somebody acts improperly? If in our plan, I know who's handling and who's responsible. So who is ultimately responsible if
I'm going to ask Jess Muirhead, who is the director of the program, to come up and talk in more specificity about this.
Sure. Just make sure you identify yourself when you come to the mic.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Jessica Muirhead. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Retirement Security Program in the Office of the State Comptroller. To answer your question, Representative, about fiduciary duty, the Comptroller is the sole fiduciary of the program and is held to the standards as outlined in the current statute, and that will not be changed by this bill. The Attorney General has the ability to investigate any member of the board and the as well as the comptroller or any of the comptroller's agents for violating those standards of care to act in the best interest of the people in this program. So that's the sort of outline of the fiduciary responsibility and the consequences for that. The indemnification of the board that's brought up in this bill isn't an indemnification of the state. It just means that the board members are not personally liable for someone's, investment portfolio not turning out the way that they wanted it to in 30 years. So they can't be personally sued by someone for that. But it doesn't mean that they're not still held to the standards of care and couldn't be investigated by the Attorney General.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other comments or questions? Representative Sanchez.
Thank you. I do have a question, specifically one that was asked of me last year during the House debate, and you speak of the board. So I just wanted some clarity on a specific question. What are some of the consequences, or are there consequences for somebody on the board who acts recklessly in their position?
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to that. So the board is an advisory board. The board is a 15-member board, and they don't have direct control over the program. Ultimately, the comptroller is responsible for the performance of the program and the investments as the sole fiduciary. But if a board member was found to be acting not with in violation of the standards of care, they could be subject to investigation by the Attorney General.
I would also just add quickly, Representative, that for those of you who may not know the history of this was an independent board where the board members did have a lot more responsibility and ownership of this program. And the program did not get off the ground right away. And there was some controversy around it, which was why before I was even comptroller, this was moved directly under the agency of a constitutional officer who in theory would be more accountable than members of a board. And that decision was made to make the comptroller the sole fiduciary for that reason, so that there was much more accountability on this than just perhaps some board members that are appointed by individuals in the legislature.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Seeing no other questions, thank you for being here today, both of you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Next up, we have Tara Martin, who will be testifying on Zoom. Good morning. Actually, good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, terrific. So quick shout out to Comptroller Scanlon and his office. He recently helped advocate for my daughter. So just want to do a little shout out. Okay, so distinguished members of the Labor Committee, my name is Tara Volpe. I'm a resident and registered voter in Connecticut, and I am speaking in support of the expansion of paid sick days. In my former career, I spent 20 years as an early childhood educator and care provider, both in homes and in formal settings. During those 2 decades, depending on who I worked for, sick days were not always an option. Not only was I sometimes expected to work when I wasn't well, even after becoming sick from the children I was caring for, I would lose pay for those days if I was out. The childcare profession is one where workers are grossly underrespected, resulting in low pay. Many providers have to have a second job just to survive. This was always my case. So as a low-wage worker with 2 jobs, I really needed and deserved my full pay to get by every month. I was sometimes faced with deciding if I should go to work sick and risk infecting others, or as a person working 40 to 60 hours a week, lose needed wages. As a current member of the gun violence prevention movement, we know that Black and Brown people are disproportionately faced by the issue of gun violence. These are the same communities, due to historic bad policy, that face the highest levels of poverty. I can tell you, if you are shot and you survive, you are not going to work the next day. If your 3-year-old daughter or your 20-year-old son has been shot, you are not going to work the next day, but you will be experiencing trauma. And begging for a week's pay so you can make rent should not be one of your tasks. Yes, people in these situations can and should tap into paid sick and medical leave, but those first few days after a shooting are difficult, and filling out paperwork to receive those resources is often emotionally and physically impossible. Paid sick days can act as a stopgap, reducing the possibility of another crisis on top of one that is already being experienced. I hear many people say that paid sick days are a burden on employers and could harm small businesses. However, if you're running a small or large business and you can't float your employees for a week, your business is already in trouble. Blaming that on sick employees is nonsense, and it gaslights Connecticut's workers. Furthermore, if your business plan is created around paying people the lowest wages you possibly can and not providing them with reasonable and basic benefits like paid sick days, you don't have a business plan. You have a make money off of the backs of poor people plan. Regardless, if Connecticut was allowing business owners this luxury before, it needs to stop because it's an abusive business practice. It is for these and many other reasons that I support the expansion of paid sick days. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Tara. So you are advocating that gun violence victims be allowed to use paid sick days in the event of a shooting, correct?
Yeah, my understanding that is that that's already built in to this proposed bill, and that certainly makes sense because it would be reasonable to say that if your child were injured in or killed in a shooting, you would not be mentally well enough to go to school or to work the next day.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify for the record that we are talking about using severe trauma, mental health stress as part of sick days. And, your testimony very much illustrates that, as well as your testimony that normalize an exploitive business practice that doesn't allow that is poor business. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see any other. Oh, Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Tara, for your testimony. Not all businesses want to fail, or the businesses that fail don't want to fail. I met with the farmers just recently, and they're small farmers. They may have 2 or 3 employees. They're probably not going to have 2 or 3 employees because the vegetables, whatever, aren't getting to the price that they need to have the employees. A lot of times the things that we do in this building aren't positive for our businesses, and it caused them to be in the struggles that they are. I think that the majority of all businesses want to do the right thing and be able to afford it. But when I'm out talking to individuals, they're more worried about when we're in session and what we're going to impose on them. So yes, to your point, I think most people want to help their employees out and provide benefits for them. Those that are struggling and that are trying to keep afloat might have reasons outside of their efforts to continue to run their business. Not all storefronts are open in Connecticut for a reason. More restaurants have gone under in the past 4 years on reasons that they couldn't control. So let's not put all the businesses down that seem to go under, or maybe say they just can't do anymore. Let's work together to help provide the benefits that there is, but also find support for the businesses and understand why they might say, I can't afford to do that right now. So thank you again for your testimony and the work that you do.
Yeah, I just want to respond to that. Thank you so much for this conversation. And I'm sure that the advocates that are leading the charge on this can provide you with some information, but I strongly believe that what is good for workers is also good for businesses. And we need to start creating an environment where both workers and business owners are treated in a way that is good for everyone, and not having paid sick days 40 hours a week. I mean, it's 40 hours for a year. And it doesn't seem like this is something people will abuse. I think this is not an unreasonable ask or requirement of business owners, but I appreciate the conversation. And for the record, I'm a big fan of farmers. I grew up in Vermont, and my father owned his own business when I was young. So I appreciate all of the things that you're saying, but as a worker and as a person who sometimes gets sick, I think just making sure that we have these resources for folks is really important.
Thank you. Representative Weir.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to make sure, after listening to your comments, that we're also being sensitive to the concerns and the challenges that business owners face. I am a small business owner myself, and have gone through the process of leaving a secure profession to start my own business, and a lot of the learning you do along the way. So to listening to your testimony and your comments, about failing to plan and failing to have a business plan, you can plan all you want until the landscape changes and you have to adjust, and there's not always a perfect playbook for every situation. So I want to make sure that we're being sensitive to small business owners in this room, not discounting. Can I ask, through you, Madam Chair, have you been a business owner yourself? Have you had the opportunity to start a business or to?
I have not, but my father, again, was a business owner, and I have certainly been a worker. And I am certainly not implying that business owners are bad people. What I'm saying is that going forward, when a person makes a business plan, they need to make sure that they have these basic benefits for folks within that plan before they start their business.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say that there's there's quite an evolution that can happen from being a sole proprietor when you're the single person out there doing it yourself, maybe without a plan to have employees. I can't speak for other employees, but at one point I thought I was going to do everything myself and had no plan to offer employment insurance or rather paid sick days to anybody, because I didn't envision having employees when I started that business. And as demand grew, there's only so much you can do yourself, and then you say, well, maybe I will hire somebody. And so when you hire somebody, the amount of workload, the red tape, if you will, the regulations, there's a lot to consider and a lot changes when you decide to have an employee in terms of benefits, payroll. There's a lot of things, a lot of infrastructure that is required to even have that first employee. So I just want to make sure, again, if we're going to be having this conversation, that we want to give consideration to the perspective of the small business owners who this bill is ultimately going to affect, equally with the workers, and we don't want to be, I don't want to be on this end of the table making a decision that's going to put a burden on employers, or we're forcing them out of business. And I'll leave it there, but the decision that we're going to make here should not be putting undue burden on a business. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Well, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Roger Sensorich. Oh, there's Roger. He's going to be testifying through Zoom. Roger, you are muted.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here, my name is Roger Sensorich. I'm from East Haven, Connecticut. I'm the Policy Director at the Connecticut Working Families Power Organization. And I wanted to testify today in support of paid sick days, essentially because this is a legislation that it's long overdue. As many have said before, Connecticut was the first state to pass this bill in 2011. And meaning that we had the advantage of not just being the first, but also having a lot of other states that have passed it. So we have learned a lot more on how this bill impacts businesses, how it impacts workers, what's the outcomes, what are the results when a state passes paid sick days. And there is a lot of good research about that. On my written testimony, I have linked several studies focused on that. I want to highlight a few that are especially relevant, especially for what some of the questions that have come before and some of the comments from the business community. There is a very good article that came out a couple years ago from a couple of professors at UNC Chapel Hill that basically analyzes how paid sick days has affected state economies where it has passed. And they use county level data, firm level data, and basically a lot of detail to know exactly how what has worked. What they found out is that states that pass paid sick days see employment grow by 1.5% after it passes. And not just that, but it also have they see firms that the companies that are in these places see profits grow. They see profits grow, and the companies that see their operating incomes grow the fastest are the ones that were not offering the benefit before. This is not an isolated study. There are several other academic articles that I quote on the paper, on my written testimony that point out that states see increases in productivity and firms become more profitable after paid sick days passes. They see that actually worker outcomes, health outcomes improve considerably because people not getting sick and getting more preventive care and going to the doctor the first time that they have something to be worried about actually helps with their health. So we have a lot of experience with these bills. This is not something happening in a bubble. We have been implementing and passing bills like this here in Connecticut, in other states for a few years. Basic days works. It helps workers. It has a really limited, if not really positive, according to quite a bit of the research on businesses. So we will do really well passing this bill and expanding paid sick days so it covers everyone in Connecticut, not just this 12% of the labor force that we are covering right now. And I'll be happy to take any questions. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee? I don't see any right now, so thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rebecca Damon.
Hello there. Hi. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and all the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. My name is Rebecca Damon, and I'm the Executive Director of the New York Local Labor Policy and International Affairs for SAG-AFTRA. SAG-AFTRA is Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. On behalf of all the actors, the recording artists, the singers, dancers, broadcasters, stunt performers, background actors, and other media professionals who live and work in Connecticut, SAG-AFTRA wants to thank the Labor and Public Employees Committee for your attention to this important issue. The right to strike is an important negotiating tool for unions, but it is also a last resort. With SAG-AFTRA having just gone through our own near 4-month strike, I can tell you that the decision to strike is not taken lightly. It is something that happens only when employers are not having good faith effort to come to consensus with their workers. When union members strike, it is not because they want to. It is because they can no longer afford not to. Striking workers have not voluntarily chosen to leave their jobs, as the current Connecticut unemployment law implies, but they are exercising the right to fight for fair wages and safe working conditions. The law, as it stands right now, if workers are locked out by their employer, they are able to collect unemployment. However, if workers must strike for fair wages and working conditions, they are left with nothing. Without any safety net, they won't be able to pay their rent, mortgages, or feed their families. It gives employers an unfair advantage, an ability to drag their feet and not bargain earnestly and in good faith. When contracts negotiations break down and lead to a strike, that doesn't happen unilaterally. There are two sides in a negotiation, and granting unemployment insurance benefit based solely on employer's stance is unfair bias on a part of the state. HB 5164 evens the playing field by making striking workers eligible for unemployment benefits after 2 consecutive weeks on strike. This isn't a freebie. benefits would not continue in perpetuity. The purpose of unemployment benefits are to keep families afloat during temporarily difficult times. And generally, they only provide 50% of workers' wages for a maximum of 26 weeks. Most strikes are resolved before that deadline. The recent SAG-AFTRA strike was one of the longest in our union's history, and it was resolved before the 26-week deadline. HB 5164 would allow striking workers to keep their families' heads above water while they work to reach a fair contract with fair wages and working conditions. When workers strike, they not only gain protections that benefit themselves, they inspire other workers to take collective action. They raise the standard for all workers. Raising the standard of living for workers also strengthens the local economy. SAG-AFTRA members in New York and New Jersey were able to collect unemployment benefits during our strike, and it helped them hold on and hold out for a deal that values their contributions to a multi-billion-dollar global industry. A similar law in Connecticut will be a boon to workers, to the state, and to the very industries that call this great state home. I thank the members of the committee for this opportunity to speak. I look forward to answering any of the questions you may have.
Thank you. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you speak to, do you think you would have, SAG-AFTRA strike includes writers as well as actors and everybody in that industry, correct?
So the Writers Guild of America, East and West, were on strike slightly before SAG-AFTRA. So there was a period of time where we were simultaneously on strike together. They had to go on strike first. We joined them in July, and their workers were able to resolve their deal first, and then we did in last November.
Thank you. And do you think that either group would have been able to win those protections and those rights, to royalties for their own work and that kind of thing without the strike?
I think that the strike was absolutely critical, not just for the workers themselves, but the state and future of the industry. I believe healthy workers and having clear rights and protections around things like AI, stronger residuals, health and pension benefits actually not just benefit the workers, but the industry. I do not believe any of those gains would have been gained without the strike. It's in fact very true that at the time that we went on strike, there were proposals from the industry that included back when workers doing 1 day of work being scanned and then the industry being able to do what they would with it in perpetuity. That was unacceptable to the members of SAG-AFTRA, and they were left no choice but to go on strike.
Thank you very much. This was helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ackert. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Weir, I'm so sorry.
Thank you for your testimony. And I just want to focus in on one thing that I caught. And you talked about two parties being involved in this dispute. And I think, I'm happy that, you and your side had specific needs and wants, and you stood up for those. And so I commend you for that. You talked about, again, there being two parties in that transaction. And my concern is that if you've got two parties negotiating, in good faith, again, you said you guys did what you had to do to kind of drive this to a conclusion. If you've got two parties negotiating across the table, my concern is that you add the state and the force of our legislation. I see that we've tipped the scales unnecessarily. And can you speak to that as to why you think us staying out of the equation and letting the two sides, management and labor, work it out, why that is not tipping the scales through you, Madam Chair?
You can go
I'd
ahead.
love to take up that question because it's a great question. I think there's a misconception. I'll go to our strike as an example. We were dealing with our workers with multi-billion-dollar multinational corporations. So if you think that the scale is even to begin with, it's just a misunderstanding of the industry. for our workers, what was absolutely critical was that they have the opportunity to exercise their federally protected right to strike. That being said, I just want to really emphasize how hard and difficult that decision is for any worker to make. What they are putting on the line is possibly food on the table for their children. And so when you're thinking about it, all this would do, this is this is actually a very minimal benefit. This would allow people to have the dignity to be able to feed their children and pay their rent or their mortgage. It's not something that's going to unnecessarily prolong strikes, because I can just tell you, having been on strike myself over the years, having seen other industries where strikes are a necessary tool, it is a mode of last resort that workers have to take when they're in a situation that they can't afford not to take a strike.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Representative Weir.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And I recognize and understand it's a measure of last resort. I just, again, I'm struggling, and I will continue to think and listen on this as to how, you can talk about a large corporation, but there are many organizations that would be affected by this. And so our action by imposing this, by allowing a striking worker to collect unemployment insurance, allows the worker to, and that cost is borne by the employer ultimately through, they're going to pay that through a charge on their experience on their unemployment insurance rate. So we're forcing the employer to subsidize and pay for the benefits of the workers during this time. And again, I'm not being insensitive to the fact that these are difficult decisions, that this is a tough time. Obviously it's a dispute between two parties. It's not, they got to that point. It's not amicable at that point. So I recognize that, and I'm sensitive to that, but I just want you to understand, and for those in the room to understand, that, I'm struggling with how when we weigh in, if we pass legislation like this, we are weighing in on and tipping the scales on that relationship. And now I'm seeing it as a 2 against 1. Maybe that's a unfair, maybe it's not exactly that ratio, but we're forcing the employer to pay, to subsidize a strike against it. So that's how I'm seeing it, and I will remain open and be looking forward to listening later today. Thank you.
If it helps to understand a little context for that, one of the employers during the Writers Guild initial portion of the strike said that they would drag the strike on when people started to losing houses. That would be the point at which people would be ready to talk. Those kind of comments are made by some businesses. All this would do would be allow workers to have enough security to be able to actually survive. And so it's not, as you're thinking it through, I would definitely weigh in for the fact that if people are willing to seriously bargain, unions really want to do that. Workers really want to do that. And this is the mechanism under federal law that they're allowed to do that. And so they shouldn't be unfairly denied this benefit. And I can say, since we do have the benefit in New York and New Jersey, it didn't unnecessarily prolong the strike for us.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no other questions, we'll move to the next person, which I'll call Claudia Parisi. Is Claudia in the room? I don't see her on Zoom, so we will go on to the next person, which is Ed Hawthorne.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Representative Weir, and of course, my state senator, Rob Sampson. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to represent 250,000 working and retired union siblings here in the state of Connecticut as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. I'm here to testify in favor of multiple bills. The one I will focus on is HB 564, an act concerning unemployment benefits in Connecticut. Now, we've been talking about, and you heard it from my union sister, Rebecca, about the power imbalance that there is at the bargaining table. Over the last several decades, corporate interests have weakened the protections contained in the National Labor Relations Act that was enacted in 1935 by advocating for and underfunding the National Labor Relations Board, manipulating loopholes to circumvent the law and spend billions of dollars on union busting. Workers attempting to form a union and negotiate a fair contract face significant power imbalances, and it really is an uphill battle at that point. And the update that we need to the National Labor Relations Act is clear. Unfortunately, we all know Washington isn't working as quickly as we all would like it to in some matters, and this is one of them. So we're turning to state houses across the nation to really provide balance to a system that is inherently imbalanced now. Now, you've heard it from the workers themselves. Voting to authorize a strike is the most difficult and often traumatic experience a worker and their colleagues will experience. That only happens after months and sometimes years of failed negotiations, sitting across the table from an employer who gives them really an untenable what they call a last, best, and final offer, which I always say is a lie, because after people go out on strike, all of a sudden that offer changes to something that is tenable for all parties, and we're able to come to an agreement. A strike isn't romantic, it isn't poetic, it's difficult, anxious, terrifying for all that are involved. We believe that this bill is a labor peace bill. It will encourage employers to come to the table and make that last, best, and final offer the actual truth, something that both parties can agree to, and then there is no work stoppage. There is no pain on either side. There's only production and a better economy for all of us. And now you heard it before from my sister, Rebecca Damon, and the employer has unlimited resources. The Alliance of Motion Pictures and Television Producers were quoted during the strike, and she alluded to it, but I'm going to quote it for you. We're going to bleed out the workers before resuming negotiations. The end game is to allow things to drag out until the workers start losing their homes. That is what we are working with here. And we're merely trying to have that balance of power be equal and not be so one-sided as it is now. Because you heard from the workers, we're talking about workers that are low-wage workers. I mean, unemployment compensation, to address what Representative Weir alluded to earlier, there is no worker in Connecticut that can afford the basic necessities while collecting unemployment compensation benefits. And the low-wage workers that we're talking about here today are living paycheck to paycheck, as many of us probably in this room do as well. In that 2 week
Excuse me,
waiting,
Mr. Hawthorne, you're at the 3-minute marker. If you can begin wrapping up, please.
thank you. That 2 week waiting period is something that they will feel that pain, and there will be that balance that's still at the table. I'd also like to indicate my support with the substitute language in my testimony for Senate Bill 137, and that concerning gas, electric, sewer, and water delivery work. Apprenticeships provide for good paying jobs, and the prevailing wage is a fair wage in a very dangerous situation that is those underground utilities. I thank you for the time to testify before you here today. It's always great to be back in front of Labor and Public Employees Committee, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee members may have.
Thank you, Ed. Any questions or comments from committee members? Thank you for being here today and for your testimony.
Thank you all for being here as well.
Next up, we have Patricia Buxton.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Oh, that's right. Good afternoon. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, and Representative Weir. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you in support of SB 136, making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program statutes. My name is Patricia Buxton, and I am the Executive Director of the Lutz Children's Museum in Manchester, Connecticut. Our museum is one of the several thousand organizations that have employees enrolled in My CT Savings. This program has been helpful to our museum and our employees. For the younger members of our team, this has been the first retirement savings account they have been able to open. It's setting up our team for a financially secure future, and it's a positive example of a bipartisan program that helps businesses and Connecticut residents thrive. While there is much we love about CT savings, this bill makes much needed improvements to the program. I would specifically like to highlight 2 policies that will make a positive difference. First, I applaud the proposed reduced time to enroll. Currently, an employee has to wait 120 days from their hiring date to open a MyTC savings account. This bill would reduce that mandate to just 30 days. Waiting 4 months to share information about this program causes confusion, and I believe that it's best to start saving early. In my opinion, a month-long employment eligibility requirement strikes a balance between encouraging savings as soon as possible and ensuring that an employee will stay in the organization for a meaningful period of time. I also support the employer limitations of liability, with provisions that specifically protect employers like myself from legal liability. As the savings accounts are administered through Vestwell, a private company, it makes sense to carve out explicit protections for employers. Museums such as the Lutz Children's Museum provide memorable, immersive learning experiences, provoke imagination, introduce unknown worlds and subject matter, and offer unique environments for quality time with family. Our employees provide an important service for the children of Manchester and the surrounding communities. My CT savings is just one way that we can make sure that we are serving our employees like they serve us. This bill will strengthen the program and help more people save for retirement. I want to thank you, and I strongly encourage the passage of this bill. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Nyla Rosario. Nyla's going to be testifying on Zoom.
Hi, good afternoon. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Ware, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Nyla Rosario. I am the National Policy Director at One Fair Wage. One Fair Wage works to advance policy, drive industry change, and shift the narrative in order to ensure that all workers in America are paid at least a full minimum wage from their employers. We're organizing service workers, employers, consumers, all to advance local and state and federal policy requiring one fair wage, a full minimum of wage with tips on task for all workers. We're looking forward to having the opportunity to testify before you again on our bill in the same committee. But here today, I'm here to support SB 7 and SB 12 in particular, as they expand sick days to all employees. One Fair Wage supports this important initiative and will allow all workers the ability to get paid when either them or their family members are sick. Like One Fair Wage, universal sick pay day is important because workers of color are overrepresented in industries that do not pay sick days, and restaurant workers have been significantly left out of vital protections and benefits in the workplace, and they were not included in the basic labor protection for more than 60 years. We stand in solidarity with advocates across Connecticut. They're seeking to improve the lives and the economic security of workers across the state, and we really do urge you to support these vital policies. If anyone has any questions, I'll be here, but thank you for the time.
Thank you. I'm looking to see, I don't see any hands, so thank you for your testimony today. We will move to the next person on the list. That's Joe Malcarne. Is Joe here? I don't see Joe in the room, so we'll move to Heather Brauth.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Now we see that you are on Zoom.
I am.
You're able to turn your camera on, but
There we go. I'm here. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Heather Brauth. I live in Salem, Connecticut. and I work as a registered nurse at Bacchus Hospital. I'm a delegate and the treasurer for AFT Connecticut 5149. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. Workers who make the difficult decision to go on strike are unable to access unemployment benefits. Our union workers who go on strike make a gut-wrenching decision to withhold their labor in order to fight for better benefits, not just for ourselves, but for the betterment and safety of the communities in which we serve. HB 5164 adds fairness by allowing striking workers to receive unemployment benefits after 2 consecutive weeks. It incentivizes an employer to remain at the table and negotiate in good faith to avert a strike. No one makes the decision to strike lightly. Workers risk a loss of income and the permanent loss of their jobs, especially when replacement workers are hired. But by the time a strike vote is taken, after months of bargaining, workers usually feel that a strike may be the only option to resolve differences with their employer. 4 years ago, the nurses at Bacchus Hospital engaged in a strike, and though it only lasted a few days, the nurses I work with continuously voiced concerns about being able to financially care for their families during this time. The nurses who worked 12, 14, and 16-hour shifts day after day through the COVID pandemic were concerned that they themselves might be fired and without money and benefits to care for their own families. Our ask at the bargaining table was not that Hartford Healthcare cave to every ask we presented, but that they engage in a fair and equitable revision of the pay scale, benefits, and overall working conditions of the nurses who show up day after day to care for the community we love. We asked for compromises and revamping of antiquated verbiage in a contract that requires continuous evolution as our workforce and patient populations are ever changing. Unemployment benefits are intended to help workers and their families through tough times. For most, they provide 50% wage replacement for a maximum duration of 26 weeks. It is an economic lifeline, not a lucrative bonus that encourages workers to strike or remain on strike. That helps all workers and strengthen our economy. Our neighbors in New York and New Jersey already permit striking workers to access unemployment benefits. It's time for Connecticut to follow their example. With the enacting of this bill, we're simply asking for some of the crumbs from the cake on which Hartford Healthcare feasts. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Let me look at Representative Wilson.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for all that you do. Bacchus Hospital's down in my neck of the woods. And so I do remember when you guys were on strike a number of years ago. And I thank you for the hard work that you guys do each and every day.
Of course.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Nick Penapace. Oh, good. Did I get your name correct? Can you pronounce it correctly then for the record?
Yes,
Not even close, right?
it's all right. It's Nick Menapace. Oh,
Menapace.
yes. Dear members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Nick Menapace, and I reside in Niantic, Connecticut. I'm writing to express my strong support for Senate Bill number 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. Expanding paid sick days is paramount to me because I envision a world where no one has to worry about how will they pay their bills if they fall ill. A better world is one where everyone can flourish without sacrificing their health. During the pandemic, many essential workers were called heroes. Yet today, many still do not have paid sick leave. These heroes should not have to choose between their health and their livelihood. Under the existing 2011 law, covered workers are only eligible to use paid sick time if they've accrued over 180 hours of working, which is inaccessible to part-time workers or those with multiple jobs. This law also only applies to businesses with 50 or more employees. Because of that, recent estimates show that just 11% of employed workers in Connecticut meet the criteria to be eligible for paid sick days under our current law. This means approximately 1.6 million workers in Connecticut are excluded from the law right now and are not guaranteed the right to paid sick time when needed. As a middle school teacher, fortunate to have paid sick days through my union, I witnessed the struggles of families without this benefit. Parents should not have to send their sick children to school because they cannot take the time off to care for them, nor should they have to go to work when they are sick for fear of not being able to provide for their children. We must ensure that workers across all industries have the fundamental right to care for their health without fear of financial repercussions. Furthermore, an expansion definition of family should be included in this bill. Acknowledging modern families' diverse and evolving nature is crucial. No worker should be forced to choose between caring for themselves or a loved one and losing their income. Senate Bill number 7 would reduce the waiting period to use sick leave. It will also cover all Connecticut workers, and paid sick time will protect us against future pandemics. I strongly urge the committee and Connecticut lawmakers to vote in favor of strengthening Connecticut paid sick leave law. Let us ensure that all workers in our state have the fundamental right to care for their health without fear of financial repercussions. Thank you for your attention for this critical matter.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to take advantage of this situation where we have a teacher testifying because, as you said, you already have these benefits
Yes.
Through your union. And I think that's true for many teachers, but I have always imagined that teachers would be largely in support of this because you must have experienced times when kids were sent to
Yep.
school sick and then the whole class gets sick and maybe you yourself
I
got
will
sick.
say that I had an upper respiratory infection that was definitely brought to me by the number of other students I had with an upper respiratory infection that I would have really preferred to not have gotten.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. And then unfortunately, so many other kids get sick as well. And it impairs their ability to learn when they come to school and spread sickness. So I would imagine it's a real priority for
Oh, yeah.
teachers.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jonathan Perlow. And Jonathan will be testifying on Zoom.
Yes. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Ranking Members Sampson and Weir, and distinguished members of the Labor Committee. My name is Jonathan Perlow. I've lived in Cuscob for nearly 30 years. I'm testifying in favor of SB 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. How often do we hear the expression, we're all in this together? It's a nice thought, but unfortunately for many workers, it's not true. For the vast majority of workers in Connecticut, employers can put their perceived interests ahead of their workers' needs. Unfortunately, when employers do so, it affects the workers who can least afford to give up a day's pay to take care of their health or the health of a family member. Employers that don't offer paid sick days are doing their bottom lines, their sick and healthy workers, and Connecticut's economy a disservice. Studies show that paid sick days increase company productivity and profitability. They reduce employee turnover, they can raise overall private sector employment, and they have public health benefits. Just last week, in response to a CDC proposal to reduce the isolation period after testing positive for COVID to just 1 day, a senior director at New York City's Health and Hospitals urged the CDC to, quote, seize this opportunity to truly change how we respond to pandemics and advocate for national guaranteed paid sick and family leave instead of caving into the easier option of eliminating the isolation period. As Representative Hughes noted earlier, forcing sick workers to choose between recuperating and keeping their paycheck is not good for public health, which harms all of us. Thinking about it, the current reality is the opposite of what it should be. Professional workers with higher salaries and financial security are most likely to have paid sick days, while lower paid hourly workers who can't afford to give up even a single day's pay are least likely to have them. We aren't in this altogether. It's unfortunate that not all employers treat their workers with the dignity they deserve under the false premise that they can't afford to. That's why the Connecticut General Assembly needs to step in. By passing SB 7, we can get closer to an ideal where all workers are afforded basic benefits of employment that lead to better, more healthy, and less stressful working conditions. I'm also asking that you extend use of paid sick days to include caring for a family member who experiences any type of violence, including gun violence. Currently, the bill only extends to family violence or sexual assault. Thank you for hearing my testimony. And thanks also for allowing me to testify virtually. This is a real benefit to allowing citizens to have their voices heard. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jonathan. I think you might be the first person to mention use of paid sick days for sexual assault. Can you elaborate on that more about why that would be so important.
Well, my understanding is that is included in the bill, and I think there's a number of things that I think you alluded to, that there are things that affect our mental well-being, our mental health, that should qualify for being sick, just like physical illness. And certainly a family member who's a victim of sexual assault would be under extreme duress. And I think that would qualify, taking care of that person should qualify as covered by a paid sick day.
Great. And I believe in that bill that you're referencing, we wouldn't have to produce a doctor's note about that for obvious reasons. Is that true? Yeah.
That would be in
That
the
would
House.
make-
bill.
It's in the House bill. I'm sorry. Yes. So I'm glad you brought that up because that's very important.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks so much.
Don't see any other hands, so we'll move to the next person on the list, Joseph Jarmy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Ware, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. My name is Joe Jarmy, and I live in East Haven. I worked for over 40 years in the food retail industry, the last 35 for Stop and Shop as a meat cutter, and I was an active member of my union prior to my recent retirement. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 564. During the 2019 Stop and Shop strike, I was a strike captain for 4 stores in the New Haven area from April 11th until April 22nd, all across New England at store after store, UFCW members, some who knew each other and some who didn't, some with 30 years on the job and some with less than 30 days on the job, stood side by side on a picket line. We were not able to collect unemployment because our strike was viewed as a choice. Ask yourself, if these were your choices you were presented with, what would you do? For us, it was doing nothing meant our copays increased by 400%. Our deductible doubled per person with no wage increase. You could no longer provide health insurance for your spouse because they were throwing 1,000 spouses off the healthcare plan, one of them being my wife. A few years before the strike, my wife was diagnosed with retinal pigmentosis, RP, and also had loss of hearing in one ear and partial hearing in another. She was no longer able to drive and had to be dropped off and picked up from work daily. They wanted to throw her off our health insurance. Providing health insurance to her was one of the biggest reasons I went to work each day. Faced with the possibility of not being able to provide those benefits to her anymore, I had no choice. I have always gone into negotiations with the thought that nothing is personal. It's strictly business. I'm sure you've all heard that expression, nothing personal, strictly business. Well, Stop and Shop made it personal. So I ask again, what choice did I really have? In my eyes, this bill isn't about receiving the unemployment benefits so much as it about encouraging the employers to settle contracts before a strike. Had my employer known that we had the backup of unemployment insurance in a protracted strike, I believe they would have settled sooner and we could have avoided the strike. I encourage you to support HB 5164 and act ensuring fairness and unemployment insurance, and I welcome any questions you may have.
I appreciate your testimony, particularly when you did tell your own situation, because I think we hear things like we would lose spousal coverage, but when you think about it in the context that you experienced it, it makes it a lot clearer. So I appreciate your testimony very much. Any comments from Representative Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. My cousin is in a very similar situation with with her spouse and working for Stop and Shop. My question to you around that strike was, what was the response from the customers and the public?
Well, thank God we have overwhelming support for our strike. I mean, we were getting donations of food and pizzas and cash donations and on a daily basis. We would have people, and no one crossed our picket line. Very few people crossed our picket line. So that helped significantly. but it still didn't bring Stop and Shop to the table. Even 4 days into the strike, they wouldn't even talk to us. So, we're glad that we got the public
Do
support.
you have any idea why the public was so supportive?
I think
What
they
did you tell them?
I think they saw the general picture that the big guys kind of stepping on the little guy, and they had our backs.
Yeah, I remember Senator Kushner and I joined several of those
remember.
and just telling customers what the basics that you were striking for
Yeah.
was eye-opening to the public. And I believe that's why the public was so supportive of the workers in that strike. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jose Anaya. Is Jose in the room? Oh, Jose, you're remote. Good to see you there. Go ahead. We can see you and you're unmuted. Okay, we don't hear you. Is the volume up on your computer? Why don't you try muting and then unmuting again? We might need some technical assistance. The other thing I've seen people do is turn off their camera. Sometimes that helps. Nope, we're not hearing you. I'm going to come back to you and maybe we can get someone to help you with whatever the technical issue is. But we will come back to you, Jose. Next, we have Brian Simmons. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Ware, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Brian Simmons. I live in Waterbury, Connecticut. And since 2020, I've been a union representative for UFCW Local 371. And prior to that, I've worked at Stop and Shop Supermarket for over 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5164. In the spring of 2019, my coworkers and I voted to go on strike from our jobs at Stop and Shop. We were all naturally afraid to take this vote, but we also felt our employer left us with no choice. I was personally nervous about this vote as my fiance and I would suddenly have our household incomes come to an abrupt halt, since she worked for the company also. I voted to strike, still nervous, but determined to stand up against the boss who was trying to take the benefits away that I had already earned. For those 11 days in April, I was a strike captain, stores in Waterbury area. Our shoppers were supportive and some even walked the picket lines with union members in solidarity. It quickly became apparent that our employer was not going to be able to find enough replacement workers to keep most of their stores operable. However, as the days stretched on and 1 week turned into 2, I could sense the panic in the faces of my coworkers, with many of them scared about when the strike would be over. Many of us live paycheck to paycheck, and the mystery of us not knowing when those paychecks would resume added the pressure of insecurity and fear on top of the disputes we were already having with our employer. If we had been able to collect unemployment, one of two things might have happened. Perhaps we could have been able to hold out just a little bit longer and secure a better agreement, as it was clear we were winning the strike. More than likely, it would have meant we would never have to go on strike in the first place. My belief is our employer thought we would fold sooner than we did. I have never been prouder to be a member of our union, and ultimately our resolution was a good one. But I would have preferred that the employer knew we were strong before pushing us to this point where we felt we had no choice but to walk out. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any members of the committee? Seeing no hands, thank you for being with us
Thank you
today.
very much. Everyone enjoy your day.
Thank you. And I think now we'll go back to Jose Anaya. Let's see if we have sound now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. I had to switch between devices. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Acker, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Jose Anaya, and I live in Bridgeport. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. In April of 2019, as a newly full-time employee at Stop Shop, I walked out along with 10,000 of my coworkers in Connecticut and thousands more in New England. I had watched my union bargain for nearly 4 months before telling us we had no choice but to stand out and walk out. I walked out on strike despite being the only wage earner in my home and without savings to protect me. I did it because as a union member, I made a promise to stick together, and if my coworkers voted to strike, I knew I was going to strike too. The strength of my coworkers and the support of my community is something that I will never forget. However, the loss of 11 days of income took me over a year to recover from. I ended up missing a credit card payment, which hurt my credit score I worked so hard to build. I remember clear as day, a vast majority of customers stood with us and refused to shop in the store in support of a cause. All of our coworkers looked at the customers during turning around in the parking lot and leaving. We looked at one another and said, we are not alone. Even the customers agree with us. Regardless of rainstorms, hot or cold weather, I know our action not only protected our benefits for the workers in Stop Shop who will come after me, but it also set the standard for non-union supermarket workers throughout the area, pressuring those non-union employers to increase their wages and benefits as well in order to attract a workforce. Unionized workplaces raise the standard for all workers when striking workers can access unemployment benefits to help sustain themselves and their families. It empowers them to advocate for protections that benefit all workers. Because striking workers cannot access unemployment insurance assistance, employers can use the threat of evictions or missed payments to suppress wages and working conditions. Current law encourages employers to use families of financial distress as a bargaining strategy. If the law was changed, it is my hope that it will encourage employers like Stop Shop to settle in contract before forcing a strike. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any comments or questions from the committee? I don't see any for you today, but thank you I'm glad we were able to work it out so you could get on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Next, we have Luis Luna. Luis is on Zoom.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Kushner. Great to be here. And dear members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Luis Luna. I live in New Haven and I am the coalition manager for Husky for Immigrants. We are here in full support of Senate Bill number 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. As a worker, sick days are not just a luxury, but a necessity. When illness strikes, whether it's the flu or dealing with pre-existing conditions, the ability to take paid sick days is crucial for recovery and maintaining overall well-being. I am fortunate to work for an organization that recognizes this importance and provides access to paid sick time. However, this hasn't always been the case. I have worked in the service industry for over 10 years as a bartender and server. And I often found myself in situations where taking time off when sick meant sacrificing essential expenses like rent, bills, and groceries. It's a dilemma that many workers face, choosing between their health and financial stability. Expanding Connecticut's paid sick days is not only a matter of personal importance, but also a critical step towards achieving racial and gender justice. Statistics show that workers of color are disproportionately represented in industries that do not offer sick days. Moreover, low-wage workers who are predominantly people of color have historically had less access to paid sick leave compared to higher wage and white workers. This perpetuates economic disparities and exacerbates health inequities. Expanding paid sick days legislation will benefit not only individual workers, but also their families, businesses, and communities. By ensuring that all workers have access to paid sick time, regardless of the size of their employer or the nature of their work, we can create a healthier and more equitable society. No one should have to choose between their health and their livelihood. I urge this esteemed committee to support the expansion of Connecticut's paid sick days law, and by doing so, you will demonstrate your commitment to the well-being of all workers and contribute to the advancement of racial and gender justice in our state. Let us ensure that paid sick days are not just a privilege for some, but a fundamental right for all. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Luis, for your testimony. I was wondering if you could talk to us about any folks in your coalition that do not have paid sick days and what kind of work they do and why you think all workers should have that.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. So in our coalition, we represent many workers many undocumented workers who by default have access to low-income jobs. In my family, for instance, I have family members who work in McDonald's. I worked in McDonald's when I was a teenager, where my mom also worked. So we see that with members of our coalition across our organizations and across the state. Folks who are working in factories, folks who are working in the service industry, and some of these places of work don't offer paid sick leaves as in accordance to the 2011 law.
So when they don't offer that, what happens to those workers?
So when folks have to choose between going to work and not getting paid for those couple of days when they need to work, it really trickles down into the well-being of the family, not only their mental stability, but also their financial stability. So just an example, a phone bill, for instance, it could range from $25 to $100. So when workers miss a couple of days, it means that they have to choose between paying a cell phone bill or paying part of their rent, or paying some of the other things that they have to pay to keep the lights on and to keep their families fed. Especially for folks who do have family members, not being able to get a couple of days work can really, really impact those families.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Next, we have Jose
Thank you.
Diaz. Jose Diaz. Next, I have Sam Pudlin. Sam. Don't see Sam here. Angela Rossi. Angela's in the room.
Hi, good afternoon. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Representative Weir, and Senator Sampson, and the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Angela Rossi. I'm a resident of Storrs. I'm a Master of Social Work candidate at the University of Connecticut, and I'm here in support of SB 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick leave. I started working when I was 16 years old at a small family-owned business that had less than 50 employees. I served ice cream and I worked long hours to help my single mom pay for basic things like food, clothing, the cell phone bill, the mortgage, and the electric bill. After I started my job, I needed to have all 6 of my wisdom teeth removed. I had an allergic reaction to the medications I was prescribed, and I was out of work for a week. And then I was also sent home multiple times because the hives covering my neck were gross and unappetizing, according to my manager. The next job I worked at was also in food service at a small, less than 50 employee business. Food service workers are strongly encouraged to not work when sick, but without paid sick days, sometimes you don't have the choice, and sometimes you need to take care of somebody you love. On February 14th, 2018, my stepmom was hit by a car. I had to take 6 days off of work to be with her while she was fighting for her life in the ICU, completely unpaid. And I was unpaid for 2 reasons. 1, my employer was exempt from paid sick leave, and 2, I was not the one who was sick. After those 6 days, my stepmom succumbed to her injuries and died on February 20th, 2018. Currently, I work as a student administrative specialist at UConn. This was the first job after being in the workforce for almost 5 years where I was eligible to accrue sick time. And I was excited when I saw I had 1 hour. But because I didn't work 680 hours yet, I couldn't use it. And also because I was on federal work study, I was not able to use my sick time that I earned. And I was consistently working. Student employees like me are limited in the number of hours we can work per 2-week pay period. During the academic year, we're limited to 20-hour weeks or 40 hours maximum per pay period. And during breaks, an 80-hour maximum per pay period or 40-hour weeks. It took me until August 6, 2021, 930 days since the beginning of my employment at UConn to be eligible to use my sick time. I went through over a year of a pandemic without access to paid sick leave. Changing the amount of time required to begin using paid sick days from the number of hours worked to the number of days employed will benefit workers who are restricted in the number of hours they can work, but also benefit hourly employees whose hours fluctuate significantly from week to week. I appreciate and acknowledge the viewpoints of the business owners, CEOs, and presidents here today, particularly those that run companies that provide generous sick time. However, not every job offers benefits, and not all employees are eligible for benefits. And in my case, negotiating isn't even possible. I strongly encourage the committee to remember us, the employees who are paid minimum or close to minimum wage and are not able to access sick time any other way. Thank you for your time and letting me speak, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I know we don't really allow clapping in here, so I'd ask that people refrain. But I do want to thank you for your testimony. It was really important for us to hear. And of course, I'm sorry for the loss that you suffered and that you didn't have paid sick days at that time. And I can only imagine how hard that was on you and your family. So I really appreciate your story. It really especially draws attention to part-time workers, to young workers who need to support their families. So, thank you for being here and taking the time to share with us.
Thank you.
Representative Hughes.
I just want to echo my good chairs that I'm so sorry for the loss of your stepmom, and that you illustrate so poignantly that tragedy and the unexpected can occur anytime, and that is why that can occur to workers no matter the size of the business or the the length of time that you've worked, and that's why we need to create a floor of minimum protection of paid sick leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rosanna Ferraro, who will be testifying on Zoom.
Hello.
Hello, go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, thank you for this opportunity today to submit testimony in support of Senate Bill 7. I'm Rosanna Garcia Ferraro, Program Lead for Health Justice Policy Advocacy at Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. Our mission is to accelerate the movement for health justice for everybody, because health is a human right and core to social justice and equity. I'm here today because paid sick and safe days are a health justice issue. They're also an issue of public health, workers' rights, equity, and at their core, human rights and dignity. Others testifying will speak to the numbers, so I'll focus on 3 things: ensuring the legislation is inclusive of all families, why I personally support this bill, and the connection to health justice. The way the bill is currently written is not inclusive of all families, especially what family means to our LGBTQ plus community. It's also not in line with the definition in the paid family medical leave law. So I urge an amendment that expands the definition of family to align with the definition under PFML. I know paid sick time is critical from personal experience, particularly having paid sick days available to you from day one. The first job after I graduated was as a lead teacher in a Head Start in Bridgeport. You may know it's pretty easy to get sick from young children, and inevitably I got sick within the first couple of months. Because I was in a 90-day probationary period, I wasn't allowed to take any sick time. So I kept going to work until I woke up one day, I was having trouble breathing. I knew I just had no choice. So despite the fact that it was frowned upon, I didn't technically have sick time and it would be unpaid, I went to the doctor and found out I had walking pneumonia. So I just felt like, these days would have been available to me if I just could have scheduled getting sick a little bit later on. And that just doesn't seem right to me, and why I hope that paid sick days and safe days as well are available from day one. For us at Universal, health justice means that everyone has a fair and equitable opportunity to be as healthy as possible. One of the social and economic needs that we have is access to jobs with fair wages and good benefits. So this is the connection we see, because if folks are not able to take sick and safe days, they're not able to care for themselves, which we've heard a lot of already today, and it ultimately impacts their health outcomes, which is a health injustice, not health justice. So I just want to urge folks to ensure that the definition of family aligns with PFML, that sick time is available from day one, and that we can continue to expand the number of folks that are eligible for paid sick and safe days. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you for your testimony. Any comments or questions? I don't see any hands, so thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Peter Baker. Good afternoon, Pete. It's good to see you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Peter Baker. I am president of the Metal Trades Council of New London County. We represent almost 4,000 shipbuilders from 8 different trades at Electric Boat. I am here to testify in favor of HB 5164, an act concerning unemployment benefits. In 1988, the Metal Trades Council went on strike against Electric Boat. The company was offering almost nothing in terms of wages. Their position was, we have the money, but we aren't giving it to you. We were prepared, we were ready, we went on strike. We were not ready for 103 days. The company was starving us out. My union did not then and does not now have a strike benefit fund. As prepared as I was not ready to make a choice between formula and diapers for my infant son. People, no matter how poor the conditions, no matter how badly they need a raise, no matter how well they have prepared, are hesitant to go on strike out of fear. Fear they will not be able to provide the necessities such as food and medications. Fear the employer will keep them out on strike to drive down wages and benefits. In fear that they will be replaced and their job eliminated or outsourced. Providing striking workers with unemployment compensation will encourage employers to come to the table and meet in meaningful negotiations while removing some of the fears felt by workers. I urge you to support HB 5164. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for being here. And, you know, I'm certain that that was not an easy choice for you to make. You had a small child then?
He was like, I don't know, 7 months old.
Wow.
I want to point out, if I may, in 1988, the metal trades had 10,000 members. 10,000 members went out on strike. Nobody was ready for that, not the communities, not the stores. It affected everybody. And you may recall, there was a housing boom at that time. A lot of people were buying houses. And then 3 months later, they couldn't afford them because they were out on strike. So, and there was nothing to encourage the employer to come to the table.
Well, I think we thank all of you for sharing your personal story. And we know that the work that is done at Electric Boat is so essential and important. And I'm glad you've been there for a while and that you continue to serve us all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have Tanisha Signor. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Tanisha Signor. I'm the Policy Director at She Leads Justice, formerly known as Quelf. In 2000, and I'm here to testify on behalf of paid sick and safe days. In 2011, Connecticut was the first in the nation to require certain employers to provide employees with paid sick time. Since then, more than 20 states and municipalities have adopted their own paid sick leave policies, often more inclusive and more accessible. She Leads Justice is grateful to the Connecticut legislature for raising bills dedicated to this important topic, and we urge the committee to support an expansion of paid sick and safe days, which contains the following key components. 1, it extends access to safe days. She Leads Justice will support a paid sick days policy which allows employees to take paid sick time to help care for a family member who has experienced family violence, intimate partner violence, or sexual assault. 2, that it covers all workers. It is imperative that the new sick days policy removes the employer size threshold and job classification lists outlined in the current language, and it requires all employers, regardless of size or industry, to provide up to 40 hours of paid sick time to their employees per year. This includes domestic workers. 3, that it reduces the waiting period to accrue and use paid sick time. She Leads Justice will support a paid sick days policy which eliminates the waiting period, which changes the waiting period, sorry about that, for an employee to use the paid sick days they've accrued from 680 hours to 100 days after the commencement of employment. 4, that it includes all types of family structures and relationships. She Leads Justice wholeheartedly supports the most inclusive definition of family member that can be included within a new Connecticut paid sick days policy. Although we will support the language as is, we believe it is critical for workers who care for loved ones who do not fit in the traditional family model of child or spouse to be able to access paid sick and safe days when they need to. This facet is especially critical to LGBTQIA+ workers who often have varied forms of family and who need a paid sick and safe days policy, which allows them to care for loved ones. We believe it makes policy sense that the language used to define a family member within Connecticut's new Paid Family and Medical Leave Act be carried over to an updated and expanded paid sick and safe days policy. 5, that it protects against future pandemics. We support a paid sick days policy which allows paid sick time to be used when a worker's place of employment or child's school or place of care is closed by officials for a public health emergency. This is critical to avoiding issues during future pandemics. Paid sick time is good for business. Healthy workers are essential to a successful business, and a thriving economy are vital to keeping businesses open to safe to all staff members and patrons. Research shows that workers with paid sick leave are less likely to leave their jobs, which saves businesses money on turnover costs, such as interviewing and training.
Ms. Signor, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. There's more in my written. I would like to say that we also support HB 5164 not concerning unemployment benefits. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. I do note that you are, your organization, She Leads Justice, is one of the leaders on the issue of paid sick days and has been largely leading the coalition since this came to the attention of the legislature. I would like to ask that you fill us in on the other issues that you may have in your written testimony, since you know a lot of us prefer hearing it firsthand.
Thank you. Just some of the numbers. Research shows that workers with paid sick leave are less likely to leave their jobs, which saves businesses money. Like I just stated, after Connecticut's paid sick leave law went into effect in 2011, nearly 30% of surveyed employers reported improved employee morale, and more than 20% indicated increased employee motivation and loyalty. It's obviously a public health issue. We know that from COVID-19. If people do not have access to paid sick days and they have to go to work sick, we're always taking the risk of them infecting patrons, customers, coworkers, and everyone who they pass by. We know that there are business owners in Connecticut who already go above and beyond to provide paid time off to their workers, and we're grateful for them. These employers would not be affected by the passage of any of these raised bills. Additionally, a worker's right to care for themselves or a loved one during an acute illness should not be decided on the whims of an employer. It should be an entitlement, a basic and inherent right to everybody. This is a minimalistic way, and it's cost effective to show Connecticut workers that we support them.
Thank you. I do have one. I want to make sure that we're clear about it. The piece that you mentioned, a lot of employers already have paid time off programs. I know that some employers don't specifically call it sick time anymore. They will often refer to a combination of vacation and personal days and sick time as PTO. If an employer has that PTO, is it your understanding that that would count toward this satisfying the requirement?
Yes, as long as an employee can use the time when they are sick or in that circumstances, then it would, yes.
And I assume that also means that they would have to be able to use it for the expanded definition of family that is in current in SB 7.
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I heard you and I believe the last person up, or one of the last people, referring to this as paid sick and safe days. And I'm reading through here and all I see is sick days. So can you elaborate on what you mean by safe days through you, Madam Chair?
Yeah, of course. So safe days is included within the language to give people the opportunity to take time off if they need to take care of a loved one who has experienced domestic violence, intimate partner violence, family violence, or sexual assault.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions or comments? Oh, yes, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. The only question that I have is, knowing how important paid sick days are, what would be the one point on why it's so important? Why paid sick days are so important? What would be your one or two points that you think are the most important for individuals understanding its true importance?
I think besides its public health benefits, in my opinion, it's the idea that this should be a right for everybody and not something that's only granted to the few.
thank you. And again, I thank you guys for all the work that you have been doing to carry the mantle on
Thank
such an
you.
important issue.
Thank you too.
Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned some research. Can you forward to the committee? I know we're interested in the research of how this has benefited the entire ecosystem, the entire economy, because it's so integrated. I think the public health pandemic crisis taught us how integrated worker health and economic health are tied. But if you have any research around that or testimony around that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, of course. My written testimony is much more thorough and it includes references to all of the research. I also came across a new study today that was completed in November of last year that I'd be happy to forward on.
If you forward it to our clerk, he'll make sure that all members of the committee receive it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Next, we have Beatrice Moncada. Is Beatrice with us? I don't see her, so we will move on to Kim Davis. Kim is with us, and I know you've been there on Zoom for a while, Kim. Can you turn on your camera, if that's possible?
Hi.
Hi, I know we don't see you. Oh, there you are.
Okay, here I am. Hi, good afternoon, Senator Kushner.
It's good to see you again, Kim. I have to mention.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Full disclosure, Kim many times served myself and our union when we were at the Hartford Hilton. And so we got to know you very well when you were at our banquet. So it's always good to see you, Kim.
Thank you. Yes, it's nice to be here. So good afternoon, everyone. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, thank you for the opportunity. I'm testifying in support of HB 5164. My name is Kimberly Davis, and I've been a server at the Hilton in Hartford, which is soon to be the new DoubleTree Hotel. And I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 217. I've been with the union for over 40 years, and I've worked at the Hilton. It will be 33 years next month. I've been on strike a couple of times many years ago, which we were fighting for good wages and health benefits. And, back then, as it is now, we knew we weren't going to get them otherwise. But the climate in Hartford has changed a lot over the years. And in those days when we went on strike, there were 3 large union hotels and there were unionized restaurants also in the city of Hartford. And those establishments would hire us to work because of the overflow of business they would get from us being on strike. And they knew everybody knew everybody else, and they knew we were good workers. And, even though we were out for weeks, we could go work at events and other, things going on at the hotels after we've put in, our time on the picket line. But because we had some income, we were confident that we could stay out as long as we had to. And in that environment, we were together and unified, and we had a big presence in the city. Because of our strikes and our union contract, we have medical insurance, vacation and personal time, and everything that we need basically to sustain our living. I enjoy my job at the hotel. I'm still there, and when I retire, I will have a pension. My house is paid for. I put my only son through college, and this is what, the betterment of the community brings us. So I want to defend our contract and keep improving our wages and our benefits. But if we had to strike today, things would be very different. We are the only union hotel in Hartford, and we have been downsized a great deal. And there would be no other, people that would absorb us in that situation. And without other income, it would be harder.
I'm sorry, Kim, we lost you. We lost Kim. You're connecting again to audio, so let's give her a minute. There you are. We lost you for a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you not hear? We were the only union in Hartford?
You can start there, yes.
Okay. And yes, we wouldn't have other hotels to absorb us. And without the other income, it would be harder to be on strike for multiple weeks. Going on strike and winning a good contract changes lives. Extending unemployment benefits will help striking workers stay out maybe a day longer and will help all of us fighting for better wages and benefits for workers across Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions or comments. I don't see any today, but it's always good to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. You also. Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Next up, we have Sean Forbes. Okay, I don't see Sean here. Oh, Sean is on Zoom. There we go. Thank you, Sean. You can go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Sean Forbes, and I'm a Master of Social Work student at UConn and an employee at CCSU in New Britain. And I'm here in support of SB 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick leave. When I began working back in the early 90s, I never really thought about sick time or benefits. Even after I joined the Air Force and later on joined the workforce, it never crossed my mind about how necessary certain benefits were. Now that I am older and going to grad school, working part-time and raising a family with 2 special needs children, along with my wife, sick days are especially necessary this time of year. Therein lies the issue. With my wife as a teacher in the Glastonbury Public School system, we have to go off of what her contract is. Her contract states that if she runs out of sick time, she has to use personal time. Well, with me only working 19 hours a week per my contract at CCSU, it takes me about 3.5 weeks to accrue 1 hour of sick time. So when working 38 hours total in 2 weeks, I only get 17.3 hours of sick time for a calendar year, which is roughly 2 8-hour shifts that I can miss and get paid. Once that's up, I don't get paid, and it doesn't matter if my kids are sick, not sick. I can't take the time off to be with them if they have special appointments and all of those things that come up when you have 2 kids who do have special needs. The point is, why would my wife have to burn through her sick time and personal time to take care of family members who are sick, and I can only contribute 2 days in an entire calendar year? With these, or calendar month. These 2 kids have special needs and I have a lot of appointments, therapy, and get sick like they both are now. If they did not have winter break this past week, I would have to stay home unpaid so my wife wouldn't have to burn up any more of her time. We are asking the parents to make difficult financial and familiar decisions regarding staying home to take care of sick children and earning a paycheck. It just becomes difficult when you are put in this situation, and I imagine it happens into too many households across this wonderful state. I understand how business works and the enormous cost, both financially and with manpower, sick time truly costs. Unfortunately, as of now, it is time the service devices at times can be difficult and earned depending on scheduling and worked hours. This bill could change all of that. Give some people some flexibility and room to breathe and not have to make the difficult decision about taking care of the loved ones or themselves and missing a paycheck. I implore you to pass this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll let you go today. Thank you for being here. Next up, we have Eric Vitaglione. Eric, I know I screwed up your name. I'm so sorry. Tell us how it's pronounced when you sit down. Thank you. I'll just stick with Eric if that's okay. Thank you.
Oh, that will help. Thank you. I would like to express my appreciation for those who worked to amend the 2011 bill to better adapt it to the different economic and cultural landscape we find ourselves in today. Just as we would not expect a 2011 vehicle to function properly at all without maintenance, so it seems to be the same for legislation. The changes as outlined in SB 7 take these factors into account by expanding the definition of family to include variations outside the nuclear, by broadening the time allotted and methods of use for accrued hours, and by entitling every worker an opportunity of not having to choose between missing a shift or dealing with an ill-timed emergency and losing a day's wages. I am strongly in favor of the amendments presented as they will be of great benefit to our labor force. A weekly paycheck is made up of day-to-day labor, hour to hour. For many, a missed shift will be an existential matter, especially for individuals already rent burdened and in debt. Every finger counts when you're living hand to mouth, struggling to keep your grasp from slipping into economic enslavement. Unfortunately, your car, your nervous system does not always wait for your day off to break down. Having the ability to deal with the calamity, be it sickness, injury, or mental health, without losing your ability to cover the electric bill next month will help many. When I connected with Working Families Party, who informed me of this legislation, they asked my thoughts about paid sick leave, and I had to look it up. There is no such thing as PTO in the restaurant industry. It is basically a no work, no pay business. If I call my manager and my right eye was bleeding, he'll ask about his left, and that was good. He'll tell me to patch up the right and come into work because we're short-staffed. People really don't take a break and that kind of deal. I mean, it's a bit of a hyperbole, but, you know, ask a server, and I'm sure they'll have several stories to tell you. Paid sick leave will give single moms a different option than bringing their kid to work to go hide in the back booth because they're sick, and a cost of a sitter will basically be the amount of the wages they'll make in that day. Or it can give a bartender who's working 3 OCOs, which is an open and close, a chance to take a day off without taking a loss. I mean, I can go on, but I'm sure you guys get the gist of the point. There's no point in belaboring the Labor Committee. You got a lot more to hear, I'm sure. On a side note, on a global scale, we are the only country that does not offer paid sick leave to its citizens. Just for like a frame of reference, the People's Republic of China offers 8 more days than we do because we do an absolute 0. I believe mandated PTO should be instituted on a national level, but I do appreciate the work that you guys are doing until they get it together. I strongly support the expansion of paid sick days in our state to include all workers and to be inclusive of all permutations of family. I'd like to thank Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Vice Chairs Cabrera and Wilson, as well as the other remaining members of the Labor Committee for their time. I hope they vote strongly in favor of strengthening Connecticut's sick leave. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and bringing a little bit different perspective today, a new perspective from different kind of employee. So thank you so much. Any questions or comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day, guys.
Next, we have Joseph Messina. I don't see Joseph. Excuse me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. My name is Joseph Messina, resident of West Hartford. I'm the president and business agent for Local 400 American Federation of Musicians of the United States and Canada. We negotiate collective bargaining agreements with the Hartford Symphony, New Haven Symphony, the Bushnell, Goodspeed Opera House, Oakdale Theater, Palace Theater in Waterbury, and hopefully a few more in the coming months and years. There's been some excellent testimony so far that's covered a lot of the points that I would have made, but I will just make basically a single point. Connecticut law favors employers during a labor dispute. Under current Connecticut law, workers are presumed to have left their jobs voluntarily if they make their last, best, and final decision to go on strike. It is our experience that it is the failure of the employer to negotiate in good faith that forces workers to make the eventual decision to go on strike. I've been a performing musician under a lot of those contracts that I mentioned for 50 plus years. I've recently been honored with a glass plaque from the Hartford Symphony for 50 years as a performing musician. In my experience, we've had one strike from across all those employers in all those years in 1988. So there's not a big problem with allowing, at least for us, the ability to collect unemployment if we're on strike. I will say that that one strike in 1988 was by the Hartford Symphony, was by the musicians of the Hartford Symphony as a last resort. And in the following contract year, 1991, the Hartford Symphony decided that since the musicians went on strike once, they can't possibly afford to do it a second time. So they offered us some really bad contract that they said we would have to accept or they would cancel concerts. And they canceled concerts one after another for a couple of months, and then finally just said, we're canceling the whole season. That lockout lasted 14 months. Our strike was only 3 months. So we struck in 88 and they locked us out for 14 months in 91, saying, oh, they can't possibly afford to be on strike a second time. So our one and only strike in over 50 years, but it just makes my point that the law favors employers during a labor dispute. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for reminding us what it's like to work in one place for 50 years. I had 42 years before I joined the legislature in my retirement. But it's really quite an accomplishment, and you deserve that plaque.
Yes, I was honored to get a glass plaque in spite of the fact that it wasn't gold.
Any questions or comments? Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Morrissey. Eric, I believe.
Hello.
On Zoom, yes, we can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Eric Morrissey, president of J. Morrissey and Company. We are a local small business, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of small businesses in Connecticut, but more specifically our industry on the expansion of paid sick leave. We are one of the handful regional temporary staffing firms left in the area, and as a result, our competitors are large international firms, which only 2 of them alone combined for $8 billion in revenue for 2023. My points today are twofold: small businesses in Connecticut and the temporary staffing industry. As a small business, we employ 23 internal J. Morrissey employees. Every other week, it feels I'm getting letters in the mail from our vendors saying they are increasing our rates due to inflation, not to mention the cost of health insurance and professional liability insurance. All of these increased costs we cannot pass on to our customers because our competitors are these large organizations who have the resources available to them, making it difficult for us to compete rate-wise with our clients. With our industry, we provide temporary staffing to our clients. These are our W-2 employees, and we cover all the benefits, taxes, insurances, etc. Having said that, our W-2 payroll any given week could total 150 or more employees. I bring this up because our industry should be thought of when considering these new bills. Our 23 numbers are not out yet, but here are some 2022 numbers provided by the American Staffing Association. Our industry in Connecticut employed on average 27,400 workers each week, contributing to over $953 million in payroll and thus payroll taxes to the state. We are an option for those individuals and find them jobs with our clients that give these people who want to work an opportunity, which brings me to the purpose of today's hearings. As a small business, these mandates continue to squeeze us tighter and tighter with a financial and administrative burden. With a significant increase in our cost and an insurance market that is not competitive in Connecticut, combined with a worker shortage, another cost such as the paid sick leave expansion would just continue to add to the financial and administrative pressure for small businesses. In addition, our temporary workers work variable shifts week in and week out, keeping track of when a temporary worker hits 30 hours or 40 hours to accrue 1 hour of paid sick leave time is going to be an administrative nightmare. Further, our industry should not have to bear this cost. I understand this current paid sick leave from 2011 exempts temporary workers, but I cannot understand why the exemption has been removed. Yes, on paper, we may have 150 W-2 employees, but I can assure you our revenue does not reflect that of a traditional company with 150 employees. 85% of our employees are temporary workers working for our clients. On average, hourly pay rate to these employees is $25 an hour. Let's just say 100 of them take 40 hours off under this new bill. That is an additional $100,000, not including payroll taxes, of cash outlay from our business that we cannot pass on to our clients, and leaves us stuck footing yet another bill, continuing to tighten the squeeze on our small business and our industry. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Representative Wilson.
Thank you again for your time. I just have one question. Maybe two. First one is when you talk about temporary workers through your business, on average, how many days are they normally on a temporary job?
They're very sporadic. Some are to cover a week off for someone that's out. Some are to cover a 3-month maternity leave. Some are 6-month projects. On average, in industry, it's about 14 to 16 weeks a temporary worker is out at a business.
Okay, and just a follow-up question to that is, you know, I think you explained that these temporary workers, you foot the bill for the taxes and all of the other things. So these temporary workers may be jumping from job to job, but they are employed through your agency, could be all year long.
Correct. So it all depends on our clients' needs. So they'll come to us and say, hey, we've got a 3-month maternity for an administrative assistant that we need to fill, right? So we'll find these people, we'll hire them. And so they're our W-2 employees, but they're working out at our clients for as long as they decide. It's not up to us.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Annia. Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony and for bringing to light, you know, when these pieces of legislation are drafted, I think a lot of times it's always not the result upon the end user is always not given consideration. When you have one of your temporary employees go to a job site or a job, does that employer ever hire them away from you? In other words, you know, amicably, of course, but do they ever find permanent placement with?
Well, yeah, actually, it was in here originally, but I had to cut it short because my 3 minutes. But yes, 43% of our workers actually get full-time positions out of it as of 2023. So there's 43 more people that end up getting all these benefits when they go full-time.
And yeah, I know you said that, well, I think what I heard was 14 to 16 weeks average placement at a place of business.
Yeah.
For somebody who, you know, how long before they're with you? Is there an average before somebody gets hired away? And I know that not everyone gets hired away, but you know, do you have a period of time that they're with you before they end up for those?
Yeah, it's typically 4 months. Typically is 4 months is when, you know, an employer was ready to hire them full time, or, you know, we kind of push it to say, hey, you should really kind of if you really like this person, you should bring them on full time because we don't want to lose them, you know, because they need benefits and they need to, you know, a full-time position. So that's typically when we gotta see that happen.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I have one question, sir. So the demographics of the folks that you hire as your temporary workers, they go out to the field. Are they some retired, some just want to be temporary workers because they don't know what they want to do? You know, I don't know how many temporary workers really look for different jobs because there's going to be different work sets for them or atmospheres for each job. I can't see.
Yeah, so it's all over this. So we do healthcare, information technology, accounting, finance, and back office, we call it. And a lot of these the workers that we find and we ended up employing, some are retired, yes. Some are in between jobs. Some are trying to transition into a different career, right? So then when they apply online, and what happens most of the time is they apply online, They go to this black hole. They never hear back from whoever they applied to, right? So we spend time with them and we try and figure out, okay, what do you want to do? And then we have the relationship with the client, and that's how we kind of make that introduction to get them that opportunity. And some people, to be honest, just they like the difference of a new challenge every couple of months, right? Some just enjoy being temporary workers. So it really is all over the place.
Yeah, that makes sense because they think either they're retired, they don't know what they want to do, and it gives them the opportunity and flexibility to try to find something until they either land a full-time job or just they're doing it because they're retired and they want to make some extra money.
Correct. Yep.
I appreciate your answer and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Paul Seltzer. Paul is going to be testifying on Zoom. Go ahead, Paul. We can see you and hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Paul Seltzer. I live in New Haven. I work as a graduate teacher at Yale University, and I am a leader of Local 33 Unite Here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. In December 2022, my fellow graduate worker colleagues at Yale and I overwhelmingly voted to form a union. And after 9 months of bargaining, we ratified our first ever union contract this past December. I feel really proud of the work we have done to raise the standard for graduate workers at Yale and around the country. I'm also grateful that my colleagues and I will get to enjoy new rights, benefits, and pay raises. For example, a few years ago, I had to spend over $1,000 on a root canal because our dental insurance was so subpar. Starting in the fall, graduate workers at Yale will have access to dental insurance of the same high quality as other union members at the university have. I feel lucky that our contract negotiations involved good faith bargaining from everyone involved. But I know that it was only a few decades ago that my union siblings in other Yale unions had to regularly go on strike for decent contracts. Making the decision to go on strike is never an easy one. Workers risk a loss of income and the permanent loss of their jobs, especially when replacement workers are hired. But by the time a strike vote is taken, after months of bargaining, workers usually feel that a strike may be the only option to resolve differences with their employer. I'm inspired by the stories I've heard from older union members who walked the picket line in the past and fought for what was right, even though it was hard. We should protect the workers who make the difficult decision to go on strike by passing HB 5164. HB 5164 adds fairness by allowing striking workers to receive unemployment benefits after 2 consecutive weeks. It incentivizes employers to remain at the table and negotiate in good faith to avert a strike. If they don't, they risk increasing their unemployment insurance experience ratings if the strike lasts longer than 2 weeks. Workers dedicate a significant portion of their lives to their careers, and we should not be penalized for we should not be penalized financially while exercising our legal right to strike over wages, benefits, and workplace conditions. We shouldn't fear being unable to pay we shouldn't fear being unable to pay our bills or take care of our families. Let's make this a reality by passing HB 5164. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Anybody on the committee have a question or comment? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next up, we have Alex Johnson. Hello, Alex. I didn't see you over there. Good to see you. We don't generally allow announcements. I didn't hear that last bit, but oh, birthday. Oh, if you have a birthday, you want to say hello. That would be allowed. I thought you were talking about maybe a rally or something. Turn on your mic, though.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Who are you going to say happy birthday to?
To my best friend, Sarah, who I am half the person I am because of how incredible she is. She has been my best friend since my freshman year of college, and she is a mother, a wife, and she's not only the eldest woman in her family in terms of siblings, she all acts like the eldest daughter to all of us and slightly races even us as adults and makes us better human beings. So we love and appreciate her. And she's going to be so embarrassed later. But
Okay, so let's begin your testimony, but happy birthday.
thank you. So thank you for letting me speak here today. You all know me as Alex Johnson from CDU. You all know I'm an Uber driver. I also, just for reference, live in North Haven, Connecticut. But also what you don't know about me is that in the past, I have altogether worked going on 7 years in this service industry. I worked 4.5 years in the food service industry, to give a little bit of understanding, which I worked as a driver, an insider, an assistant manager, even assistant manager doing the duties of a general manager. So I've seen from every angle how paid sick leave could benefit so many people, which is why I'm here in support of Senate Bill number 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. Now, another thing to slightly understand was, yes, this time was in Memphis, Tennessee. So some things may be shocking and slightly different in terms of labor laws of what you might be shocked to hear, but they're not that much more different than Connecticut. Two very important things to understand is that, yes, Tennessee was an at-will right-to-work state, where Connecticut is only an at-will state. And secondly is, in Tennessee, you are not required to break by law if you have access to food and or the employer deems the nature of your job provides ample downtime. So a couple of things to understand. But this is what formulated my average day being a manager working at Domino's. My average work week was between 75 to 84 hours. My longest consecutive shift was 27.5 hours. That wasn't with a break. They may seem like impossible feats, but in comparison, my average shift was sometimes only 9 hours less. I also never had a paid sick day. No one ever did. And what do you think all happened after that? I was run down. I was sick all the time. And even when I was sick, I still worked making other people's food because I didn't have the choice to stay home. Twice I worked with the flu. The first time I was actually a driver, brought a fun picture. Do I look like someone that had any business driving a car on a busy road where I could barely see, barely could breathe, and everything was hazy, which was not safe at all? And I know you're thinking, well, then why didn't you go home? I didn't have paid sick days. Many restaurant workers here in Connecticut don't have paid sick days. So we have to call out, and sometimes bosses won't let you, or they threaten to write you up. Like, we shouldn't have to risk people's lives and our lives to just stay home without consequences. The other being that when I had the flu the other time, I was a manager on the make line and I almost passed out against a 475-degree oven and against hard concrete tile floor. I also gave the flu to my, at the time, manager boyfriend, who gave it to his entire store. That cost immensely the amount of quality of service, the cost of the finances and earnings lost to the store were immense, and the risk to thousands of customers. And I know you're being like, well, this was in Tennessee. Again, so many restaurant workers here are not exempt, are exempt from having paid sick days. So they go to work like this because they don't have a choice. And if they call out, they get threatened with write-ups, they get threatened with losing their job. And then we're having people like this, not my nicest day. I literally drove around with these tissues stuffed up my nose, driving basically might as well have been drunk on the road.
Ms. Johnson, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Understood. My final one I would like to say is that this is my best friend Autumn, and this is my nephew Cameron. Because Autumn did not have childcare and she was a single mom, my nephew was often raised in the store, and the only place we could have him sit was next to that 475-degree oven, and he was 2 years old. She couldn't call out. She made little wages like I did. And even if she did call out, then she wouldn't have been able to buy food to feed him. So a 2-year-old had no other choice but to sit in a restaurant. And by the time he was 3 years old, we had to teach him how to hide from customers so they wouldn't call CPS on Autumn, because she didn't deserve that. She's an amazing mom. And my nephew is the sweetest child alive, and he should have been home at 11 o'clock at night, not sitting in a restaurant waiting for us to close. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions or comments? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for this real lived experience. I don't think we on the committee really understand what the reality is of many of the workers that we are trying to bring on, up to par with just some basic protections. And your story of yourself and your friend and family who have to take care of those children while they work is a real eye opener, and why we absolutely need this as a basic minimum. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if I rushed some of my stories. I have so many. I could tell that we would have a lecture. One of them was when I got robbed at gunpoint. Still had to sit at home alone, terrified and traumatized, because I was an under 18 and I wasn't married. So nobody could have stayed and taken care of me. Like, these exceptions, these loopholes seem like a good thing for both business owners, but it's just something else for workers to fall through in, and that's not right. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go back now to Irene Scribalo, who is online.
Hi, Senator Julie. My name's Irene Scribilo, and I live in New Milford, Connecticut. I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill number 7, an act concerning Connecticut's paid sick days. I was recently in a deli market, a small local place, getting some roast beef for my cat, which I'm vegetarian, so I don't eat roast beef. When I noticed the fellow behind the counter had a distinct cough. He was very careful when he was handling food, but he looked really unwell. And I asked if he was okay. And he responded, "I'm okay. I just feel a little off, but I got to work. I got to eat." He said it in jest, but it's really not a joke. So many people with no sick days show up, and they have no choice when they're unwell. And for people like me, I just came back from an appointment for my husband. He's immunocompromised. A cough like that's a red flag. I mean, my husband's going through chemo. He has no immune system. I wear an N95 mask indoors, but sometimes even that's not enough, even though COVID is allegedly over. This deli worker has coworkers and customers who are affected, not to mention his own health. If he's sick, he should have the option to stay home. He shouldn't have to pick between a paycheck or staying home. That's just not acceptable. As someone who's a caregiver, I can't imagine the stress of having to go to work or to arrange for transportation for a caretaker for my loved one. I'm fortunate to have a flexible schedule, but it's still very stressful. Caretaking is tough, be it for an adult or a child. It wears you down mentally and physically. To worry about getting paid on top of that, it would just take a physical toll on the caregiver. I found a quote, I don't know who to attribute it to, but it really nails it. If we have a healthier workforce, we have a more productive workforce. And we have to remember that every sick worker can reduce business and productivity. I strongly support the expansion of the paid sick days for all workers and to expand the definition of family. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote favorably this year to strengthen Connecticut's paid sick leave law. Now, since I think I have a couple more minutes, my husband had a company with 25 employees, and he always offered sick time. And his rationale was, if they're good employees, I want to keep them happy and healthy, and I want them to stay. It's more expensive for me to retrain someone than to lose people because of illnesses or elder care or child care. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Irene, and thank you for your testimony. And I do appreciate what you said about your husband's business. My father owned small businesses, and he always did provide benefits for his workers. He wouldn't fire somebody if they were out sick. And I think that there are many small businesses in the state of Connecticut that do provide these benefits, and we appreciate them so much. I know one local business in my town, she came and testified during a press conference we had, and she has a very small business. It's a startup business. And I so appreciate that she recognized the importance of providing sick time to her employees, because she knew it was a really valuable benefit for people. And so I appreciate you mentioning that as well. It does underscore how so many of our small businesses, they're really doing right by their employees in Connecticut. And this would really level the playing field for them if other businesses were required to do so as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I'm going to turn it over to Representative Wilson to chair while I go vote in another committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. We're gonna now move on to Adam Waters, who is on Zooms. You have the floor.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Adam Waters. I live in New Haven, and I work as a graduate teacher at Yale University, and I'm a leader of Local 33 Unite Here. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of HB 5164. So last year, my coworkers and I finally won our union after a 33-year struggle for recognition. And I'm also very happy to say that we were able to negotiate a fantastic, life-changing first contract with Yale University. Our contract includes significant pay raises, improvements to healthcare and other benefits, and important protections for workers facing harassment or discrimination. For me, this contract means the difference between barely making ends meet before and now making enough to actually start saving money for the future. And importantly, the union and the university engaged in good faith negotiations, so we were able to win the contract without having to go on strike. But I know that not all workers have the same opportunities that we had. Too often, employers are unwilling to negotiate in good faith, and unionized workers have to make the difficult decision to go on strike in order to secure the wages and benefits that they deserve. In doing so, they risk a significant loss of income and even perhaps the permanent loss of their jobs, if the employer chooses not to rehire them when the strike ends. But workers go on strike because they realize that there is no other option available to get their employer to take their needs seriously and negotiate a good contract. The state of Connecticut should treat unionized workers who decide that they need to go on strike for fair wages and benefits fairly. Providing unemployment insurance to striking workers is just that. It is an act of fairness. By and large, Connecticut residents already recognize that unions and strikes are crucial to keeping the high standard for work that we enjoy in this state. It's why so many community members turned out to support us in our campaign last year. And it's time for state law to reflect that understanding as well. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
We're going to move down to Ridge Lou.
Hi all. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Rich Liu. I'm a resident of New Haven. And like Adam Paul, I'm a proud founding member of my union, Local 33 Unite Here. And thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5164. As you heard just now, graduate work in the last few years, us graduate workers at Yale won a long-running campaign to form a union and settled our first industry-leading contract. We won major pay increases and improvements to our healthcare that make it possible for us to afford our rent, fix our teeth, even save a little. And we were fortunate that we didn't have to strike. But for many workers, striking is the only way to really demonstrate how essential they are to a workplace. At many other universities, graduate workers had to strike in order to win basic workplace protections around discrimination, harassment, and abuse. And I know that here at Yale, we benefited from the union standards set by Unite Here Locals 34 and 35 through their decades of organizing, including over their decades, many strikes. If Yale had not negotiated with us in good faith, I know that my coworkers' fear of not being able to pay the bills, rent, and student loans would have made it so much harder for us to exercise our rights and win the amazing contract that we did. Workers made the decision to strike as a last resort and should not be punished for the actions of employers who don't come to the table. For these reasons, I support HB 5164. I thank the committee again.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We're going to move down to John O'Connor. All right. Next up is Evelise Carrera.
Hello, I'm pulling up my testimony now. Okay, so I wrote something. I'm kind of going to freestyle it here, so I guess I'll begin. On May 2nd, 2008, SB 217 was defeated. I know that because I took a job canvassing for paid sick days to pay my rent. I lacked family medical leave and paid sick days. So did the state of Connecticut. So my son, who was born 2 weeks prior and was breastfeeding every 2 hours, was left at home with a babysitter so that I could help pay rent. The Care for Kids program in Department of Labor couldn't believe that I was working at the time, and I had to submit proof. It was frustrating. And even years after Connecticut paid sick leave legislation has been, enacted, many Hartford residents and inner city residents still find themselves gate-kept out of whatever protections, our suburban counterparts do have. Generally, inner city residents are not working in corporate environments where these protections are provided by the company and provided by the state. So we're left out. Right now, raising a child in Connecticut, our motto is make it in Connecticut. And people would love to make it in Connecticut, but that means choosing between going to work and sending your kid to school sick to get other people's kids sick, or not paying bills. That's not fair to anyone. And it's not fair to the people, that you're servicing if you work in the food industry. It's not fair to people in school if you work in education. It's just not fair. And these are common sense things that should have already been enacted. Legislators have seen my son take the city bus here now for maybe the last 3 years during, the legislative session. I've been canvassing for this and fighting for this as long as he's been alive. My son is going into his junior year in high school next year. I remember being here in 2019, lobbying for paid sick leave with the Working Families Party. I'm tired. And at this point, the legislation, my kids are almost out of school. It's not going to benefit me as much as it's going to benefit my kids. And I don't know if y'all got kids, but probably your kids as well. You don't know what type of job they're going to take, what type of industry they're going to work in. And it's a common sense solution that should be part of a civilized society. Connecticut should not pat themselves on the back for being a leader. The United States, the bar is in hell. So there is no paid family medical leave. We have 12 weeks of unpaid sick leave, and the rest of the world looks at us like we're crazy. So, we're getting laughed at right now by the EU. It's something that should have been done. Connecticut should be at the forefront of it. And if the rest of the country, wants to come, follow us later on, that's okay. But I don't want sick people making my pizza. I don't want sick daycare workers around my kids. That's how RSV goes around. That's how everything else goes around. And something needs to be done. I'm hoping this is the last time we need to have this discussion here, because I'm able to quote, I'm able to show pay stubs. This has been a battle for me personally since 2008. My son is 15 now, taking city bus up to the Capitol after school sometimes. And I've been working on this as long as he's been alive. And it all began with, quest to just pay my rent, which is how I took the job in the first place. Of course, now I came here unpaid because I'm just over it. And I'm hoping that legislators are over it as well. Also, with everything with the unions and striking, unions and strikes are a way to guarantee higher wages. Let's foster and build the middle class in Connecticut because right now it does not exist. And I yield the rest of my time in case you guys have any questions for me.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you. Going back over to general law now. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. We're going to go back one to John O'Connor. He is testifying on Zoom. John, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is John O'Connor. I teach in the sociology department at Central Connecticut State University. I'm one of the leaders of CSU-AUP, the faculty union that represents full and part-time members at Central, Southern, Western, and Eastern. CSU-AUP is part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I support Senate Bill 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. A crucial and important part of the educational workforce is part-time faculty in the CSCU system, both in the community colleges and the state universities. Each semester across the 4 CSUs, we have approximately 1,500 workers who are poorly paid, work under difficult circumstances, and are often disrespected by the administration and sometimes, sadly, even by full-time faculty. Part-time faculty are essential at the same time that they are precarious. They are heroic at the same time that they're ignored. Yet colleges and universities cannot operate without them. Part-time CSU-AUP members do not receive paid sick days. CSU-AUP has tried to win paid sick days from the Board of Regents at the negotiating table. However, the BOR, which rarely does the right thing, is content to benefit from worker exploitation. We have not yet won, but sure as day turns into night, we will. In our last round of negotiations, we proposed that full-time workers could pool their bank paid sick days and distribute them to our part-time colleagues when needed. A part-time colleague of mine in the sociology department, Chris Dussault, illustrates why paid sick days is important for all workers. Chris had a back problem and needed surgery. He went into the hospital during the semester, it was actually during the pandemic, and actually taught a couple of online classes from his hospital bed. He ended up getting an infection, and his semester and the semester of his students was compromised. A paid sick day would have made a difference. Recent estimates show that just 11% of employed workers in Connecticut meet the criteria to be eligible for paid sick days under current law. This means that approximately 1.6 million workers in Connecticut are excluded from the law right now and are not guaranteed the right to paid sick time when they need it. Because one of the most limiting aspects of our current law is the eligibility, which is limited to certain service occupations, this requirement alone excludes nearly 3/4 of all Connecticut workers. I strongly support the expansion of paid sick days in our state to all workers. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote favorably this year to strengthen Connecticut's paid sick leave law. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to move down to Daniel Perez, who is also testifying virtual. Daniel, you've got the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding HB 5164. My name is Daniel Perez, and I'm a state economic analyst at the Economic Policy Institute. EPI is a nonprofit, nonpartisan think tank that uses the tools of economics to research public policies that protect and improve the economic conditions of low and middle wage workers. Today, I'd like to highlight research findings on the impact of extending unemployment insurance to striking workers. Extending UI to striking workers is both good economics and consistent with the goals of the UI program, which is to offer a financial lifeline to workers and their families and to keep dollars flowing to local economies in times of economic distress. Using publicly available data on state UI claims and strikes, we estimate that the cost of extending unemployment benefits to striking workers would be extremely minimal, at most amounting to less than a fraction of 1% of current average UI claims. The legislation you're considering today stipulates a 14-day waiting period before workers would be eligible for benefits. However, most strikes are much shorter than this. In the past 2 years, just 2 strikes met this threshold in Connecticut. And modeling based on Connecticut's recent strike history and typical UI recipiency rates, we can project that under this proposed bill, an estimated 73 striking workers in Connecticut might receive $650 in benefits each month, totaling $48,000 in monthly payments. To put this in context, the Connecticut UI system typically pays out an average of $41 million per month to unemployed workers. The $48,000 we estimate this bill might cost is equivalent to just 0.1% of average state UI claims. Even if we shift our assumptions to the highly unlikely scenario where 100% of eligible workers apply for benefits, and where future strikes persist for an additional 4 weeks beyond the historical average, claims paid to striking workers would still only total $255,000 per month, an amount equivalent to just 0.6% of average state UI claims. So ultimately, striking workers would be a drop in the bucket relative to typical UI claims. It'd represent at most 0.6% of all claims made. But for workers on strike, these benefits could mean the ability to put food on the table, keep a roof over their head, while taking action to improve their wages and working conditions, something that ultimately benefits the state's labor market and the economy as a whole. And I'll finish by saying that in addition to being a lifeline for workers, extending UI can facilitate more productive labor relations, can empower workers to exercise their rights to strike and dissuade employers from using tactics to outlast workers. And I commend the committee for considering this bill today. It's encouraging to note that other states are considering similar legislation. For example, Washington State's advancing legislation with a waiting period of 8 to 14 days. New York State's considering reducing their waiting period from 14 days to 7. So as you move forward with this bill, I'd encourage the committee to consider shorter waiting periods so that workers can feel confident in their ability to access benefits when they need them most. And I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Senator Kushner.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony, and especially what you said at the end about other states that have this already in statute are reducing time periods. I do remember when I was working back in New York as early as the 1970s, the employees who were involved in a labor dispute were eligible for unemployment benefits. At that time, I believe it was after 8 weeks of on strike. And now I know that they haven't moved in the direction in New York State. I believe it's 2 weeks now. And you said they're considering reducing that period as well?
That's right. They're considering, there's active legislation rather, that would reduce the waiting period to 7 days. And if we look at strike data in states like New Jersey, New York, that already have legislation that allows workers to access benefits, you see that there's no difference in strike activity between states that do have this legislation on the books and states that do not. So I think it's great that states and lawmakers are recognizing the benefits of this legislation. Yes.
I appreciate that. I also, I think that it's reassuring for those of us. I know there's been some questions raised at times about whether that would impact the solvency of our unemployment trust fund. And obviously in these other states, if they are reducing the waiting period, I would imagine that there has not been a negative impact that threatens the solvency of their trust funds. I don't know if you have it.
Yeah, I would, if I may point you to research I've submitted I linked to my research in my submitted testimony, and there's estimates for all the states that are considering legislation. And even in the most generous states, claims represent just 1% at most of typical UI expenditures in each state. So it's a drop in the bucket compared to what states typically pay out because of regular churn in the labor market.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing my question.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. And I wanted to just make a point of clarification, or maybe have you correct me, but you mentioned that during a work stoppage or strike, the data shows, or your research shows, that if this legislation goes into effect, basically the cost to the unemployment insurance trust fund would be negligible. I believe you used, use a numerical amount, but it was a fraction. But I just want to be clear that that unemployment insurance fund, it pays out to the worker, but then a charge is charged back to the company that employee works for. So I just want to ask you for a point of clarification, just make sure I'm not understanding this incorrectly, that eventually that fund's going to be reimbursed by the employer. Care to comment on that?
Yes, I appreciate your question. And I'll just remind that when the unemployment insurance system was established, the mandate of the program was to alleviate suffering for individuals, carry workers through times of economic distress or turmoil, as well as to serve as a macroeconomic stabilizer, making sure economies, that dollars keep flowing to local economies. And it's been affirmed in the courts that extending UI to striking workers is consistent with the mandate of the program. So I think, as I said, it's been consistent with the program the whole time. And I think you and I agree that workers and employers should be able to contract with one another on an equal footing. And I don't think this legislation would disrupt that. Thank you for that question.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn it back over to Senator Kushner.
Thank you. Next up is Liz Gustafson. I said your name wrong too. I'm not doing too well with the names today. Apologies.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and esteemed members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Liz Gustafson, and I am the Connecticut State Director of Reproductive Equity Now, and I am here to testify in support of SB 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. As a state and regional organization, Reproductive Equity Now works in Connecticut and across New England to fight for a future where all people and their families can thrive in safe and healthy communities. While Connecticut continues to make strides on behalf of reproductive equity, it is our responsibility to strengthen and implement robust, fair workplace policies and expand the rights of all working people, because reproductive equity and economic justice are inherently linked. Every person must be able to access the health care that they want and that they need without the risk of losing their job, their pay, or their economic security. Whether a person is taking time to access abortion care, pregnancy care, or preventative care, they deserve access to paid sick time. Whether a person is taking their child to a doctor's appointment, caring for an ailing parent, or helping care for their chosen family, they deserve paid sick time. Access to paid sick leave is a matter of public health, as well as racial, gender, and economic justice. Workers of color and women workers of color in particular are overrepresented in industries that do not provide paid sick days. This disparity only became more dangerous and more prevalent throughout the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic for women and people of color, who continue to be overrepresented in frontline jobs that carry a greater risk of exposure to viruses, but still lack critical support, such as accessible paid sick leave. And now, in a post-Roe world, our state must continue doing everything it can in its power to support people accessing the reproductive health care they need, including protecting people's economic security when taking time off work to travel to appointments. While Connecticut led the way by becoming the first state to require certain employers to provide paid sick time in 2011, many workers continue to be left behind. The law does not cover workers of employers with fewer than 50 employees, federal employees, certain employees of manufacturers and nonprofit organizations, and temporary or day laborers. Additionally, even those who are covered by the current law face barriers when seeking access to paid sick days. Currently, workers who are covered are only eligible to use the paid sick time they've accrued after they've worked 680 hours, which is inaccessible to part-time workers or those with multiple jobs. SB 7 would help strengthen our paid sick days protections by expanding who is able to access this time, reducing barriers to accrual of these benefits, and extends access to safe days so workers can take care of a family member who experiences family violence, intimate partner violence, or sexual assault. Additionally, while SB 7 does further expand the definition of family, we respectfully urge the committee to amend language to also include chosen family, as doing so would not only update the definition so that it is in line with our state's paid family medical leave statute, but also ensure that all workers can care for their loved ones, regardless of what their family looks like. Comprehensive paid sick day policies are an essential component to reproductive equity and freedom and are essential to ensuring all working people can effectively care for themselves, their families, and their loved ones. Reproductive Equity Now urges the committee and Connecticut General Assembly to support SB 7. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. You spoke a bit about the definition of family, which of course, when I joined the legislature in 2019, it was a very big topic of discussion around how we built out a program around paid family medical leave, which ultimately I think we would all agree we incorporated a definition that was broad and that really met the needs of our working families today in Connecticut. You point out that this definition of family is not incorporated in SB 7 or either of the other two bills that are before us. I do know, and I'm sure you're aware, last year, when the bill was first introduced last year, we had a broader definition of family, but then through some much negotiations that went on within the legislature and with the executive branch, we did end up with a compromise bill on a number of different counts. This was not SB 7 doesn't represent all we would like it to be, but it in fact represents a compromise that was reached with the executive branch and the labor chairs. And so I understand your testimony and I appreciate your testimony. I think if we are looking at revisions, that would be an important one to look at. So thank you for pointing it out.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands. Thank you. Next up, we have Emily Sabo. I don't see Emily in the room, and she is not here right now, so if we see her later, we'll call her. Next up is Melanie Guerrera, and you are on Zoom.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Melanie Guerrera, and I live in New Haven. I'm an ophthalmic technician at the Yale School of Medicine, Department of Ophthalmology and Visual Science, and I'm a proud member of Unite Here, Local 34. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. I can tell you with 100% confidence that the union job that I'm vastly proud of has changed the entire trajectory of my entire life. Before this job, I graduated college in 2006. I had a child in 2008, and then I lost my job during the Great Recession. And then I subsequently spent 2 years with an infant unemployed, commonly referred to in my own life as the dark period. I had no idea what I was going to do, how I was going to ever get out of the situation that I was in, because I had student loans. I bought a home, which I was able to do because my father passed and I got some money. That's the only reason I was able to do that. But I had a home, a child, regular living expenses, and wild student loans to pay. And I was drowning quickly. And then I found a union job. And I went from making $19 an hour to $30 an hour overnight. I've now been at this union job for 10 years, and my life is in places I never dreamed that it would be. I was able to now pay off those student loans. I'm going to be able to send that now 15-year-old son to college without concern. I've since married. I now have another child. Well, I'll be able to send him to college too. So those of us here at Local 34, we haven't had a strike at Yale for at least 20 years. I was in the bargaining committee in our last contract, and we settled because our employers stayed at the bargaining table and negotiated with good faith. One of the reasons I support HB 5164 is that all employees should bargain in good faith and not force workers to go on strike. If we were to ever strike again, I will be out there no matter what, because I know how much this union job has changed my life. But without unemployment insurance, it would be particularly frightening all over again. My husband and I were both union members, so we would have no income at all. We, like I mentioned, have a child who is in daycare, and those daycare costs cost us more than our mortgage. Our biggest concern about being on strike would be paying for our daycare, our mortgage, and the rest of our living expenses. We would depend on our savings to survive, and that would be a struggle, obviously. When our union went on strike in 1984, they won amazing wages. Yes?
Ms. Guerrero, your time is almost up. Please conclude your
Okay,
remarks.
sure. And benefits, but we stayed on strike for 10 weeks. And if that were to happen to us, that would devastate my family. So thank you for this opportunity. I am in support of HB 5164 for working people and union members, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I do want to mention that in 1984, when your bargaining unit went out on strike at Yale, actually walked that picket line. I was organizing workers at Columbia University in similar positions to yours, who also were facing tremendous cuts in their health care and other benefits, and chose to unionize. So I remember that strike. Probably I'm not sure you were born then.
I was, but I was, but I wasn't there. But thank you.
Testimony, and I do realize that what you're talking about when you talk about having unemployment benefits, if you were to ever need to repeat that kind of strike action, that would basically, it wouldn't pay your mortgage and pay your childcare, but it might make sure that you had food to put on the table. Am I correct?
Right. Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Testimony. I see no other hands, so thank you for being with us today. Next up, we have Michelle Evermore.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, and Representative Weir, and the members of this committee for holding this hearing today on the critical issue of granting unemployment insurance to workers on strike in Connecticut. My name is Michelle Evermore, and I work for the Century Foundation. Previously, I served as the Deputy Director for Policy in the Office of Unemployment Insurance Modernization at the U.S. Department of Labor. I want to raise a couple things I didn't talk about last year when this similar legislation was raised. Both the high economic return of this legislation and the fact that providing unemployment to striking workers is probably more common than people realize. You just heard from EPI on their analysis, on Daniel Perez's analysis, that extending UI to striking workers wouldn't be a huge percent of initial and continued claims. I want to drill down on that just a little bit. His study looked at 2022 and 2023. Now, that was a period when not only was unemployment extremely low, but strike activity was extraordinarily high, historically. The thing to remember about when unemployment is low, not only does that mean fewer people are unemployed, but fewer of them will apply for unemployment insurance benefits because they expect to be able to get a new job relatively quickly. So what I'm saying is this: there will probably never be another year where the percentage would get even as high as the very, very small number that EPI estimates. Okay, so it's not that expensive. Why is it important then? One of the key purposes of unemployment insurance since its founding was to keep periods of unemployment from driving down wages. When are workers most in danger of losing economic ground? During a labor dispute. Such strikes happen when workers are in such a terrible spot that they're willing to take this massive risk to maintain a standard of living or get to a standard of living that is sustainable. This also keeps a labor dispute from depressing the local economy. Every dollar spent in UI generates $2 in economic activity. So to my second point, covering striking workers is not as rare as we think. People can very often get UI during a strike. In Connecticut, locked out workers can get UI. Workers who are affected by a strike but not directly involved in it may be able to get UI. And that's true in the vast majority of states. Under the one federally administered unemployment insurance system, railroad unemployment insurance, workers can get benefits after 2 weeks of being on strike, as well as, New York and New Jersey, striking workers are explicitly covered. In 8 other states, striking workers can get benefits if the dispute is caused by the employer violating the contract. If the employer violates labor law, striking workers in 7 states can get benefits. I believe it would make more sense just to cover strikes than to make UI agencies figure out what constitutes a lockout, whether a worker is participating in the strike, or whether the employer violated labor law or the contract. It seems to me counterintuitive to tell workers that they don't have to cross a picket line to go to a job to qualify for UI, unless it's their own picket line. I urge the committee to report this legislation favorably as soon as possible and get this across the finish line this year. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a couple of questions for you. The first one is, I heard you refer to the fact that for every dollar that is spent in unemployment benefits, it generates $2 in terms of economic activity. Could you talk a little bit more about that and explain how that works?
Yes, thank you for the question. So I'll tell you a story. In 2020, I got very busy with unemployment insurance, as you might imagine. And I am a regular at the hardware store down the street. And so by the fall, I went in to buy a lawnmower, and the manager of the store, the owner of the store, says, I know I'm supposed to not like unemployment insurance because of this extra $600. He said, but actually my workers are coming to work. The good thing is everybody's spending their $600. They're sitting at home, they're looking at their unpainted walls, and they're spending their money here in my store. I love this thing, right? So that's what this is about. It's when workers collect unemployment, they spend every penny of it because it's much less than they had been taking in before. So it generates local economic activity.
Thank you. And I imagine that's sort of what was referred to by some of the other people who testified today, talked about the hardship in the community when a large employer went out on strike and other businesses in that community really suffered. If folks had their unemployment benefit, presumably they would, as you said, spend every penny of it on food or other essentials.
That's correct.
Thank you for that. And the other thing that you commented on was The issue is that someone who is honoring a picket line and chooses not to go to work because there's a picket line, they might be eligible for unemployment. But if it's their own picket line, then they are not in the state of Connecticut. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, that's right. Essentially, if I'm in if I work in a factory, but I am not in the bargaining unit and the factory shuts down, I can collect unemployment insurance. It's only if I am member of the unit that is on strike that I'm not eligible for unemployment insurance benefits.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to make a distinction because you pointed out several ways in which the state already, or UI already covers striking workers and I should say workers when there's a strike involved. And the difference here that is apparent to me, and is that this is the other items that you pointed out. If there's a lockout, if there are violations by the employer, most of those were on the part of the employer, initiating, being the procuring cause of that strike or the work stoppage. In this case, this is a choice made by the workers to strike. And I understand that it's not an easy one, that it's taken very seriously, but this is the workers voting affirmatively to go on strike. And I draw a distinction there between those two situations. And and obviously you want the two sides to work in good faith to come to an agreement. I fully support that. But I just want to draw a distinction that in the examples you gave, the difference in this is that this is a choice made by the workers to take this action. So for the record, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Lena Eckert-Erdheim. And Lena, I believe you're on Zoom.
Yes, I am. And you pronounced my name perfectly. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Lena Eckert-Erdheim. I live in New Haven, and I'm an organizer with Unite Here at Yale University. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of HB 5164. Just a few months ago, at the end of 2023, graduate teachers and researchers in Unite Here Local 33 at Yale ratified their first union contract. I believe you've heard from several Local 33 leaders in today's hearing already about how transformative the wages and benefits and workplace protections in the contract are and will be for them and their colleagues. It was a real honor to help negotiate this contract alongside the graduate teachers and researchers at Yale. And I am extremely proud of the new standard we achieved through our organizing and through 10 months of good faith negotiations. Winning this union and this contract has been 30 plus years in the making, and I've been part of the effort to achieve it for over a decade, first as a graduate worker myself and then as a union organizer. As an employer, Yale did the right thing in negotiating with its graduate workers over the last year. They did not try to delay negotiations following a union recognition election in 2022, and they came to those negotiations in good faith. We were able to work out differences at the bargaining table productively and move forward with a shared goal of getting to a contract that improved the working conditions of graduate employees. It could have gone very differently, though. In fact, it has many times at Yale. Graduate workers went on strike to try and win union recognition prior to our election in 2022, and members of Unite Here Locals 34 and 35 regularly had to strike for their contracts prior to 2004. And those are contracts that have raised the standard of living for thousands of families in Connecticut. Workers do not make the decision to go on strike lightly. It's a sacrifice that risks loss of income and potential loss of a job entirely. Workers go on strike when they've exhausted their options at the bargaining table or when an employer refuses to negotiate in good faith. And currently, Connecticut law favors employers in labor disputes. HB 5164 would incentivize employers to engage in good faith bargaining by providing unemployment insurance to workers after they've been on strike for 2 weeks. We should not continue to encourage employers to exploit the financial distress of workers as a bargaining strategy, but instead pass this necessary legislation to improve the lives of working people and their families across Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. Any comments or questions from the committee? I don't see any hands, so thank you for being with us today. Next up, we have Sarah Ganong. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here during this long day. My name is Sarah Ganong. I'm a proud Hartford resident and the state director of Connecticut Working Families Power. We're an organization fighting for an economy that works for everybody and a democracy where every voice matters. And right now in Connecticut, our economy isn't working for everyone. That's why I'm joining so many people who are here in front of you today in support of Senate Bill 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. Although I wasn't yet working here, WFP was proudly instrumental in the original passage of the first paid sick days law in 2011. That year, as we do today, we recognize the tremendous need for sick days for all workers in our state. Even though we weren't able to cover everyone at the time, our state did lead the way for the rest of the country in beginning to pass paid sick days laws. But now, 15 years later, we've fallen behind. If we want to remain competitive with our neighbors like New York and New Jersey, and ensure workers don't have to make unimaginable decisions between paychecks and their health, we must pass paid universal sick days this legislative session. Personally, I've always been lucky to work for employers who have included paid sick leave in their benefits package, even if they were actually exempt under current law. When I needed to take a couple days off for COVID recovery, for example, I had access to sick days and didn't have to choose between a paycheck or getting colleagues sick, as we've heard other folks in the hearing room have to do today. Unfortunately, many people do have to make this decision simply because their employer has 49 employees instead of 51. As we discuss expanding coverage, we also need to expand to workers who can be considered in their families under the law. I'd like to join others today in suggesting a more expanded definition of family than is proposed in either Senate Bill 7 or the governor's bill before the committee. Under current law, workers can only use paid sick time to care for a child up to the age of 18 or a spouse. That certainly doesn't describe all families, particularly many LGBTQ families. In fact, this legislature agreed when you passed an expanded definition under paid family and medical leave in 2019. I'd encourage the committee to consider an amendment to the bill to expand the definition in Senate Bill 7 to correspond with paid family and medical leave. When Connecticut enacted our landmark paid sick days law in 2011, we redefined ourselves as a family and a worker-friendly state. When we passed paid family and medical leave in 2019, we did the same thing. At many public hearings that I'm sure some of you have sat through in the last few years, we heard a lot of the same scaremongering tactics from the business community that we've heard today. Yet just last week, we reached the milestone of over 100,000 employees and individuals in Connecticut being able to access our paid leave program. We know that the need for these policies is clear, and I'd encourage the committee to expand paid sick days with universal coverage and a family definition to match paid family leave. Thanks so much and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. You said that you're lucky to work for employers that provide paid sick days. Have some of those employers been small businesses?
They've been smaller nonprofits, yes, which has been exempt.
Thank you. And I know that I would imagine some of the small nonprofits that you have worked for have not had robust funds.
Yes, that's correct.
I don't know how to say that nicely. I struggled a little bit. I know a lot of nonprofits really, it's hard for them to make payroll and to go above and beyond. Yet a lot of those nonprofits I am aware of, I meant to ask this of a previous witness and forgot to ask her, but a lot of them do provide paid time off for their employees when they're sick.
Yeah, that's accurate and has been my experience. But again, shouldn't have to just be lucky enough with my employer to be able to have that access.
Yes. In terms of the definition of family and your proposal that there be an amendment to Senate Bill 7 to expand the definition to match that of the paid family medical leave program. Do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So the way that it was written in paid family and medical leave includes what was described as I have the definition in front of me, an individual rated to the employee by blood or affinity whose close association to the employee shows to be the equivalent of these family relationships. And I know a lot of the conversations that we had in the work of that bill and that this committee went through in 2017, 18, and 19 really centered around the idea that the government shouldn't be deciding who somebody's family is, that people are able to make those choices of who they're taking care of for themselves. And I think particularly for LGBTQ individuals and families, that a lot of times people are taking care of somebody that may not be related to them by marriage or by blood, and that we need to be encompassing all those definitions of family in our law. I think something else that's come up as well in this conversation is sort of the idea of wanting to be able to streamline processes, sort of eliminate so-called red tape. And I think in terms of being business friendly with this proposal, it seems simpler and easier to be having the same definition of family for both paid family and medical leave and paid sick days. So we're not in a situation where an employee is using the benefits that they're allowed to take care of somebody for maybe a 6 or 8 week surgery, but is not able to use that same thing for a 1 day in and out outpatient to drive someone to the doctor and back. That just simply doesn't make sense.
Thank you for that. I know that you mentioned that the paid family medical leave program just recently announced this week that over 100,000 workers in Connecticut have applied for and received benefits from the paid family medical leave program. I don't know if you have, I'm not going to hold you to this. I know there is a percentage of those that have used the fund for family members under that broad definition. I think it's a pretty small percentage. I don't know if you recall.
I don't have that in front of me, but happy to get it for the committee afterwards.
I think it is a very small percentage of the claims that have been paid out to date by the fund. And so I think that's something to take into consideration as well. I think that's all I have for you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, well, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks so much.
Next, we have Renee Reed, and Renee is coming to us on Zoom.
All right. Hi, good afternoon. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Ware, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Renee Reed. I live in New Haven, and I'm a proud member of Local 34. I've been at Yale for 25 years. I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. I have been a member of Local 34 since 1999. I went on strike actually in 2003 for 3.5 weeks. Because I came from a blue-collar union family. And when I say that, I'm talking about people who worked at Olin Winchester, who worked at Sikorsky, who work at Pratt & Whitney. Those are the jobs that Black and brown people could go get a livable wage because they were part of a bargaining unit. So we did not cross the picket line because it meant a livable wage for all of us. I believe that if my union chooses to go on strike, it is my duty to do just that, to stick with my union who represents my interest. When we went out on strike, I didn't know how long it was going to last. I did pay my month's rent and the next month's rent, but I didn't know what I was going to do after that. If we had unemployment insurance, I wouldn't have had more security. And I wouldn't have to stand in the food line every Friday. This is with a 14-year-old and a 3-year-old son. Since going on strike in 2003, my raise, I was making $13 an hour. And I checked while I was here on your thing that the minimum wage was like $7 or $8. So I was making not so much more than minimum wage at that time. My salary went to $17 an hour. And I just support this bill because everybody deserves a livable wage. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony today. It sounds like you have a proud heritage, a family involvement in the union, and I appreciate that and everything you said today. Any comments or questions? Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Barbara Vereen. I don't see Barbara here. So we'll go to Veronica Ubaldo. Is Veronica here? Yes.
Good afternoon, members of the Labor Department. Thanks for being here today and allow me to speak up. My name is Veronica Ubaldo. I'm an organizer at Make the Road, Connecticut, and I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I support the Senate Bill 7 and an act concerning the Connecticut paid sick days. I used to work at a store where they have a certain policy where I was getting sick days paid, but I couldn't take it till after 90 days, and I was only able to take it one every 2 months. But I have epilepsy, so I had a seizure in the early months, and I didn't get paid. You know, the doctor said that I should take 3 or 4 days to recover under the medication, and I have to either choose to go to work or stay home without getting paid. So I only took 2 days off, but that, shortage my weekly. So, it kind of messes up my food, my rent, my bills. And I also have other colleagues that will come to work, with the flu or something, and we deal with customers on a daily basis. So I think that's important for us to stay home if we're sick, but also get paid, because it puts also the community, the customers, and their families at risk of getting sick. I strongly support the expansion of the basic days in our state and all workers. I hope all the committee lawmakers will vote for this bill to strengthen Connecticut and pay sick days leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me just see if there's any questions or comments. Thank you for being here today. Next, we have Joelle Fishman. I don't see her online or in the room. So we'll go to Jamal Henderson. Is Jamal here? Don't see him or online. Next is Amy Martinez.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner and the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Amy Martinez. I currently live in New Britain, and I'm the organizing director at Connecticut Working Families Power. I testify today in support of SB 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. Currently, I work a full-time job that provides me with annual paid sick days, which has allowed me to take paid time off when ill, recovering from COVID, mental health days, and attend doctor's appointments. But most importantly, it has also allowed me to care for my loved ones when sick. However, that is not the case for the majority of Connecticut workers. Despite Connecticut being the first state to pass a paid sick days law, our law is now outdated and well behind compared to neighboring states who have introduced better versions of this bill to cover more and even all workers. Clearly, what we are advocating for here today is not a new concept. It's a law that's been introduced and passed in other states that has benefited both the workers and employers. Connecticut workers should have the security of knowing that when they need to call out sick, that both their wages and jobs are secure. We are forcing the majority of the workforce to choose between a day's worth of salary or going into work sick and risking their colleagues' health. It's obvious that getting ill is not something you can foresee or schedule. It can happen at any moment, and this bill would also shorten the waiting period for new workers to access their paid sick days. I would also like to urge the committee to include language that broadens what constitutes as family, to be more inclusive of workers whose family structure falls outside the traditional family. The makeup of what people consider family looks different for everyone. Workers should have the option to care for all of their loved ones and not to be limited to just a few. Therefore, I urge you to expand the definition of whom a worker can care for with their paid sick time. Ultimately, I ask that you contemplate how paid sick days have benefited you in the past and imagine what those moments would have looked like if you didn't have access to it, because those scenarios are what our Connecticut workforce is facing at this very moment. I strongly support the expansion of paid sick days to all workers in Connecticut. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote favorably this year to strengthen Connecticut paid sick days laws. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate you suggesting that we think about it because I know I have, since I was very young, worked in a situation where I had paid sick time and paid leave. And it has been incredibly important to me to be with a loved one when they were seriously ill or when I had to stay home with a kid that was sick. I don't know if you have family or friends who didn't have that option, or if you yourself have been in that situation in the past.
Yeah, I think we all know someone in our lives or just personally have been impacted for not having access to paid sick time. I know during my college years, I worked at the mall, and actually my little sister now, she's 16, she works at a tea place at the mall and she doesn't have access to paid sick time. So, I mean, and she's a high school student, right? She could get sick at any moment, and if she calls out of work sick, she doesn't get any, she loses wages for that day.
Yeah. Not, and certainly don't want somebody going to work sick in that industry as well.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? I don't see any other hands. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mark Natty. Mark, did I get your name, your last name? Yay.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Kushner and all the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Mark Natty. I live in Meriden. I work at Pratt & Whitney since 1985, and I'm a proud member of the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers. Since my career began, I've been through 12 collective bargaining negotiations and have been on strike twice, once in 1985 and again in 2001. And once the union as a whole decides whether or not you vote for it or not, you really have no choice but to honor that picket line. For those few that have crossed a picket line, they're forever called a scab. And their careers are never the same. They're not looked well on by their coworkers. For that matter, the company, after the strike is over, basically has no use for them. Their careers are pretty much ruined, and they're despised by their coworkers. But how do we get to the point where we feel that we have no choice but to go on strike? It comes from the company not treating us fairly in negotiations. They do not listen to our concerns and really do not engage in true negotiations. This is what we're offering, take it or leave it attitude at the table. There is no good faith bargaining going on. The company feels it has all the leverage because they know most workers live paycheck to paycheck and cannot afford to strike, and they use that. A strike puts great financial hardship on the striking workers, and that's why it's so hard to get 66% of the workforce to vote to strike. With that being said, when we're treated so badly in the negotiation process and they fail to bargain so bad, or they do bargain so bad, we find that courage to strike. What will this bill do, House Bill 5164? I believe it'll force companies to bargain in better/good faith. They will not have as much power over the worker as they do now, and workers will not be in jeopardy of losing their homes or being forced to draw down on their retirement 401ks to save their homes. So in my case, so let's workers decide what's fair with their employees through true negotiations, so that in many cases, these companies are making in millions of dollars, in my case, billions. So let's let the employees get a fair share of the profits for the products and services that they're providing, because they deserve to share in the profits just like the big bosses do. So this House Bill 5464 will help level the playing field. Obviously, companies will still have the advantage, and a strike will still be very costly to employees, but they will not lose everything at risk or risk their career by crossing the picket line. Workers in this great state deserve this protection, and it only helps the state as a whole and puts more money back in the state economy. So finally, we have a bill that helps the middle class. Often here, the work up here seems to really help the poor raise up or help the rich job creators create jobs, which is great, you know.
Mr. Natty, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay. However, the middle class often seems forgotten. This bill will have a direct positive impact on the middle class workers and will give them a sense that they do matter. Please don't let them down. That being said, I urge this committee to support this bill. Thank you for the opportunity for me to testify here today, and any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments from the committee? I don't see any today, but thank you for being here. Next up, we have Rose Reyes. Is Rose here? I don't see her on. Oh, Rose is on Zoom. Rose, if you want to unmute and turn on your camera.
Mute. Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Thank you for this opportunity. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and Senator Sampson, and Representative Ware, and the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I cannot tell if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes. Bear with me. I'm in the midst of a parking lot. I sent in written testimony as an educator in the Windham area. I am in support of the expansion and the modifications for Senate Bill number 7 because it is the natural progression of what we need. I'm very proud of the fact that Connecticut was able to establish a sick pay leave about 15 years ago and so on. But I understand that this is about investing in our people, telling people that they matter. And for us in the educational community, it's protecting our children and their families so they can participate in meaningful ways in their educational process. I've already heard some really fantastic testimony from people, and they've made some very valid points, expanding the definition of family, shortening the wait time, streamlining it so it's all universal and all uniformed, especially since we have the paid medical leave piece. So I'm just here to be very happy and with the opportunity of supporting it in the way that matters. I am an AFT member, and I am on town council, and people are my business. So thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you for your testimony. Any comments or questions? I don't see any. Next, we have Benjamin Wilcox.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner and other distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Ben Wilcox. I live in Ellington, Connecticut, and I work as a machinist at Triumph Group in West Hartford, Connecticut. I'm the president of UAW Local 405 and the vice chair of the UAW Region 9A CAP Council. I'm proud and honored to be testifying here today on behalf of not only my local and my CAP Council, but for all of my Region 9A. Senator Kushner, I want to thank you personally on behalf of our region for your leadership within the UAW. I'm here on the shoulders of the work that you did guiding our region to where we stand today. And to all of you, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. Currently, Connecticut law favors employers during a labor dispute. Workers who are forced by management into the difficult decision to go on strike are unable to access unemployment benefits. This is because they supposedly left their jobs voluntarily. Let me be clear. No worker I know goes on strike voluntarily. We do it because we have to. HB 5164 adds fairness by allowing striking workers to receive unemployment benefits after 2 weeks. When workers do strike, their paychecks stop, and employers can cut benefits, including health coverage for their entire families. In some cases, striking workers can be permanently replaced and lose their job altogether. As such, the decision to walk off a job is typically a measure of last resort, exercised only after workers have exhausted all other avenues of negotiation. This bill helps to incentivize an employer to remain at the table and negotiate in good faith to avert a strike. If they don't, they risk increasing their unemployment insurance experience ratings if the strike lasts longer than 2 weeks. As UAW Region 9A, we're proud to have been a pivotal part of winning this in New York State and already see the benefits. It would help prevent scenarios where employers use their typically much larger economic resources to outlast workers while either refusing to bargain in good faith or preserving a, quote, final offer they know workers are likely to reject, a strategy that currently undermines the effectiveness of collective bargaining. In my shop at Triumph in 2021, we almost went on strike. We luckily received a final offer that membership felt was worthy, but that wasn't before we voted at over 99% on a strike authorization vote. If we were to go on a strike, this would mean our members would have questioned where will our groceries come from? How do I put food on the table? Can I care for my family? With this bill, members would not have to worry about having the basic necessities. It would enable our members to win contracts they deserve and be offered them before a strike is necessary. I am proud to be part of the UAW. Last month, I was down in DC for our national CAP conference with 750 of my UAW siblings from all over the country. This main theme of the conference was standing up for our future and fighting for the working class as a whole. We know that unionized workplaces raise standards for all workers. In Connecticut, we're proud to have that union history. We raise the standards for all workers. When we raise the standards for all workers across our workforce, we strengthen our economy. In Connecticut, we can follow the lead of New Jersey and New York and ensure workers are fought for. And that strikes only come when there is a true impasse, not the whims of bosses testing out if workers really care to fight for more. Unemployment is a lifeline. It is there when we need it the most. No one is getting rich off it, and it doesn't come close to wage replacement. In several states, proposals to extend unemployment insurance to striking workers have faced opposition, primarily over concerns about the potential financial burden on the state unemployment insurance funds. In a typical month, the average number of striking workers eligible for UI under proposed legislation is significantly lower than the number of workers who typically lower than the number of workers who file unemployment claims caused by a typical turnover in the labor market.
Mr. Wilcox, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. I can tell you from our plant, when our next contract is up, no one would willfully want to strike, just to go on strike, and the benefit from unemployment would definitely never be the reason why we do. However, striking is always a possibility under existing weak and outdated labor laws. Lawmakers should see this opportunity to pass HB 5164 to encourage fair negotiations between employers and employees while ensuring workers can act collectively when needed. Again, I'm honored to be here on behalf of all my siblings in Region 9A. We stand unified on this. We fought in one in New York. It is our top priority here in Connecticut and a top priority in Massachusetts and Maine as well. Because when we win this, we will be standing with the workers when they need it most, and that's truly our values. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you for your remarks and your testimony. And just personally, thank you for the acknowledgement. It was my privilege to have served as your union leader. So I really appreciate it. And I also want to say I appreciate the work that you and your members over at Local 405 do in helping to provide parts that keep our helicopters in the air and keep our part of our nation's defense. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that.
I don't see any other hands. So next up, we have Dave Hannon. Is Dave here? Oh, there you are, Dave. I saw you before. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Dave Hannon. I live in Ansonia and the president of Connecticut Healthcare Associates, District 1199 of the National Union of Hospital and Healthcare Employees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. I'm here today to advocate for a critical adjustment to our unemployment insurance system through HB 5164, a bill that aims to extend unemployment benefits to workers engaged in strikes after 2 consecutive weeks. This legislation represents a pivotal step forward, a pivotal step towards recognizing and supporting the labor force that underpins our economy. Collective bargaining, including the right to strike, is a fundamental tool for workers seeking fair wages, safe working environments, and equitable employment conditions. However, under current law, striking workers are ineligible for unemployment benefits, placing them in a precarious financial situation. And with nearly half of Americans having less than $500 in savings, with 18% having no savings at all, the economic and personal costs to striking could be catastrophic. HB 5164 seeks to rectify this imbalance by allowing striking workers to receive unemployment benefits, thus providing a safety net during labor disputes. This change is not only about offering financial assistance, it's about leveling the playing field between employers and employees, encouraging fair negotiations, and acknowledging the sacrifices workers make in the pursuit of economic justice. The proposal is grounded in fairness and economic sense. It recognizes that no one takes the decision to strike lightly. Workers risk their income, job security, and the well-being of their families. By extending unemployment benefits, we acknowledge the involuntary nature of their unemployment and support their right to fight for fair labor practices. HB 5164 will not enrich workers. Unemployment benefits are intended to help workers and their families during tough times. For most, they provide 50% wage replacement for a maximum duration of 26 weeks. It is an economic lifeline, not a lucrative bonus that encourages workers to strike or remain on strike. Moreover, this legislation is designed to encourage employers to engage in good faith negotiations to avert strikes. Experience from other states, such as New York and New Jersey, shows that making striking workers eligible for UI benefits does not encourage strikes, but supports workers during difficult times, fostering a more equitable labor market. Critics may argue about the potential impact on the UI trust fund solvency. However, evidence suggests that the addition of striking workers to those eligible for benefits will have a minimal impact. The fund's robustness, demonstrated by its recovery and growth post-pandemic, alongside strategic financial management, ensures its ability to support this modest extension of benefits. In conclusion, HB 5164 represents a balanced approach to supporting our workforce. By extending unemployment benefits to striking workers, we not only provide a lifeline during times of labor disputes, but also affirm our commitment to fairness, dignity, and respect for the labor force. I urge you to support this bill, recognize the essential role that workers play in our economy, and the importance of safeguarding their rights and well-being. Thank you for your attention and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dave. And you mentioned something at the end of your remarks that triggered me to want to thank you and the members that you represent in Danbury who work at Danbury Hospital. And, you know, we all are aware how essential they are to our community and the good health of our community. So thank you. Any questions or comments? I don't see any hands. So thank you for being here today and for testifying.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kimberly Okeke. Is Kimberly in the room? Kimberly, no, I don't see her. So we'll move on to James Burke. Saw James before. Okay, I don't see him here now. So we'll move to John Brady.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, members of the committee. My name is John Brady. I'm a registered nurse and I'm the vice president of AFD Connecticut. I come before you today in support of several bills. Connecticut has recognized that we want our residents to be able to take care of themselves and their families during times of sickness. It's part of what makes Connecticut an attractive place to live and work. SB 7 and SB 12 expand our current paid sick leave program to all workers, to most workers, regardless of employer size or industry. Why would we exclude any worker from a program that we believe in? HB 5164 will expand Connecticut FMLA to more workers. Currently, our non-certified school employees, such as cafeteria workers, do not qualify simply because they work 10 months out of the year. This bill reduces the required hours for these non-certified school workers, giving them the same protections and ability to access essential FMLA benefits. As far as HB 5164, the decision to go on strike is never an easy one for workers. AFT Connecticut Healthcare Work locals have gone on strike 4 times in my memory. In 2013, the nurses and technicians at L&M Hospital made this difficult decision, striking for 3 days in an effort to maintain adequate staffing. In 2020, Bacchus nurses went on strike for 2 days over a lack of personal protective equipment and the inability to retain staff due to low salaries. In 2023, nurses, techs, and service employees at Wyndham Hospital went on strike to fight for an end to the practice of mandatory overtime. None of these strikes were over trivial issues. They involved issues of safe staffing levels, PPE, and retention and recruitment of skilled healthcare professionals. They came after months and months of negotiation. No healthcare worker wants to strike, but sometimes it is the only way for their voices to be heard. Last year, in a bipartisan effort, this body heard the voices of our members and passed groundbreaking safe staffing legislation. I am confident that this year we can follow it up with meaningful workplace violence legislation. But the employer-employee relationship remains inherently unequal. That inherent unequalness has been multiplied in recent years as hospitals consolidate with fewer and fewer healthcare systems. Now more than ever, we must work to level that playing field as best we can. Providing unemployment benefits to striking workers is a beginning at leveling the playing field. It will lead to more collaborative discussions at the bargaining table, and I believe result in fewer strikes, help recruitment and retention, and improve patient care. So I urge its passage. Thank you for listening, and I'll be glad to try to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, John, for representing so many sectors. I'm so glad you mentioned the cafeteria workers who are ineligible that need to be covered for obvious reasons, just like so many of the healthcare workers. You also mentioned the consolidation of healthcare systems and how some of these other bills, well, all of them really, help level the playing field. Can you say something else about the consolidation of healthcare systems, how that is directly impacting the workforce?
Sure. So, when I started in nursing back in 1999, there were more independent hospitals. So you could leave one hospital and you could leave Bacchus Hospital and go to Wyndham Hospital to work or L&M to work or something. But now when you leave one hospital, you are leaving that chain. And since Bacchus and Wyndham and Hartford and Central Hospital of Central Connecticut and others are all part of one system, you really have a hard time getting another job in that spot. So it gives the employer even more of an advantage than it used to give them. I mean, even hospitals recognize that they are becoming monopolies. St. Francis Hospital currently has a suit against Hartford Healthcare over monopolistic practices. So
Thank you. Thank you for the testimony. And I do believe you're the first to testify today about the non-certified employees, the cafeteria workers. And I was really surprised when this came to our attention last session. I'm sorry we weren't able to address it because of other bills that were on our agenda. But I do believe it's important to point out that this language that's currently in statute allows certified employees in public schools to have access to the Unpaid Family Medical Leave Act, the federal act, but not the cafeteria workers. And I think that there's some absurdity to that when we think about it. I'm not sure why those workers were overlooked in the first place, but it certainly seems like something we should be addressing. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we are going to go back to number 75 on our list. I see that Kimberly Okiki is here, and I understand that she's here now. Yeah, there you are, in person.
Dear members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Kimberly Okeke and I live in East Hartford, Connecticut. I am the congregational organizer at the Collaborative Center for Justice. The Collaborative Center for Justice advocates for systemic change and educates individuals about social justice in order to make a difference in the lives of people who are poor and alienated. I'm standing here with you all in support of Senate Bill number 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. I support this bill because I personally know how it feels to have financial stress weigh in on you when you're not in your healthiest state. During March 2021, I had a series of stomach pains that I had brushed off due to not having access to paid sick days. On April 1st, 2021, I remember waking up to an intense and overwhelming sensation in my lower abdomen. At first, I thought it was a pain I could sleep off before my work shift, but after taking another brief nap that morning, the pain gradually increased. I could barely walk out of bed without the rounds of sharp discomfort reminding me to stay put. That morning, after a series of x-rays and medical inspections at the emergency room, I was diagnosed with adult intussusception of the colon, the cause unknown. After being diagnosed, I had to get an emergency surgery immediately. Fortunately, my surgery had gone well, but I had to take a month off to heal properly. Missing a month not only meant I had to figure out how to catch up on my classes and whether I would graduate with my degree in May, but it also meant I had to figure out my finances for a good chunk of time. At the time, I was 21 years old and I worked 3 part-time jobs to help pay for school and other utilities. I was also helping my single mother out as best as I could with bills and other outstanding finances. Not having a source of income for over a month added heavily to the academic and emotional stress I was going through after surgery. I felt stuck, confused as how I would be able to move forward despite these obstacles. And I had an overwhelming sense of guilt that I could not help my mom for a good period of time. Although I was able to get through that trial in my life, I will never forget the way financial stress weighed in on me as I tried to figure out what next. In conclusion, I support this bill because I believe it will help to alleviate the anxiety of not being able to provide to yourself or your family while you heal. Everyone deserves to heal thoroughly without worrying about how they will manage their finances on the back burner. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and you look healthy now, so
Thank
I'm
you.
glad you got that care that you needed.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, we have a question for you, Representative Wilson.
No, I just kind of concurring to you to that point, but thank you for your testimony. I think your age bracket is one that I think sometimes is forgotten in this conversation around paid sick, and understanding the fact of talking about working, going to school, trying to help at home. And so I think it's important for us to hear that piece. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. I see no others. I'll move to the next person on our list, and that's Susan Subramanian. Is Susan here? Susan's number 78, and I see you are online. If you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, and if you can, put on your camera. There you are.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm participating just as a private citizen in support of SB 7. And the reason is because I think that being able to take sick leave when you're sick and not sacrifice your income is a basic human right. I think it's incredibly unreasonable to expect the people that this bill would affect, which is usually like the least privileged people, to be able to sacrifice their health or their income for the simple human fact of getting sick. And it happens to all of us. We all get sick. And as far as small businesses are concerned, I mean, I know that it's hard to run a small business. I wonder if it can be shown that small businesses would really suffer from this, if there's a way the state could supplement them. or reimburse them for the pay of sick employees. That's just an idea. But basically, that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Any
You're
questions?
welcome.
Okay, thank you for being here.
My
Next,
pleasure.
James Burke is here on Zoom.
Yes, Senator Kushner, greetings. My name is James Burke. Apologies. I was called right in the 7 minutes where I had to pick my daughter up from school a moment ago. So thank you for coming back to me. Again, my name is James Burke. I'm the operations manager at Connecticut Working Families Power. Today, before I worked for Working Families Power, I was a cashier and then front-end manager at Fiddleheads Food Co-op in New London. And I'm here today to read the written testimony that was submitted by Amy Duval, who is the grocery manager at Fiddleheads Food Co-op. So I'll be reading her testimony. Greetings, member of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Amy Duval, and I am the grocery manager at Fiddleheads Food Co-op, a cooperatively owned grocery store in New London. We currently employ 50 plus employees who work every day to provide affordable, healthy food to our community in southeastern Connecticut. Fiddleheads currently offers paid sick days to all of our employees, available once they have been on our staff for 90 days. We have provided this benefit since long before crossing the 50 employee threshold required under Connecticut law. Our reasoning is simple. We believe paid sick days are good for our workers, good for our company, and good for the local economy. We don't want any of our employees thinking about the size of their paycheck while deciding whether or not to come to work when they are ill or need to care for others in their home. While this has always seemed sensible to us, it became even more clear in 2020 when we navigated the early days of the pandemic, doing everything we could to keep our staff safe while providing nutritious groceries to our communities when restaurants had closed their doors. We believe that if we want a strong local economy, we need to create good jobs. That requires taking care of both our employees' health and the health of our neighbors throughout the region. We make the decision to balance the needs of our business along with our workers' physical and mental health. Our board of directors has adopted supporting a vibrant local economy as part of our mission statements. More fiscal stability for families in our community means we can sell more bananas, lettuce, chocolate bars, and so much more. We strongly support SB 7 and Act concerning paid sick days to provide paid sick days to all workers in Connecticut. As a small business in an industry with incredibly small profit margins, we understand that adding any financial burden can seem scary, but we've seen firsthand how investing in our employees' health benefits our business and the community as a whole. I hope you consider supporting this bill so our community and every community across the state can give workers and businesses a better foot forwards towards a vibrant local economy. So that concludes the testimony submitted by Amy Duval, but I just thank the committee members for a long day on this very important issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think I heard you say that you worked there at that grocery store before your current position.
Yeah, yes, I did. I worked there and also was on staff for about the first 8 months of 2020.
Wow. So when you were working there, did you ever have occasion to use a paid sick day?
Oh, absolutely. You know, especially in those early days of the pandemic, I was lucky myself enough to have not tested COVID positive in those early days of the pandemic, but obviously lots of our staff did. And in those early days, we wanted to be as critically careful as possible, right? So, you know, testing wasn't available yet. So yeah, if you were going on fever or any respiratory issue, you know, I would want to stay home. And also at the time, I was a department manager at that store. So strongly encouraging, right, as many of my employees to stay home as possible. Obviously, that was a very unique situation, right? Operating short-staffed when we were seeing our sales sometimes double and triple because of restaurants being closed. But we got through, and I feel like we got through it not only as our staff, but like as mentioned, as a community. And I really feel like us choosing, you know, to offer those paid sick days as a community was a step in the right direction. And our community got through, but I feel like our community could have gotten through even better should that, you know, every dishwasher at every restaurant or clerk at every corner store would have been offered the same as our staff was able to be.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to go to the next person on the list, and that is Christina Barman. I believe you're on remotely, Christina. Okay, we see you, but you should unmute.
I've got it. All right, thanks. Good afternoon, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee.
My name is Christina Barman. I live in Hartford, and I'm a professor of sociology and gerontology at Central Connecticut State University, and a member of CSUAUP, which is also part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I support Senate Bill number 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days, and House Bill 5164, an act concerning unemployment benefits. I'm in favor of paid sick days for a number of reasons. First, I worked in the service industry myself for well over a decade when I was younger. So I know what it is like to have to make the decision about whether or not to go to work sick. You have to decide basically how sick you are. And if you can handle it, you go to work sick, and you're encouraged to go to work sick. And not being paid, not going to work means not being sick, not being paid. I'm sorry. Not being paid means not eating or paying rent. So you end up oftentimes going to work sick. And if you go to work sick, that means you're likely contagious. In fact, just coming out of a pandemic, I'm a little bit surprised this is even a debate, right? We know that COVID was spread through our most vulnerable citizens because so many essential workers are low-wage workers without paid sick leave. The fact that 50% of people who died during COVID were in nursing homes was not a surprise to us that worked in the field of gerontology. We have known for a long time that older adults who live in congregate living environments are at greater risk for infectious diseases. And we also know that this is because the living conditions of residents are the working conditions of the people who care for them. And the people who work in this industry are some of the most exploited of the essential workers. The pay is low. Many people have to cobble together part-time jobs to get enough hours, and the turnover is high. So meeting that 2 years of accrual to get the paid sick days can be somewhat impossible. And it's overrepresented by workers of color. The story is the same for most domestic workers and other service workers. So we should care about them because they are human beings who deserve to live and work in dignity. But even if that is not our primary concern, even if the economy is our primary concern, I implore you to care from the perspective of public health, because when they get sick, we all get sick, which in turn makes more workers sick, damaging the health and productivity of our state. Although many long-term care workers in Connecticut are members of a union, and they are in facilities with over 50 employees, the current law still leaves too many unprotected. The bill needs to cover all workers. So these are the reasons I'm in support. These are also the reasons I'm in support of unemployment benefits for striking workers. It supports workers, and when we support workers, we are able to work. They are able to work, right? Or we are all able to work. And supporting unions is also important because it's even more important now to safeguard working conditions. During the pandemic, older adults who lived in nursing homes that employed unionized workers were at 10% lower risk of death. So supporting workers is good for all of our health. So in sum, I strongly support the expansion of paid sick days and benefits for striking workers. We learned during the pandemic that essential workers are the backbones of our state. And so it's time to do more than bang pots and pans for them and put up signs for them. It's time to make sure they have protections, that the 11% of workers, the small 11% of workers.
Ms. Barman, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
That's all. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. Any questions, Representative Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony and just bringing that perspective that it's weird that we've normalized that this is a thing, that this isn't a thing, that this isn't offered to everyone. I know in the healthcare with geriatrics witnessed colleagues actually die from the pandemic, and I wondered if you had similar experiences that you knew of. And
I do know that plenty of workers did die during the pandemic. Right now, because I teach and do research at Central Connecticut State, I'm not working directly in long-term care facilities anymore. So during the pandemic, I was not, but I have done about 10 years of research in long-term care facilities.
Thank you for that. I just want to note and corroborate that there seems to be almost a amnesia on the part of the public that we just went through here, and we're arguing about enacting basic protections for these frontline workers that we proclaimed heroes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Seeing none, Christina, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Josh Stanley.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Joshua Stanley. I live in New Haven, and I serve as the Secretary Treasurer of Unite Here, Local 217. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. I never went on strike when I was a graduate teacher organizing a union in my own workplace, but I've helped workers organize a strike once so far in 2018 in San Francisco at the Westin St. Francis Hotel. What the workers needed was bread and butter, raises that would allow them to continue to live in the area and not commute more than an hour and a half to work, and keeping their healthcare benefits affordable given the rise in healthcare insurance premiums. It was hard for workers to make that choice, but they did. And when they did, of the 500 workers at the hotel, not one stayed inside. The strike went on for over a month before the employer settled it, and it was hard. Workers struggled to pay bills, pay mortgages, pay car loans. We did what we could with the Union Strike Fund, and other workers helped the strikers out where they could with food and extra money. But it was still hard, and I'm sure it was also hard on the hotel and affected their business significantly. In the end, the workers got what they needed, but as you consider this bill, I think about how much safer the workers would have felt as they consider a strike, and how much more seriously the company would have taken the negotiations if unemployment benefits had been available for striking workers. I believe that the hotel would have been more motivated in the negotiations to settle, and we would not have gone through a strike that significantly affected both workers and the company. As the chief negotiator for our local, I think this bill would prevent strikes and help us to get great contracts quicker. Local 217 has gone on strike many times in our history, which has allowed us to win great medical benefits for our members, among other things. The power that the union has raises the standards in our industry, even in non-union workplaces. The direct result of our union contracts is more workers with decent pay, decent benefits, and good hours. And so there are far fewer workers in the hospitality industry who are forced to seek assistance from the state, especially for healthcare, reducing financial burdens on taxpayers. This bill will put us in a stronger position to negotiate more quickly with less risk and keep the workers in our industry moving forward. Thank you for your time. I'd also add that the next next testifier, who's from our union, Local 217, is in the midst of a labor management committee meeting and plans to join as soon as she can.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Josh. Next up, and I will just mention the name and we'll go back if necessary because I'm seeing the individual as mentioned. We have Diana St. Mark. Okay, we'll go back. Next up to speak is Mayor Finch. Mayor Bill Finch. Circle back. Next up, we have Dan McHenry. Circle back. Next up, Nicholas Pearson. Okay. Following, Jody Barr. Next up, Clyde Ibarra. Mr. Barr is on Zoom. Okay. Jody.
Thank you.
How are
Good
you?
afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and ranking members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Jody Barr, and I'm the Executive Director of AFSCME Council 4, representing 30,000 public and private sector employees in Connecticut. I'm here today in support of House Bill 5164 and House Bill 5165. Having listened to most of the testimony, I don't see it important to repeat about what, I don't know, 85 people before me have spoke, where 81 of them have said very similar things. The truth of it is, with the ability for striking workers to receive unemployment, they're not just workers, these are family members that often have kids. And the families and the kids that are school kids should not have to go through the stress of worrying about food, whether or not rent's going to be paid, if their car's going to be foreclosed on or repossessed, because an employer refuses to come to the table in good faith. So I think that that's really important that we do that. And I'd also like to testify on House Bill 5165, which would provide, as Brother Brady spoke earlier, family medical leave benefits to non-certified staff. Council 4 represents non-certified staff in school districts across Connecticut who provide important services to students, parents, and staff. Current FLMA laws allows exemptions for paraprofessionals to qualify for unpaid medical leave at a lower threshold of required hours. Other non-certified staff in school districts, such as cafeteria workers, are in a similar situation with the amount of hours worked. We believe that they should be allowed to access unpaid family leave, medical leave benefits, to be able to preserve their employment. And with that, I strongly encourage support for both of them. Thank you.
Jody, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir. Next up, we have Clyde Ibarra. That followed by Beth Cooper. Beth, I think you're there.
Ms. Cooper, please unmute your microphone in order to testify.
I am trying to do that. Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Yeah, I apologize. I just recently had Zoom downloaded to my phone.
No worries.
Can you see me?
I cannot.
Okay.
If it's on your phone, try to.
I am trying right now. I apologize. Okay, great. All right, thank you so much for your patience. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Beth Cooper. I live in Guilford, Connecticut, and I work at the Yale School of Medicine, and I've been working here for 33 years. I'm a very proud member of Unite Here Local 34, and I'm speaking today in support of HB 5164. I went on strike in Local 34, with Local 34. I went out in 1996 as well as 2003. I chose to vote to go out on strike both times for better wages and job security, and because collectively the workers make real change in our work environment when we come together. Back then, the last strike we had, which is over 20 years ago now, I was a single mother, and I actually brought my 3-year-old on the picket lines with me. So, when we go out on strike, it's not just us individual workers that are affected, it's our whole entire families that are affected by that very serious and important decision. We all had to figure out how to get by, pay our rent, pay our bills while we were out trying to affect change within our own work environment. And it would have been when workers. Oh, I don't know. Can you guys still hear me?
Ms. Cooper, your video is off, that might help. You were glitching in and out a bit.
Okay, so sorry. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the decision to strike is never taken lightly. And when we, the workers, as a collective, make that choice, it means that we've talked it through with the employer and that we're at the end, right? We're at the end of trying to make some headway. It's hard getting coworkers to go out on strike to begin with. It takes a lot of conversations. It takes a lot of conversations before the vote, during the vote, and if the strike vote goes through, it takes a lot of conversations to, keep people out on strike. Someone could decide after a week that they've had enough, especially if it's hard to pay their bills during that time, right? So the unemployment insurance would make all the difference to people who want to stay out on strike to make their jobs better. In the last 20 years, we've negotiated great contracts with our employer in good faith, and we haven't had to strike, which is great. One of the reasons why I support HB 5164 is that I hope it encourages more employers to remain at the table and negotiate in good faith. But if we have to go down that road again, having this kind of support would help us provide for our families, and it would help all of us make the choice to stand up for our coworkers as well as all working people. I thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. I apologize for the glitchiness, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Beth. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to circle back to the names that we may have missed. Diana St. Mark. Bill Finch is not here yet. I don't see him. Dan McHenry. All right, we'll move on to James Boundary Alexander. Okay, mark that person. We'll get back to them as well. Next person, Camila Gaiza Chavez. Okay. Next up, we have Karen Giddy. Okay. Next up, Jocelyn Serta. Okay. Paul Bordeaux. Okay. Andrea Riley.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Riley, and I'm a registered nurse and president of the Wyndham Hospital Federation of Professional Nurses, AFT Local 5041 in Willamette, Connecticut. And I am here today to support HB 5164. About a year and a half ago, the nurses of the union that I represent made the decision to authorize a ULP strike. For months, the union bargaining team went to the table to fight for safe patient care practices, affordable wages, and health insurance, with little to no movement from its employer and a sudden take it or leave it offer. The very respect of the bargaining process itself, and that is very important, the bargaining process itself was disregarded and in jeopardy at that moment. The decision to strike was not one taken lightly, and it came with a weighted list of pros and cons, a list that leaves one up late into the midnight hour. The nurses knew that to strike would mean they would be without pay. They knew they would be going against a corporation that could be compared to Goliath, while the nurse is very well the David in this battle. They knew that even a day without pay would hit them in the financial gut and not only affect them, but their children and families as well. The wallet of the nurse is not quite as deep compared to that of the corporation. That's quite a large gap. However, the nurses stood strong and voted by an overwhelming majority to initiate a 48-hour strike to protect that bargaining process, to protect the voice of the healthcare employee, the voice that strives to drive healthcare towards safe patient care and practices. But let's be real, the financial scales are uneven and tipped heavily towards corporations when it comes to striking and standing up to what is right and what is just. As I stated previously, the wallets of the employee, in this case the nurse, are not as deep as those of a corporation. 48 hours of lost wages is exponential to a family, especially in today's economy, and it hits the employee much harder than it would the employer. HB 5164 would provide employees with some security against financial hardships when fighting against unfair labor practices and attacks on the bargaining process. The very bargaining process that has and continues to protect laborers of this world, those that work endlessly for, and in all fairness, we work for the better of the employer's product. And in our case, that product is a healthy patient. We want to drive success for our employers. There's that saying during a picket or a strike that if we're out here, there's something wrong in there. That statement is true. But what's even more true is we don't want to be out there. I know nurses want to be at the bedside doing everything they can for the patient in need. But if and when we do find ourselves outside, we may need to make it count. We need to make that sacrifice mean something. We need to affect change, to drive change, to show the Davids of this world that the giant will not always win, that they can make a difference, and 5164 can help do just that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. Have a good evening. All right, I'm going to circle back again. Do we have Diana St. Mark? I just saw Mayor Finch walk into the room. Bill Finch. Perfect timing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairs Kushner and Sanchez, ranking members Sampson and Weir. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Bill Finch. I represent the National Electrical Contractors Association and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I'm here in support of Bill 137, which will extend prevailing wage to utility work that is not currently covered. When I was mayor of Bridgeport, I was able to do a significant amount of work under prevailing wages. And it was during one of the most difficult times in our economy. We had this tremendous recession. I would say in New Britain and Bridgeport, it was a depression, not a recession. You can remember, Mr. Chairman, the social impact that this downturn in the economy had on some of the most disadvantaged. It was through the use of prevailing wage work in the city on our construction work, which was we did about $500 million in project labor agreements, which of course are all prevailing wage, and then other work that was prevailing wage. I can attest that paying that prevailing wage to local residents was what helped us get through this most difficult of times. And I know that prevailing wage is good for the workers. I know that it's good for small business because many times if you're a unionized company, for example, in the construction trades, you're already paying a prevailing wage. And you may lose work out to people who undercut you by cutting their employees' remuneration. So I think it's good for the small businesses in Connecticut that are already paying prevailing wage to the workers. It's good for the workers who receive it. It helps us recruit apprentices into the system, something we all want. We want to create careers, not just jobs. And by having a prevailing wage, it incents people to pursue these careers and become an apprentice. It's very good for the taxpayers. Senator, good to see you. I can tell you that I could look into every member of the Bridgeport community, every taxpayer, and I could tell them by doing prevailing wages on all of our projects, I am getting the taxpayers the best bang for their buck. You know, carpenters are great for saying, measure twice, cut once. Unionized trade workers are some of the best workers that we have. And when I banked on them, I was never shortchanged. In that $500 million of prevailing wage work we did during my 8 years, we never had a project late. We never had a project over budget. We never had major change orders, and we never had a serious injury. So obviously, I know prevailing wage is sort of an extension of a project labor agreement. It's included in a project labor agreement. But I'd also like to point out that it's good for the workers, it's good for the small business, it's good for the taxpayers, but it's really a bipartisan thing, prevailing wage. Davis-Bacon law and our little Davis-Bacon in Connecticut, but Davis and Bacon were both Republicans. And Herbert Hoover was a Republican who signed this bill. And Representative Weir, I want to thank you, along with Senator Kushner and Representative Sanchez, for coming to our training facility. You saw where labor union dues go to pay these great training facilities. But I love doing this work for the building trades because it is so bipartisan. We are very interested in making sure that we create as many good quality jobs in Connecticut. And it was interesting to me as a student of history to see how it was Republicans in the early part of the 20th century who led the way to create good construction jobs by making sure there was a floor, making sure there was great training, and these crazy cycles were leveled off by sending the market a signal with bipartisan support, both Democrats and Republicans. I hope we can continue that bipartisan support because I know that the wealth that we've created in the working class in Connecticut through the building trades and their efforts of promoting prevailing wage it got us through in Bridgeport through some of the toughest times. And I know it's helped the state of Connecticut as well. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mayor Finch. Any questions from the committee? Senator Kushner, followed by Representative.
I just want to say, I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of your remarks. I'm glad I came in.
It was
before-
wonderful. It was the
before
best
you
part.
finished. I'm sure you'll repeat it.
It was all downhill after that.
But I do want to say, I appreciate you coming to testify today because you do have that experience as a municipal leader. And so it brings a perspective that we haven't had yet today to our public hearing. So that's very important to hear from a municipal executive. So thank you for being here.
I became a believer in the building trades by being mayor. I saw the wealth that they were able to put into my community and the jobs. I mean, one of the most gratifying days of being mayor was the day that we had the topping ceremony for the Interdistrict Magnet Discovery School, which was built with the PLA. And what I told both the construction company and the union was, I better see a lot of diversity on this job. 75% of the workers who built the Discovery Magnet for us, that's an Interdistrict Magnet School, 75% of those workers were women and minorities. It's never been done before, and I don't think it's been done since. It's just, you know, if you send the market a signal and you tell the unions this is what you want, they'll provide it. And in addition to that, it created a demand within the community. They saw people like that on the job building the school for their kids. Now they were thinking, you know, maybe my son or daughter can go into the IBEW apprenticeship program. It's a virtuous cycle.
Absolutely. And I think what we heard earlier is underscored by your comments, which is when you provide good jobs with good benefits, you're providing careers, not just a job, not just for that generation, but for the generations that follow. But thank you.
And I just have a comment. I thank you for your testimony, and I just want to make sure that you don't turn off my colleagues by giving so much credit to Republicans for the current state of labor history. So, thank you.
I want them to channel their inner Davis, Bacon, and Hoover. Thank you, Representative.
See no further questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
All right. I think I see somebody here. And we'll just go back. Dan McHenry. Clyde Ibarra. James Bandry Alexander. I do see Camila Guisa Chavez.
Yes.
Hi, please proceed with your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. I'm Camila Guisa Chavez, and I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and I support Senate Bill number 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. I strongly believe that providing paid sick days to all employees, regardless of company or organizational size, is beneficial for a number of reasons for all residents of Connecticut. On one hand, I believe in human rights, which includes the right to get sick without having to worry about whether you can still eat or feed your family. I am a co-director of an organization in New Haven called Havenly that works with immigrant and refugee women. And the majority of women that we work with, like so many thousands of families in Connecticut, are living paycheck to paycheck, which means that losing a few days income can make the difference between being able to pay rent that month or not. And it can make the difference between having enough money for groceries or having to experience hunger. And we only see these difficulties increasing by the year with the rise of rent and cost of living throughout the state. With no rent control, no consistent system of financial support whatsoever for undocumented immigrants, and no healthcare for all in the state. These conditions make it more difficult to survive as a low-income person. So paid sick days would make a huge difference for everyone in my community and thousands of people in Connecticut. And I also believe in paid sick days because as a good business practice. So as I mentioned, I'm a co-director of Havenly, which is a nonprofit community center, but we also have a food business that is part of our organization. So we are a small to mid-sized business. And we have, our employees include 6 full-time staff members, along with anywhere from 15 to 20 part-time employees who work for us from 6 months, from 6 months to up to a couple of years as part of our job training program. And ever since we started in 2018, we have provided paid sick days to both our full-time and part-time employees, including when we were a tiny, just beginning organization. Ever since the pandemic started until today, we have heard consistently that there's a shortage of workers in food businesses and in the hospitality industry in general. I've heard this as a kind of across the industry right now, but we have not had that problem. We receive almost double the number of applications for our employment positions than we can accept every time we offer another round of opportunity in our job training program. And almost 100% of the participants of our program ask to remain employed with us beyond the 6-month limit of our program and want to stay. So as a business practice, it has absolutely guaranteed us retention. And, that cuts the cost for businesses for having to spend the time, money, and energy to go rehire, retrain new employees. So I strongly support the expansion of paid sick days in our state, and I hope the committee will vote favorably. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Have a good night. Let's circle back to Karen Giddy. Jocelyn Serta.
Ms. Serta, if you unmute your microphone, you should be able to testify.
Jocelyn, if you're there, you can begin your testimony.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can't see you yet.
Okay. Okay. All right.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of Labor and Public Employees Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Jocelyn Serta, and I live in Hartford, Connecticut. I support Senate Bill number 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. As a woman of color, just navigating the complex terrain of owning and operating a cannabis business while grappling with chronic health issues, the significance of paid sick days, it's very close to home for me. It's not merely about convenience, it's a fundamental issue of racial and gender justice that I've experienced firsthand. In industries like cannabis, where turnover rates are notoriously high nationwide, offering robust benefits like paid sick leave will be a game changer. For me, it's not just about running a profitable business. It's about creating a workplace culture that values and prioritizes the well-being of its employees. So imagine trying to cultivate a successful business when your workforce is constantly in flux due to illness or burnout. And that's the reality that businesses face, particularly in sectors where paid sick leave is not guaranteed. And it doesn't have to be this way. So in Connecticut, where my cannabis business is based, existing laws around paid sick leave leave much to be desired. They fail to ensure that all workers, regardless of industry or employer size, have access to this crucial benefit. And we have heard from business owners that they fear being able to implement this policy. And I'm here to say that I count as a business too. My profits are important. And my fear is that we are losing highly qualified candidates to our neighboring states that offer better protections. So this is why I'm standing with She Leads Justice and advocating for reforms to Connecticut's paid sick leave laws. When we invest in our employees' well-being, we're not just being compassionate, we're making smart business decisions, and we're fostering loyalty, reducing turnover, and ultimately creating a more stable and prosperous work environment for everyone. So I urge legislators to listen to the voices of those directly impacted by these issues and consider that the slogan, Connecticut takes care of its workers, is a lot more attractive than Connecticut prioritizes the freedom to deny your employee a basic human health need. I want to be able to hire from a healthy workforce, and I think my fellow business owners will benefit greatly from a healthy workforce. So let's make this happen, and we should work together to build a future where everyone has the support they need to thrive, both in the workplace and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Jocelyn. Any questions? Senator Kushner, followed by Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony. I do want to say that it's very helpful to hear from business owners who are already providing these benefits, especially small businesses, because we understand that I'm assuming, as you said and suggested in your testimony, that it would be helpful to you if other small businesses were required to do this. It would level the playing field, so to speak, so that you're not competing with small businesses that provide fewer benefits to their employees. So I'm very appreciative of you taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
Representative Weir.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. As I'm again listening and taking notes, one of the things, one of the statements you made and just caught me was wanting to be competitive, and I'm just as much as anybody else believe in competition in the workforce and competition in the market. You mentioned that we want to be competitive with other states in terms of these benefits, but I didn't hear you name them. And just for my understanding, which of our neighboring states should we be looking to as a model of paid sick days? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
So I do not have that information in front of me, but She Leads Justice does have a sheet of information of the neighboring states that offer these benefits.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Seeing none, Jocelyn, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Paul Bordeaux. Followed by Brian Donahue. I'm sorry, we have Paul. Do we have Paul? Okay, sorry. Brian, you're up
no
next.
problem.
I apologize.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Paul Boudreau. I am Chapter Vice President with Connecticut Tenant Union and a full-time organizer. I'm here to express my strong support for the passing of SB 7, which aims to ensure mandatory paid sick days for all employees in Connecticut. Access to paid sick leave is not only a matter of workplace fairness, but also a crucial issue of racial and gender justice. The disparities in access to paid sick days disproportionately affects workers of color and exacerbates existing economic and health inequalities. As highlighted by recent data, workers of color are overrepresented in industries that do not provide paid sick days. Prior to the pandemic, low-wage workers and workers of color were already less likely than higher wage and white workers to have access to paid sick leave. These disparities became even more glaring during the pandemic, as women and people of color were overrepresented in frontline jobs with greater exposure to the virus, yet continue to lack critical support like paid sick leave. With my work as a tenant union organizer with Connecticut Tenant Union over the past 3 years has provided me opportunity to speak with many workers all over Connecticut from all walks of life. Time and time again, I come across tenants that are losing their housing specifically because of illness or injury, which has made it impossible to work. And I'm not talking about long-term illness. I'm not talking about the months and months. I'm talking about a week, 2 weeks, which is what makes the difference sometimes of whether or not you can keep your housing, because everybody's on the edge of disaster. In many cases, these issues are actually work-related, as many of us who were deemed essential were infected with COVID and left to financially fend for ourselves. Many of us experienced this several times during the pandemic, being infected over and over with no safety net, but a bunch of yard signs thanking us while we drove to our possible deaths. As you know, landlords do not accept yard signs as payment. Apparently, once the groceries are delivered, workers that risked their lives and lost their lives to get them to your doors, let me repeat that, lost their lives to get your groceries there, were no longer essential and became disposable. The lack of access to mandatory sick days has left 1.6 million hardworking Connecticut residents extremely vulnerable to financial collapse and to becoming homeless. And this is in the richest state in America, the richest country in the world. Before I finish, I just want to remind us that this hearing is being held on stolen land. Power to the people. Thank you very much. I can take any questions you have.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Brian Donahue, which he's there.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for letting me speak today, the representatives of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. My name is Brian Donahue. I have been a social worker working with children and families for the last 31 years of my career. And I work with a lot of families that are on the margins. But I don't come in speaking of in the voice of my employer, but I did start a group called Not Just Us. And what it does is there's so many different silos across the state and so many good work's been done across the state, but there were too many people were not connected with each other. So we try to end the silos and bring people together. And we do events, public events. We've had 12 last year and the year before, bringing families who live on the margins together to be able to speak to what are issues. And so both as a social worker and as the founder of Not Just Us, I support Senate Bill 7. We've had so many families in my career that parents, the man or the woman, who was ever caring for the child, had to go out and go to work and leave their children behind sick. It was hard to find daycare. Some of them got injured and needed to be carried to the hospital, transported to the hospital. Hospital's calling the parent. What does the parent do? So, we've worked with just so many families who are on the margins into just getting worse and worse. And most of these families are barely, if they are making it, are barely making it. So when they take a day off, a lot of them have told me that they've been threatened, their job has been threatened, that if they take the day off and the person doesn't like them, there's no legal reason. So they're saying that the person just never showed up for work. So, if we can somehow bring everybody together, bring the people who are not covered and the people who employ them together and find mutual ways of helping. But the minimum has to be the Senate Bill 7, because people are leaving. You're hearing stories in the media that the DCF is involved because one child was recently dead because the parent was waiting while the other parent was on the way home, and they couldn't crisscross at the same time. So we've had children who have been left very young, who are just falling, they're sick, getting injured because the parent is afraid. What do I do? Do I leave my kid, who may not be the age of leaving the child behind? Or do I lose my job and then I can't pay for the groceries, I can't pay for the rent, and I have, so many different things. So I just ask you to please consider all this, because I've been doing this for 31 years, working with families and children, but also bringing the events across the state. And we're hearing the same things that I've been hearing about. And this is not, our group doesn't, it's not a liberal group. We're a group. We're not an organization, we're a group, but we are open to all parties, Republican, Democrat, Working Party. We've had legislators come on. I know that one of the representatives came when he was in Tolland. And I appreciate his coming, which is Representative Eckert. So I just really think that we just need to come to a common sense thing, but we need to give all people the right to take time off if their child is hurt or injured. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Teresa Butchta. Next up, Karen Giddy. Circle back. Next up, Ashley Sprague. Hi, Ashley. If you can hear us, please unmute, and we're ready for you to testify when you're ready.
Hello, how are we doing today? Thank you for having me. 2 seconds for me. Was actually looking up some data requested by one of the representatives. So I've just got to pull up my testimony again one more time. My name is Ashley Sprague. Thank you, members of the Labor Public Employees Committee and Connecticut General Assembly, for having me. I'm a resident of Enfield, Connecticut, a member of the Social Welfare Action Alliance, part of the Connecticut Fall Coalition, and most importantly, a worker here in Connecticut. And I strongly support SB 7 concerning Connecticut paid sick days. Being born 8-week premature infant, being exposed to secondhand smoke led me to developing asthma in my teens. And despite this, I had nearly perfect attendance through school years and my first 7 years working. However, chronic tonsillitis, triggered by repeated exposure to sick coworkers and roommates, led to their removal in 2010 and a string of respiratory challenges for the last decade, resulting in a choice between work and health. During my time in the restaurant industry from 2015 to 2018, having access to some PTO helped with bouts of illness and get past worst of contagiousness and allow me to work, 60-hour weeks to help pay bills, pay off student loans, all that kind of stuff. But transitioning to a management role in a small business with no PTO led to a cycle of illness and exhaustion without this buffer. In my current role as a warehouse supervisor with a larger company, I'm fortunate enough to have both paid and unpaid time for when I'm ill. And that served me well throughout COVID, where my husband and I both worked as essential workers throughout the pandemic and received COVID twice, especially for me, who was complicated with that due to my asthma. But if I'd been one of the 1.6 million workers without paid sick leave, that would have been so much worse. And it's a struggle I personally have gone through myself. I know many of the other panelists told similar stories. I would like to provide some data addressing some of the concerns brought by Representative Weir and others. In terms of cost to businesses, I've not run my own business, but I've worked as an assistant manager functioning as a general manager at a small family-owned business, the one I was forced to leave due to not having basic protections. And that being the case, productivity in the United States has increased by 61.8% over the last 50 years. But hours worked have also increased at 6.7%, and pay increased only 17.5%. So workers are working hard for American companies, but we're not always guaranteed protections to ensure that we're getting all that we bring to the table. And especially tying into other discussions on unionization, workers' rights, all of this ties in together. If workers get sick, we're having to choose between health and work and paying bills. We're endangering each other's, we're endangering the public. And again, post-COVID, that's a problem. But it's interesting to me that small businesses oppose this kind of legislation when income growth over time between 1946 and 1980 showed the bottom percentage of workers receiving, pardon?
Ms. Sprague, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Not a problem. I would just like to say between 1946 and 1980, most of our job growth happened and income growth happened for the bottom 50%. That currently is not the case from 1980 to 2014. 194% of our income growth happened for the top 1%. So when you as a small business vote with these major corporations, you're not voting for your own interests and you're not voting for your workers. You're voting for business overall without realizing that those workers at corporations don't represent your interests. So if you want to support your workers and you want to support your business, then you need to invest in your workers. And that means offering them these benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Zach Levy.
Good afternoon, Representative Sanchez, Senator Kushner, ranking members and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Zach Levy, and I'm a legislative director for AFSCME Council 4, which represents 30,000 public and private sector employees, including non-certified staff in school districts across Connecticut. I am testifying in support of House Bill 5165, which would expand Connecticut family and medical leave benefits to non-certified staff. The current family and medical leave law allows for an exemption for paraeducators to qualify for unpaid medical leave benefits by reducing the threshold of hours to qualify to 950 hours worked. Similar to paraeducators, non-certified school staff are 10-month employees and are only paid when school is in session. This prohibits non-certified school employees from receiving an unpaid benefit that would allow them to focus on their or their family's health without worrying about their employment. It is critical that all workers have access to family and medical leave so that they can better care for themselves and their loved ones. House Bill 5165 would allow for non-certified school employees to access this important benefit. I urge the committee to support 5165. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Kushner.
We had testimony on this bill a little earlier, and I was glad that it was brought to our attention of the legislature. I had asked a couple of questions, but I just want to be certain I understand this correctly. Right now, there are certain non-certified employees working for our public schools that don't have the protection of the Family Medical Leave Act, the unpaid leave. And maybe I wasn't so clear about this. I want to be sure you can confirm this. That means that if someone were to get sick during the school year in one of these positions, that they could be fired. We're not talking about whether or not they receive pay. We're talking about whether or not they lose their job because they get sick.
Yes, that is correct. This would be an unpaid benefit that would just simply preserve their employment status until they are healed and ready to come back to work.
And this is something that's enjoyed by most workers in our state now. Certainly all private sector workers in the state of Connecticut certainly not only have access to unpaid leaves of absence, but under the Family Medical Leave Act and also the Connecticut Family Medical Leave Act, but they actually have paid benefits. In this case, we're just looking to fix a loophole here so that they would qualify for unpaid leave, meaning their job is protected if something catastrophic happens in their family.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Senator, any further questions? Seeing none, Zach, thank you so much for your testimony. We will move on to Costanza Segovia.
Thank you. Dear members of Labor and Public Employees Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Constanza Segovia. I am a lead organizer with Hartford Deportation Defense. Our organization represents 300 plus immigrant families in the Hartford area, working with our neighbors for a just and dignified life in our state where everybody has a chance to thrive no matter their race, gender, immigration status, or zip code. We are also part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. We are testifying in support of both Senate Bill 7 and HB 5164. Our members are often forced into deplorable living and working conditions because of their immigration status, even though this country literally runs on the backs of Black and brown workers, no matter whether they have a work permit or not. Undocumented workers often don't have access to even the most minimal paid time off benefits in industries like restaurants, construction, and domestic work. This could change for many if SB 7 becomes law. We are here in solidarity with the Connecticut Domestic Workers Coalition, leading the fight here in Connecticut so that all workers can have access to getting paid when they have to miss work because they need to care for themselves or a loved one. It's also critical that the law includes time to care for extended or chosen family members and does not leave out workers who care for loved ones outside of the traditional nuclear family. We also want to support HB 5164. At the end of last session, our members from Hartford Deportation Defense stood in solidarity with the 1,500 1199 New England workers who made the difficult decision to go on strike to put everything on the line to get themselves and their coworkers closer to a living wage. We talked to union members who were also immigrants from Jamaica and Cape Verde. We asked them how they were able to afford going on strike, and we heard about the challenging process of taking that risk for themselves and their families, and to what extent that is a huge risk. That same day, later, we had a meeting with a group of landscaping workers who had not been paid for 3 months of working 80-hour days in the sun and decided to walk together out of the job and sue their bad boss. The power imbalance is just too high between management and workers at the negotiating table. Once a union exists, it is critical that workers can access unemployment benefits after being on strike for 2 weeks. It incentivizes the employer to remain at the table and negotiate in good faith. And we all know that a unionized workplace raises standards for all workers in our state. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote favorably this year on both bills. If we believe in the future of Connecticut, we need to get serious about enacting policies like these that can provide a safety net for folks who are struggling so that everybody has a chance to thrive in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Arita Acharya. My apologies. Thank you. You may
All right,
proceed.
thank you. Yep. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Arita Acharya. I live in New Haven. I work as a graduate worker at Yale University, and I'm a leader of Local 33 Unite Here. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. My union has taken a long time to win. Graduate teachers and researchers have been fighting for our seat at the table for more than 3 decades now, and it has not been an easy fight. For most of those 3 decades, Yale engaged in union-busting behavior and denied us our right to negotiate a fair contract. In the last few years, however, we have been able to develop a different, more productive relationship with our employer. Yale came to the bargaining table in good faith last year after we won our union, and just last semester, graduate workers at Yale ratified our first contract that includes historic raises, better medical benefits for both graduate workers and their families, processes to deal with harassment, abuse, and discrimination in the workplace, protections for immigrant workers, and more. I personally have spent thousands of dollars during graduate school on out-of-pocket medical expenses, especially dental expenses, And it is a relief that our new dental plan and healthcare funds will mean that graduate workers after me will be able to save that money for their futures instead. Our union's wins have also raised the standard of academic work, not just at Yale, but around the country. Graduate workers at UChicago, Boston University, Johns Hopkins, and many other institutions across the nation are currently negotiating contracts and have ours to look to as a new industry standard. Many factors contributed to this changed dynamic between Yale and its graduate workers. We organized and built a strong movement that made the value of our research and teaching work clear to the university. Solidarity from other workers at Yale and across Connecticut was essential for building this strength, and also gave Yale a template for how to maintain labor peace and productively engage with our new union. Strikes by members of Unite Here Locals 34, 35, and 217 across many decades have built a strong union standard at Yale and across Connecticut. While workers legally have the right to strike when their employers do not bargain fairly with them, the fear of not being able to pay rent and provide for their families greatly restricts our abilities to exercise these rights. Extending unemployment benefits to striking workers makes this powerful tool accessible to more people when their employers will not bargain in good faith. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Yvonne Foster. Hello, Yvonne, you can proceed.
Hello. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. My name is Yvonne Foster. I have been a certified nursing assistant at Windsor Rehab for over 20 years. I am here to speak in support of House Bill 5164, an act concerning unemployment benefit. As nursing home worker, we work so hard caring for your loved ones. You see our smiling faces and our gentle hands, but you don't see what our lives look like when we go home at the end of the day. I want to tell you about a co-worker of mine who recently retired after working at the facility for 27 years. She was a hard worker and a reliable worker. She was like a mother to all of us, staff and residents too. She was a caregiver that led by example, and we all look up to her. She clock out and go back to sit with residents. She clock out and go to her resident and sit with them. She took time for each resident. She took time of her resident and wouldn't leave until she had finished everything the way she knew she would want it. She would want if it were her own family. She wasn't ready to retire. She wasn't ready to retire. She just got so frustrated. She just gave up. When I saw her leave, it really made me stop and think. After 27 years, she was making just little over 16 hours. She retired with nothing but her last paycheck. And yet in 2021, the legislature had set aside funding to increase the worker wages and retirement, but we had seen none of it. We did walk in and had labor management meeting. Then our employer refused to pay workers that she had recruited as staff. We filed an unfair labor practice. When we tried to reason with her, she ignored us. We finally had no choice but to go on strike in the spring of 2022. We were out for 3 weeks. Bills were unpaid during the strike, and that was the sacrifice we had to make, because if we didn't go on strike, things would never get better. House Bill 5164 would have given us the ability to access unemployment when we took that action to protect ourselves and our co-workers. It would have given us some stability, and maybe some of those bills would have been paid. Please pass this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Yvonne. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tina Buskey. Hi, Tina, if you could unmute. Okay, we'll actually come back to Tina. Next is Carol Noel. Hi, Carol. Carol Noel. Okay, Carol, you're not, you're still muted. I'm not sure if you're there. You unmuted and then you muted again. Okay, Carol, we'll come back to you. We apologize for the technical difficulty. Next up we have Marsha Osborne. Next up, Yvonne Demet. Yvonne Demet. They're I can see them. Okay, I'm gonna actually circle back to some of the folks we missed earlier, rather, to see if they're with us. Diana St. Mark. Dan McHenry. Nicholas Pearson. Clyde Ibarra. James Alexander. Karen Giddy. Teresa Butcher. Nope. We'll try to go back to Tina Busky.
Tina, if you can accept the prompt that says, ask to unmute.
I don't know what's happening. They're going up. Hold on, let's go to, thank you. Yvonne, Demet, can we start with you?
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner and Representative Sanchez. I'm a member of the community. My name is Yvonne Demet. I am direct support staff worker at Network and Mosaic. I love my job because I love taking care of my clients and making sure that they are cared for. As a direct care staff, I help my client with their daily hygiene, medication, nutrition, community activities, involvement, and basic medical needs. These are all highly important because they are my extended family, and it is important for me for them to be happy and healthy and contented. Last year, my coworker and I went out on strike for 3 weeks to fight for a living wage and affordable health care. It was a very hard decision, but we had to take care of our family. And for instance, I am never home. I work 2 full-time jobs and part-time job to make ends meet. I've worked at Network Inc. for 27 years, and I have worked for Mosaic over 30 years. I just started making $20 an hour this year. And to put my family on healthcare insurance, it would cost at least one of my paycheck a month. And my deductible is already $5,000. It's crazy. Everything is up, gas, mortgage, it's insane. You pay one bill and then still you have more. I feel like I'm barely hanging on at this time. In addition to my concern, I also decided to strike to protect my younger co-workers who I watched struggle with low wages and high cost of childcare. I have 5 kids of my own. I know how what they are going through, and it's break my heart. All of us are working multiple jobs and trying to juggle the young kids and young kids. It's really hard. We have no choice but to strike to protect our lives and to protect our family. The House Bill 5165 is so important because it would help stabilize and protect working families like mine. If I had been able to access unemployment benefit when I was out on strike, it would have given me a lifetime. It wouldn't give me a lifetime during a rough time, but please help pass 5165. Thank you for your support.
Yvonne, thank you. Any
Thank
questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Yvonne. I heard you say you work for Mosaic. That's with the elderly, correct?
Yes.
And I just wanted to say, I see you, I hear you, work alongside you, and thank you for taking care of my mother and others.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Yvonne, for your testimony. I do remember that strike, and I visited the picket line when I could, and also saw you in front of the state capitol at times. And I think that it was really important that you brought to our attention the difficulties of the work that you do and the conditions that you work under. One of the things that we haven't talked about yet today is that even though you were out on strike for only 3 weeks, even 1 week of unemployment benefits would have probably helped you recover. I think that the hard part of being out on strike is often that it takes so long to recover when you've lost wages. And I imagine it's true for you and your coworkers.
Thank you.
Thank you for testifying.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions from the committee? If not, Yvonne, thank you and have a good evening.
You too.
Next up, we have Tina Buskey. What's going on? Tina, I think we see you trying to unmute and then it just goes back to mute. We apologize. Give us 1 second. We'll try to see if we can do something about that. Please don't press any buttons for the moment.
Tina, I just prompted you to unmute. If you could hit that button, please.
Tina, if we can make a suggestion that was just made by Representative Weir, if you could log off and log back on, maybe that might be helpful. I take that back. Please do not do that. My apologies, Tina. Okay, Tina, we'll try to come back to you. Again, we apologize. Carol Noel. Okay, Carol, we'll try to come back to you as well. We apologize again. Next up, Marciel Torres.
Hi, good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Marcel Torres. I'm a PCA from New Haven. I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 7. While lawmakers approve a new PCA union contract for 2022 that included paid time off. It's been nearly 2 years since we've been able to access that until we change payroll companies. It's long overdue for our right to have paid time off. It's protected by law. Without paid time off, we're left in a code with when we or our consumers get sick. I'm still living in fear of having to take time off to prioritize my health and well-being. In 2022, one of my consumers got COVID, had to be hospitalized. I lost 90% of my income and my wages. I had to rely on my credit cards just to stay afloat. I worked extra hours for months to catch up. Since 2023, I've gotten COVID twice. The first time I was really sick, I missed 2.5 weeks, all unpaid. Then just last month, I contracted COVID again, and I spent another 10 days off, without getting paid. So in total, I've worked about 6 weeks since COVID, because of COVID, and not only COVID, but also because of other diseases like cold, flu. I even had to work with a sprained ankle. And this is not including the 6 weeks that I've been without work from COVID alone. It's a situation that's very difficult. I live it. If I don't work, I don't get paid as a PCA. This isn't healthy for us or for our consumers that rely on us. I ask please to support SB 7 to ensure that home care workers are considered and covered under the Connecticut paid sick days laws. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marcial. Any questions, comments? Senator Kushner.
Hi, Marcial. I understand that you were not paid while you were out. I think you mentioned at the beginning of your testimony that you now have established those benefits through your PCA contract. Is that correct?
Unfortunately, during the contract, it's been established, but it's not currently enforceable. Like it's not in play right now until.
Go ahead and explain that.
Yes, this seemed to be some issues with the payroll company, and the payroll company has not been able to implement the paid time off, even though we have it. And we currently I believe that we're going to be changing payroll companies within the next month or two, and then they're planning to implement it. But in the meantime, we just don't have it, even though it's in the contract.
I know that I remember in the legislature, we were raising, I'm also on other committees that have been concerned about the payroll agent that the fiduciary, that the payroll agent that the state has used for your benefits and for your wages. And I thought we had addressed that. Maybe that's what you're referring to, that there will be a change. Because was it Allied? Is that the payroll company?
Yes, that's correct.
We know there were serious problems with that payroll company, but it is disturbing to know that you had negotiated that and you haven't yet received those benefits. In your testimony, you say that you've had to work many, many hours to make up what you've lost when you haven't had those benefits in place. And I think that that's a really important issue that we have to highlight, that when workers don't get paid, even for one shift, it takes you a long time to make up and catch up with those lost wages. So I know that this is a concern, not just in terms of the paid sick days, but all the benefits that you've negotiated should be in place. And so I think it's something we'll want to discuss further in the legislature to make sure that that's addressed. If not, I don't quite understand why, if we're getting a new payroll agent for your for these workers, why there isn't some discussion about what about the lost pay, because the negotiations covered you, but the payroll company didn't.
Yes, Senator Kushner. Fortunately, everything was in the contract. They unfortunately either failed to implement or were not able to implement the paid time off from the Allied side. So me and about 10,000 plus workers are just, if we don't work, we don't get paid currently, even though we have the time accumulated.
That's very disturbing to hear, that we're in this situation. Not, clearly, we think that all workers should have paid sick days, but it's particularly disturbing to hear that you've negotiated that benefit and you're not receiving it. And really, I think that is something we have to look into further. So I would suggest that, I know you have folks here that will help us bring it to our attention, because there ought to be some way to make sure that this doesn't happen going forward, but also how are we addressing it retroactively? Thank you, though, for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Any further questions? Seeing none. Marcial, thank you for your time and testimony tonight. We will move on to Heather Merrick. Good evening.
Heather, your microphone is currently muted.
Good evening. My name is Heather Merrick. I live in East Hartford. I work as a machinist at Pratt & Whitney. I'm also a trustee at my lodge and a shop committee representative. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify. Right after September 11th in 2001, our contract negotiations took a turn for the worse. Myself, along with many other union brothers and sisters, found themselves out on strike in December of 2001. I was also a new mom. It was scary, but I knew it was the right thing to do and necessary to secure our future. So we packed up the diaper bag and the stroller and we hit the picket line. My child, who was only 9 months old at the time, does not remember those days, but I sure do. Unemployment benefits would not have paid all my bills, even back then. However, it would have offered a small security to ease a new mom's mind, or dad for that matter, that they could at least feed their child. Luckily, the strike ended quickly. I still believe it was the right thing to do. And I believe unemployment for striking workers is the right thing to do. I came here in support of House Bill 5164 for that reason. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, have a good evening. Next, we have Serendia Oprech. I'm going to run back through the list of folks that we have not heard from but are here on our list to testify. Is Diana St. Mark here? Dan McHenry. Nicholas Pearson. Clyde Ibira. James Alexander. Karen Giddy. Teresa Butcher. Tina Buskey. Still having difficulties there. Go. Kara Noel. She's connecting. I'm going to wait. Hi, Carol.
She seems like she's connected.
Carol Noel, if you're there, I think you're connected. It's fine. Hi, Carol, are you there? Good. All right, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so are we, can we start with Tina?
Sure. Okay, so Tina, you're gonna go first.
Okay. All set?
Yep, you can start whenever you're ready.
All right, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the labor community. My name is Tina Buskey. I am a CNA at Davis Place in Danielson. I have worked there for 28 years as a CNA. I wash and dress my residents. I help to feed residents that need help. I assist some of my residents with walking, and I'm there if they need an ear to listen to them, and I am there to hug them if they need one. I enjoy taking care of people. It warms my heart on my days off or when I'm on vacation. My coworkers call me to tell me that my residents miss me. It makes me smile when I come back and they tell me they're glad that I'm back. I had one resident that had my coworkers call me when I was on vacation, so she knew I was okay and just to talk. They're not all just residents to me. My residents became family. In 2021, my coworkers and I at 42 nursing homes across the state made a brave decision to go on strike and get more funding to increase staffing levels statewide. We are sick and tired of working with low staff levels. We care so much about our residents, so we walked out early spring. Our strike was only supposed to last 3 days, but Governor Rowland to the nation brought in the National Guard out for 3 weeks. The strike was hard on me, my family, because we went without income for 6 weeks. And not only was I on the strike line as a single mom with 3 children, but one of my children was a young cancer patient. It was hard decision, but I made it because I couldn't continue to work every day and seeing my residents suffering anymore. There was no other option. If I was able to access unemployment benefits during the strike, I would have been able to at least offset some of the stress and sacrifice that I made and my family had to make at this time. It would have gone the wrong way. Making decisions to go on strike is not an easy one, and it isn't something that workers, we make lightly. We make it when we have no other option, and we don't make it alone. We make it with our families, and in 2021, we had no other option to protect our residents, allowing strike workers to access unemployment not only helps to sustain and protect the extreme sacrifice that our families made, but the money that we will be spending in our communities and our local businesses. Please pass the House Bill 5165. Thank you for your time.
Tina, thank you so much, and we apologize again for that technical issue. Next, we have Carol Noel.
Hey, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. My name is Carol Noel. I am a CNA at Davis Place in Danielson, but I was also a CNA in a nursing home in Norwich in 2001 when I made the tough decision to go on strike to protect our residents. At that time, I was not able to access unemployment benefits, but if I had been able to, my family would have been able to feel more supported and stable with making that hard decision. That's why I'm here today to testify in the support of House Bill 5165. I love my residents. They become our family. My job as a CNA, I provide daily living care like bathing, dressing, feeding, helping my residents move around and more. But it does not stop there. My job is also to provide emotional support and humor in their lives. I become their advocate at times. It is very rewarding a job. This relationship with my residents is why I made the decision to go on strike in 2001 to protect my residents. At that time, my coworkers at 42 nursing homes throughout Connecticut and I had the difficult decision to strike for more funding and increased staffing levels and residents. We got tired and fed up of watching our residents suffer day to day, out becoming the state of our employers wouldn't increase staffing levels. I was a single mom at that time, and I chose to make the sacrifice for my residents. If I had been able to access unemployment benefits during the tough time, my life would be a little easier. I would have had support and been able to care for my family a little bit easier. Please pass this bill because workers like me don't just wake up one day and decide to go on strike. It is a slow process of trying to negotiate and compromise until there is no other option to protect what we love but to strike. This could be a lifeline. Pass House Bill 565. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you again for your understanding and patience with us. Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Rose Folsom.
Good evening, Senator Crusher, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Rose Folsom, and I'm a PCA from Stratford. I've been in healthcare for 20 years plus now as a CNA, including the last 2.5 years as a PCA. I am here today in support of SB 7 because PCAs should be included in paid sick day laws, and we currently are not. I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2016. Nevertheless, I'm able to work through the Social Security Ticket to Work program. Through that program, I'm able to continue my healthcare career as a PCA. My consumer is dependent on me, so she'll be able to continue to live independently and have great quality of life. Currently, I only work 22 hours a week due to SSDI's rules. In order to continue to receive those financial benefits, I must stay at a minimum income. If I make even $1 more than my income threshold, which is evaluated on a month-to-month basis, I will lose what I rely on financially. I pay my Medicaid out of pocket. I've had many struggles dating back to 2019. At one point, I was too sick to work, but thank God I managed to survive. In June of 2022, I had brain surgery. It was my third surgery since 2019. At that time, I had no knowledge of Connecticut paid family sick leave, so I was unable to apply for it. Instead, I did what I had no choice to do, which was to push my surgery back from February to June and continue to work in discomfort for 4.5 months to earn money to have while I recover. I knew I would not be paid for the time I needed to take off to recover. When we won our new union contract last spring, I was so proud and pleased because we won the first ever paid time off benefit, 5 days per year for the full-time worker. But over a year later, the state of Connecticut still has not implemented a system for us to use this benefit. Without paid sick time, PCAs like me are subject to financial crisis if we take the necessary time off to care for ourselves. We are human beings. We deserve paid sick time. Please support SB 7 and ensure that home care workers are covered under Connecticut paid sick day laws.
Thank you, Ms. Folsom. Any questions or comments? Representative Wilson.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you for your perseverance. Thank you for coming and telling your story this evening and doing the hard work. And so we appreciate each and every word that you have spoken, and we'll take definitely heed to it. And I think Senator Kushner has said, you know, when it comes to what you guys have won and earned, we're going to work to make sure that happens. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Ms. Folsom, thank you for your testimony and have a good evening. Next up, we have Nicole Bongiovanni. I will circle back. Next up, we have Laura Nasser. Okay. Next up, Demetrius Terrell. Next up, Essie Anderson.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Essie Anderson. I'm a PCA from Danbury, caring for both my sister and my mother. I've been a caregiver all my life, but working as a PCA under the waiver program for just under 8 years. For my mom and my sister, this program gives them the independence that allows them to stay in their home. I truly believe that home care is making a longer quality of life possible for both of them. I love what I do, and I show up every day and I work hard to make sure that their lives are better. Without any pay time during COVID, it has meant for me personally, missed paychecks, less pay. I've had COVID 6 times. And because of my mother's severe case of COPD, I had to maximize my time out to just to keep her safe. That meant missing bills or paying bills late. Myself, like most PCAs, didn't have much in savings at the time. I'm learning and struggling to make sure I have that cushion in light of everything that's been going on as far as sick pay. So for me, I've had to make some impossible choices, you know, with do I get food this week, or, you know, am I able to get gas, or do I walk to work? Or if I pay, you know, for at that time during the beginning of COVID, which was really hard for me, I had to make decisions about paying my car note and not ruining my credit history. So that was a challenge. So as a PCA, we put our health and our lives on the line. I took care of my consumers when they had COVID. I showed up every day. I bought my own PPE out of my own pocket. I literally went through my savings and started going into, you know, we had stimulus package and at that time, income tax. So I found myself spending a lot of my own because at that time, the state hadn't provided any of the PPEs for us. So I probably spent close to $2,000 on PPEs before those were available for us. You know, I would do it all over again because I want to see my consumers, not just because they're, you know, my family, my mother and sister, but I want to see them healthy and cared for, just like most of the PCAs, I'm sure they do for their consumers. So we won paid time off through the union almost 2 years ago, which a couple others before myself have said, but because of our incompetent payroll company, Allied, no one has been able to access any of access or even use one single hour of paid time off. This is a nightmare, not just for myself, but finally this nightmare is coming to an end. Hopefully next month, we'll be switching to a new payroll company, but even still, we're not even sure of the amount if the amount is gonna be accurate that we've accrued, because it's just been so crazy, and we don't know if it's all gonna be made available to us. We won the contract, we won that we were approved for it, but we don't know how much we're getting, if we're getting it, when we're getting it, because of the system that unfortunately Allied had. So we just want access to basic, human rights like anybody else. When we're sick, we need to be protected, by the law. We shouldn't have to fight for these things. Each of us deserve to be protected by law. And not just in Connecticut. I can't tell you how many other states. I'm not privy to that information. I haven't done the research.
Ms. Anderson, your time has elapsed. If you could just summarize now.
I just am calling on you all to support this Bill 7 to ensure that PCAs and all workers can count on caring for ourselves when we're sick. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Essie, for just, illustrating for us how much you've sacrificed, not just to do your work, but to keep your family alive. And I'm so sorry you've been so sick. And we're gonna fight for the sick benefits that you've earned and that you were rightfully awarded a long time ago and delayed. And I'm just shocked and outraged to hear that. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Ms. Anderson, thank you for your testimony and have a good night.
Thank you, you as well.
Next up, we have Jackie English. Go back. Next up, we have Margaret Walker. Followed by Judith Paz. Next up, Sydney Schuster.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Ware, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Sydney Schuster. I live in Hamden. I'm a graduate researcher at Yale University and a member of Unite Here Local 33. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. Local 33 has not had to exercise our right to strike, and I am grateful that we have a strong first contract ratified in December. It provides comprehensive health insurance for employees, spouses, and dependents, livable wages, and a grievance procedure that allows for arbitration in the case of contract violations. This contract has already made incredible tangible impacts on people's lives, including allowing a single mother I know to afford daycare without having to work a second job. For me personally, working in a unionized position under a strong contract has meant being able to save for retirement. Importantly, this historic win would not have been possible without the support of Unite Here Locals 34 and 35, two other unions at Yale. Locals 34 and 35 have had to strike several times in their decades of existence, including a 10-week strike preceding the creation of Local 34 and a rolling strike in 1996 in response to Yale attempting to replace union positions with temporary low-wage work. These events are now almost 30 years in the past. 1996 was a year before I was born. Locals 34 and 35 were able to push Yale towards better working conditions, better pay, better healthcare, and more support for the city of New Haven because they could support each other through rolling strikes and strike funds. This in turn laid the groundwork for Local 34 and 35 supporting us in Local 33 without the need for strike. Not all workers in Connecticut have been in the position my coworkers and I were in to get our first contract. No worker wants to strike. Workers would prefer to negotiate in good faith with their employer, as Local 33 was able to do with Yale. Employers will often force or prolong strikes, knowing that without income or unemployment benefits, employees, especially low-wage employees, will be unable to support their families and communities. This bill evens the playing field, empowers collective bargaining, and brings Connecticut in line with its neighbors, New York and New Jersey. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sydney, for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, have a good evening and thank you again. Next up, Nick Teeling. Is Nick here? Sorry, play. God damn.
Good evening, co-chairs Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Ranking Member Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee of the General Assembly. My name is Nick Teeling, and tonight I am testifying on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research-based advocacy organization working to ensure all children in Connecticut live in a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. Connecticut Voices supports on tonight's agenda Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 12, House Bill 5166, and House Bill 5165, but my testimony will be covering the paid sick days laws at hand. From April to December 2023, the Governor's Blue Ribbon Panel on Childcare was tasked with developing strategies that invest in and support the retention and recruitment of high-quality early childcare providers. One of the panel's key action steps is to, quote, advance strategies to expand access to key benefits and avoid benefits cliffs, starting with the investments to help early childhood educators navigate and secure healthcare and other work-related benefits in state fiscal year 2025. Paid sick days is an important step towards this high-quality early care and education system that the Blue Ribbon Panel on Childcare laid out because strong benefits matter when developing a workforce, big or small. Currently, low compensation and benefits remain a key barrier to attracting individuals from entering the ECE field and becoming early childcare educators. Additionally, the sector is hemorrhaging staff due to the affirmation as well as burnout. The lack of workforce retention and limited recruitment impacts the scarcity of ECE providers that parents and caregivers face across the state, but especially within our state's childcare deserts, contributing to a larger post-pandemic recession. We know that during the pandemic, parents, and in particular mothers, had to exit the workforce altogether to be able to care for their children and chosen family. Nationwide, nearly 12 million women left the workforce due to pandemic disruptions. And during the height of the pandemic in 2020, 63.8% of first-time applicants for unemployment benefits in Connecticut were women. As of April 2023, Connecticut's female labor workforce participation rate is 1.4% lower than the pre-pandemic rate of 60.8%, indicating that women have yet to achieve full economic recovery. Parents with insufficient access to early childcare report increased disciplinary action at work, including demotions and being fired for behaviors related to unstable childcare, reduced hours and pay, and reduced ability to participate in career advancement opportunities. Work instability while children are very young also has long-term impact on parental earnings due to slow career advancement trajectories. However, when early childcare is available, parents have increased working hours, increased reliability and productivity while at work, and higher educational attainment, which improves family economic security overall. This modernized and improved paid sick days policy, if enacted, will cover all workers, including those working in Connecticut's early childcare industry, no matter the employer size. Connecticut's current paid sick days law excludes 88% of Connecticut's workforce and contributes to the lack of individuals joining the early childcare workforce. As we continue to recover from the pandemic, a more comprehensive paid sick days law will provide a needed benefit for parents working across Connecticut that will give them flexibility to take care of their children and loved ones and still remain part of Connecticut's workforce. These policies ultimately contribute to a stronger state economy, and as such, Connecticut Voices for Children urges the committee to support the bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Laura Orban.
Yes, I'm here.
We can hear you.
Okay, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Laura Orban. I'm from Brookfield, and I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill number 7. I have worked for companies that have had unlimited sick days. If you're sick, you're sick. And I've worked for companies where there has been no sick time allowed at all. And it's been a huge difference in my life, whether I've had access to sick time or not. And I'm testifying in support of this bill because I am a firm believer in the fact that people should not have to choose between being allowed to stay home when they're sick and knowing that their income is secure and going to work when they're sick and they can infect their coworkers and have a non-productive day. There certainly are costs to unpaid sick days, not the least of which is the statement that it makes as a society about our value on parents, on children, and especially on the types of families that typically don't have access to paid sick time. I certainly agree with all the things that Mr. Teeling just said about the effect on children and families when there is not paid sick time. And I also support this bill. I would really like to see the definition of family expanded. Family looks different for everybody. It's been it's critically important to be able to take sick time off, and has been important to me to be able to take time off when my parents have needed my support, when my children have needed my support. And it's not for anybody to define what a family is for someone else. And I don't think we should be narrowly defining that for anyone else. So thank you for allowing me to testify in support of this bill, and I appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, have a good evening. Next up, we have Jaleesa Lopez. Next up, we have Genesis Guerrero. Zania Castillo's next. We have Travis Lene Tienmeyer. My bad. I was gonna I was like, hopefully she correct me.
Hi, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Representative Weir, distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Travis Glennie Tegmeyer. I live in Bristol. I work as a barista and shift supervisor at Starbucks in Corbin's Corner in West Hartford. I am a member of the Starbucks Workers United, representing the workers at my store location. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5164. Over the last couple of years, unionized Starbucks workers around the nation have put thousands of hours into strikes protesting the exhaustive list of unfair labor practices perpetrated by Starbucks, unsafe working conditions, abuses perpetrated by incompetent management, illegal firings of workers, and of course, the company's continued stonewalling of the contract bargaining process. We at the unionized stores in Connecticut have proudly exercised our right to strike several times, during which we have appreciated the good company of our many local supporters and elected officials. The choice to strike is not made without careful consideration. When we strike, each individual worker sacrifices time and money in order to put pressure on their employer to do the right thing. In my workplace, young people making little more than minimum wage choose to willingly sacrifice a portion of that wage to stand up for themselves and for better treatment from a company that has repeatedly shown how little respect it has for them. The HB 5164 bill would provide us with a safety net, lending us the lifeline needed to continue engaging in strike actions and leveraging crucial concessions from a company that has thus far decided they are unwilling to provide. We are in the midst of a critical moment for labor rights in this country. Companies like Starbucks and Amazon and others engage in brutal union busting tactics while lobbying to take away fundamental rights to organize and attempt to skirt the law in order to avoid bargaining with workers in good faith. At the same time, it has been decades since we have seen tremendous support for labor that we see today, with over 2/3 of the American people willing to express their support for labor organizations. The recent surge of unionization in historically underrepresented labor sectors is only continuing to grow, and I urge you, our elected representatives, to take a stand on our behalf by supporting HB 5164. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Travis. Any questions or comments, Representative Hughes?
I'm just curious. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're talking about not just yourself and your own experience clearly, but lots of other Starbucks workers. Are you aware if Starbucks has any lobbyists that are lobbying against this measure?
In this specific measure, I am not aware, no.
But I assume you are not a paid lobbyist for the for Starbucks.
No,
So you're just here on behalf of the workers.
that's right. Yeah,
Thank you. It was a great testimony.
thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Leslie Blateau. Okay, we'll come back. Next up, David Fleming. Okay. Next up, we have Elizabeth Lane.
Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Elizabeth Lane, and I live in Bloomfield, Connecticut. I have the privilege of serving the wonderful community of Bloomfield as the director of Bloomfield Public Library. I'm also a working mom. I'm speaking today in support of Senate Bill 7, an act concerning Connecticut paid sick days. I'm thankful for your time and attention to these important matters that impact the lives of every resident in our state, either directly or indirectly. Please vote favorably this year to strengthen Connecticut's paid sick leave law. I feel that this is such a common sense bill. In the wake of the Great Resignation and issues with employee retention, why would we not address the elephant in the room, poor employee benefits? This is a social justice issue. By voting yes to this bill, you are supporting women, you're supporting people of color, you are supporting senior citizens. You are supporting a lot of people who do not make enough money to make ends meet. You are supporting a working mom who has to make the last-minute decision to stay home with a child with a fever. By voting yes, you are taking the guesswork out of the current paid sick days bill. Employees will not have to fight to be included under the short list of jobs covered. For instance, the town of Bloomfield recognizes that part-time librarians are covered by the 2012 Connecticut General Statute 31-57R, paid sick leave, since the term librarian is included in the list of service workers covered. However, they do not extend the benefit to a part-time library assistant, who in my opinion, are the living and working definition of a service employee. While they have always been frontline workers in my eyes, the fact of this was further evidenced in the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic. Bloomfield Public Library is the library that never closed during the pandemic. Our curbside service went into effect within days of the state going into lockdown. Between March 20 and May 2021, the library served over 13,000 patrons via curbside pickup. In addition to books and other materials, the library delivered printing, copying, and faxing through the curbside service. The reason for that? Our library assistants who made sure our public received library materials in a safe manner on par with recommendations from the Bloomfield West Hartford Health District. Some of these library assistants are long-time part-time employees. These workers, and by extension, all service workers, should have the benefit of accruing paid sick time hours. They deserve the dignity and respect allotted to all of the other service workers specifically mentioned in Connecticut's original paid sick leave law. If this body does not modify the language in the original bill, it will allow certain industries, including libraries, to narrowly define workers, as is the case in Bloomfield. By voting yes, you are allowing people to use their accrued benefits when they need them, not when they have worked the current mandated 680 hours. For a working mom working 25 hours a week, the 680 hours means she has to work 27 weeks before being allowed to use sick time. My question to you is, can a kid wait 27 weeks to be sick? No. Please allow all of my fellow service workers to accrue the benefit of paid sick leave. Please think of working families and vote yes for this common sense approach to earn sick leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and have a good evening.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to recess the hearing and we'll be back shortly. Thank you.